What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Monday, January 26th, 2026. And the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, Super Bowl 60 is set. We will recap the AFC and NFC Championship games from yesterday and start to look ahead to the big game coming up 1 week from Sunday, plus a huge win for Texas basketball, maybe the best half of the year for Sean Miller's squad. Got the latest transfer portal rumors for Texas Longhorn football. The college football playoff is staying at 12 teams. And a couple of funny pictures and videos from the ice storm that we've had here in Central Texas over the weekend. Hope everyone had a great weekend. Hope everyone is staying safe and staying warm out there. We appreciate y'all starting your weeks off with us. How are you this morning, my man?
I'm doing well, man. I had a couple of days of not going anywhere, and I mean not going anywhere. Not going out of my house, only to check the heaters in the pump house to see if that was okay. Then yesterday, I did not leave the house. I've been sucking up all the air inside. I didn't even stick my face outside to even feel anything. I just didn't want to go out. Now I'm looking at no Bussy today, and I'm looking at a glaze of, is that snow? Is that snow on the road? That glaze I see outside?
Straight ice, homie.
That's straight ice, isn't it? And I got a nice hill, boy. If you had a sled, you're talking about going down a hill. I got the hill. I got the sledding area right here, but you can't control the sled on the ice.
No, you can't control anything.
No, you kids will end up in my fence, busting through my fence. So,
how about this little clip from Round Rock yesterday? Look at this. Somebody brought out the skis, and they're going skiing in the streets of Round Rock.
Yeah, that's ice. There's no snow out here.
No, it's all ice. I mean, I went outside.
I can see the sun coming up right now, so that's a good thing. We'll be over freezing by this afternoon, so we're not slightly above freezing, 38, 39 degrees. And then as we get into Tuesday, we'll be in the 40s, and then Wednesday we'll be in the 50s. That should just about do it. The problem is this little glaze of what people thought was snow now will turn into ice unless we get we get people on the road, which they'll get on the road today, believe me. They'll think that this is nothing. And they'll go out there and slide all over the place, but some of the heat from the cars will get some of these spots all warmed up. But we definitely need the sun, and I can see the sun. I can see a sunrise, right now. So hopefully just keep on rising, and maybe the temperatures will rise. The temperatures should rise a little bit with it. We'll get rid of a bunch of it today and tomorrow. Most of it should be gone by Wednesday, unless we got another surprise coming up.
Well, you tell us. Isn't that your job?
No, remember, I'm just a rain guy. I told you it was going to rain on Friday.
Oh, you're not a precipitation guy. You're only rain.
I'm only rain. I don't do precipitation. I don't do temperatures. I just guess at those just like the rest of the guessers.
Well, currently 19 degrees.
Feels like what?
7.
Yeah, okay. So it's 7 degrees then.
I went outside for a little bit yesterday just to walk around, feel what it was like.
You still dog shitting?
Yeah, there's still a couple dogs shitting, but not a lot.
I mean dog sitting.
Oh, am I still dog sitting?
Yeah.
It's like, what a weird question. You're asking me if dogs are still using the bathroom? Yeah, I mean, I think they're still using the bathroom.
Yeah, mine said there was snow out front. And then I saw a couple prairie dogs out front. That was my dog dumping. He loves it, though. Remember, that's a Great Pyrenees with a big old, 15-pound coat on his body that he's been carrying through this heat. And now it's like this. And this dog is jumping around out there yesterday, rolling around in it. Loving it.
Yeah, I'm a little bummed. I mean, I hear a winter storm. I'm thinking we're at least going to get some snow, but there's no snow, at least where I am. It is all ice. So you can't pick up a snowball. You can't make a snow angel. You can't make a snowman. I mean, you look out the window and you see white on the ground and you're like, oh, this is great. And then you actually step outside and it's like, oh, there's literally nothing I can do with this except nothing.
No, my wife said, you need to stay in. She goes, just you going down the hill here, you're going to slide and you're going to crack your face again. So don't even there's nothing to go out there for. She said, I'll go check the heater. Everything's going good.
Oh, yeah. You slip and slide when it's perfectly dry outside.
So it's that bad, huh?
It's bad. Yeah. I mean, if you're not paying attention, you can easily slip and fall. At least you could yesterday. And considering it didn't get close to above freezing overnight, then I assume it's still pretty icy and dicey this morning.
You bug people ought to be happy.
Yeah, it's the hard freeze that all the bug haters look for, right?
Yeah, you're the mosquito haters. But don't worry, it'll be back in the 70s in 2 weeks. Just for Valentine's Day, it'll be back. You'll have a nice Valentine's night, 75 degrees.
That's when Texas baseball season starts.
So hopefully they don't want to deal with this. You can't deal with this.
No, there's no baseball being played at the Dish right now. I mean, there are pictures. I don't know if you saw this, Buck, but there are pictures of an iced out DKR yesterday. Let's see if I can pull one up here. I mean, it's
nobody in there but that little girl drinking her booze.
No. Well, let's see. In the corner of the picture, can we find the little girl drinking the booze? Here it is. I mean, this is a picture posted by the official Texas football Twitter account yesterday. In icy white. Now everyone says the Longhorns road uniforms are icy whites, but this is literally an icy white DKR Texas Memorial Stadium yesterday.
Yeah, it was crazy. It looked like New England Patriots uniforms yesterday. You couldn't even see them in the second half.
Couldn't even see him in the second half. And look who it is. In the corner. Look at it. In the corner of the stands. The little girl still down in a nice cold beer.
She doesn't care about a whiteout. What does she care?
She doesn't care about a whiteout.
She doesn't care at all. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so very much. No matter what the weather is, you are there for us. All you EMS workers out there, I know you were busy this weekend. National Guardsmen and women out there, thank you so much for what you do for us. And to you and your families, please do be safe out there. You be safe in this driving too. Because people will get out there this morning thinking, oh, let's go have some fun. It's not that bad. No. All you Marshalls shopper, take a little time off, maybe tomorrow.
Yeah, I ain't driving today. I'm staying at home for one more day.
I got to get out there today. I got to go. My phone I told you my phone was telling me that it's going to die out on me.
Yeah.
Well, it has. I cannot call out. I can't make any phone calls.
No.
I can get text messages into my phone, and there's some, if it's not out of state, I can send out, but it's really weird. I can't, it just comes up, you know how it says fail to call again, or that's what just keeps coming up on my phone. And I don't know if I've screwed up and hit a setting the wrong way, but I don't think so. I think it warned me about a month ago that you're going to lose all your stuff. So I've got to go to Spectrum.
Oh God.
Hey, because I don't have a invitation to come, so I'm just going to show up.
God bless. All right. We'll get into that. We'll talk more about that.
Oh, that's all day, I know.
In a moment, but want to get to this first. Before we dive into what we have planned for today, quick announcement. This will be the final week of shows on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Our last day will be this Friday. There's going to be a statement posted to our social media accounts within the next couple of minutes, but I wanted to mention it here first. We are all incredibly proud of what we built and accomplished over the last 3 years, and we can't thank y'all enough for your supports of what we've been doing. I mean, none of this would have been possible without you, the listener, the viewer, all of our great partners. So thank y'all. Everyone on TSU is exciting things ahead, including the two of us. I hope you'll continue to support every single member of this awesome team. Bucky and I will be sharing some updates about our show throughout the course of this week, and other hosts will be doing the same on other shows. So please stay tuned. And we hope you keep listening and watching, not just for that, but for one final week of great sports talk and laughs and some trips down memory lane here on TSU. We've had a freaking blast doing this. And again, none of this would have been possible without each and every one of y'all. So thank you. But I think the statement's going out at 7:10. So you'll start to see some stuff populate on the socials. But again, wanted to mention it here first. And we'll be saying thank you a bunch throughout the course of this week. And again, exciting announcements for so many different members on TSU about what we have planned for our futures. But yeah, wanted to let everybody know and obviously thank everyone, Buck, for the last,
No doubt
three.
about it, man. No doubt about it.
Yeah.
Parting in sweet sorrows, but hey, just hold on. Hold on. Things happen. You know how they
Yeah.
happen in this business.
No doubt. No doubt. So again, appreciate y'all's supports. And we'll have some fun this week talking about some great moments in Texas Sports Unfiltered. And we won't make this thing a morgue for the next 5 days. We'll have a normal show talking sports and having some fun like we typically do. Just from the bottom of our hearts, seriously, thank you all for allowing us to do this. This has been a ton of fun the last 3 football seasons. And really what this came down to, Buck, is, the first 2 years that we had TSU, Texas made it to the college football playoff semifinal.
Yeah. Oh no. So it's somebody's fault here.
And this year they didn't. So we have decided that we are not going to cover a non-playoff team. So we had to pull the plug on this whole operation. That's what's going on here.
They're going to have to do much better next year.
They're going to have to do much better for us to.
Even with still 12 teams. That's all you're getting.
Still 12 teams. Yeah, we'll have to talk about that throughout the course of this show because not surprising that they couldn't get something done, Buck.
No,
it's like if they can agree to something, then we'll have playoff expansion. But if they can't, then we're going to have to stick with 12, and that's what ended up happening there.
Yeah, they want to make everyone suffer for another year, but that's okay. That's okay. Texas is good enough to be in that 12.
Yeah.
Hey, just going to have to beat Ohio State game 2.
Going to have to beat Ohio State. That would definitely help if you can finally beat
really.
the guys. You don't have to beat them, and it helps that you don't have Georgia on your schedule this year.
It sure would be nice to beat them.
It would be really nice to beat them, but you don't have one of those other guaranteed losses on your slate. So we'll take that.
You can beat them in basketball. We see that.
We can beat them in basketball. Yeah. Shout out to the Texas men's basketball team for avenging that loss to the Dogs.
They're eating the dogs.
Yes, they did. The second half, boy, did they eat them.
Nice to actually be able to do that. So there you go. There's your announcement on a Monday morning. And again, we'll be talking about it more throughout the course of this week. Bucky and I, look, we're not going anywhere. The two of us together, we've got some things planned for us. And again, I mean, our entire team on Texas Sports Unfiltered, so many of these guys have other things planned as well. We'll let them announce what they've got going on throughout the day and throughout the week as well. All right, where do you want to start, Buck? I mean, we could go Texas basketball. We could go 12-team playoff.
Let's go winner chicken dinner for the basketball team. That was something I hadn't seen all year. The ball movement in the second half and guys cutting through the lane, guys backdooring, things like. I mean, I thought that was impressive. The display of organized offensive basketball for a change. Those guys did a good job. I mean. It's not just the fact that I thought they played better defense, but they played an offense that they had cutters through the lanes and guys making shots. It was good to see. It looked like a team that finally, understood each other finally.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, that second half was the best half of basketball they've played all year. I mean, and it wasn't a start to finish beatdown, right? You might see the final score and see that Texas won by 20, and you're thinking, oh, this thing was just a blowout from the opening tip. Texas was down 7 at halftime, and they were down 9 with like a minute left in the first half, and they looked like they were about to lose their third straight, and all of a sudden, you might want to go ahead and cancel your NCAA tournament watch parties because this team ain't going anywhere. And then in the second half, Buck, Texas outscored Georgia 57-30.
Yeah, that was quite a display. I mean, it was like somebody turned the switch on and said, "Hey, this is how you play offensive basketball."
Yeah.
When you don't have the ball,
Right. Yeah, I mean, look, Texas got hot. I mean, they made their first 7 shots from the field in the second half. They were 14 of their first 18 in the second half. And then for the entire second half, they shot a very nice 69%.
Wow.
So you shoot from that clip, and it was everybody. I mean, Tremont Mark and Dalen Swain were the 2 best players on the floor for either team. Those guys were the spark plugs for Texas. But everybody kind of got hot, and it felt like Texas was firing on all cylinders. And you're right. I mean, it wasn't just ISO ball. It was a lot of ball movement. Texas had 17 assists. They were spreading the love. And they made it look easy, really, on the offensive
Yeah, they
end.
did. Well, because nobody expects them to cut through the lanes, looking for the ball. Everybody expects them to throw it to one guy, and one guy will dribble it. Then you have to shoot a panic shot at the end of the clock. That ball was moving around. They weren't holding on to this for shot clock stuff. They look like the team that I expected Georgia to look like.
Yeah, well, it's interesting because Georgia entered that game as the number one offensive team in America, right? They were scoring 95 points per game, and Texas held them to 67. 6-7, Buck. 6-7.
6-7, great job.
That's 28 points below their season average. So, yeah, if we would have told you one team was going to get to 87 in this game, you probably would have thought it was going to be Georgia. But no, Texas, again, it wasn't just on offense. Defensively, they did a tremendous job shutting down what had been the most potent offense in college basketball throughout the course of the year. And, I think a big key to that was Texas didn't allow Georgia to get out and run. Like, Georgia was also number one in the country in fast break points per game.
Yeah, they didn't let them rebound and run. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, didn't have a bunch of live ball turnovers, didn't let them get out and run. Like, you could tell it was a point of emphasis and part of the game plan for Sean Miller to not allow Georgia to get easy buckets in transition. And they typically average about 25 fast break points per game. Texas held them to just 7 in that.
And they played good defense. They didn't, foul the living shit out of a lot of guys. They just played. They had their fouls, but they had not a good foul, but they had fouls where they were being aggressive. They weren't just hacking guys because they went by them. They didn't let guys get by them.
Yeah, it was a step in the right direction from a foul standpoint. I mean, they allowed Kentucky to shoot 35 free throws on Wednesday. Georgia was held to 25, which I think is a little more than Sean Miller would like, but obviously a much better showing defensively than
you probably like that to be 18 to 16 free throws. Anything in the 20s is kind of, no coaches like to hear they had 24 or 25 free throws.
Yeah, it's 2 games in a row where Texas has been like severely outshot from the line, and thankfully in this one it did not matter at all.
Yeah, because they were hitting their own shots. I mean, even the Pope was hitting the shots.
But Tremont Mark and Dalen Swain. I mean, Tremont Mark had 16 points in the second half. Texas went on a 12-2 run right out of the gate in the second half. And the Longhorns have been really bad in the first 4 minutes of those second halves, right? Like the A&M game is where it got away from them. Kentucky jumped out to a 6-0 run in the second half in Lexington. And for whatever reason, just coming out of the locker room, the Longhorns had looked pretty lethargic in a couple of recent games. They started on a 12-2 run, and Tremont Mark had 10 of those points.
Yeah, he's hit his 15-foot jumper, and he's not afraid to, with his back to the basket, turn around and elevate over you and shoot that jumper now. He feels pretty confident. I mean, yeah, he's going to get to where he's going to have one of those nights where he's going to shoot a bunch, he's going to miss a bunch, but he's not afraid to take that 15-footer now. And everything is not, I got to go to the rim, I got to take you down low, I got to go to the free throw line. He's not afraid to take a jumper now. I like that.
Well, he's 24 years old, so he's
well, maybe he should have a jump shot by now.
Added some things to his game over the years.
He's added a 15-footer. That should happen by this age, yes.
And he was incredibly efficient too, 10 of 16. And then how about Dalen Swain, man? I mean, I think I said it after the Longhorns' first game of the year that this guy was going to be a fan favorite. Dalen Swain was really good against Duke in that season opener. Obviously, a game the Longhorns lost, and it feels like that was 4 months ago now.
Yes.
But he just, from an early stage, showed that he was going to be a guy who does a little bit of everything for this basketball team. And he has. I mean, he leads Texas in points and rebounds and assists and steals and blocks. Like, he literally is the Swiss Army knife for this basketball team. And he has taken his game to another level, Buck. I mean, 29 points at Kentucky and then 26 on 12 for 16 shooting. I mean, this guy, he's not Trey Johnson. He's not going to just do this every single night like Trey Johnson kind of did last year. But this is the type of guy that you could sort of ride.
Not that kind of scorer. He's a defender too, and he'll play defense. Yeah, he does a little bit of everything. I enjoy watching him on Saturday.
I mean, but how about like the last 7 games for Dalen Swain? 34 against Mississippi State. He had the awful 5-point showing against Tennessee where he got benched. But since then, 18, 14, 17, 29, 26 for Dalen Swain. Like, he has taken his game to another level. And again, fan favorite. He might be here for 1 year because I think there's a very good chance he's going pro when this season is all said and done with what he's putting on tape right now. That guy is so fun to watch. And like you said, he had 5 steals on Saturday. That's the most steals for a Texas player in a game since 2023. So he did a little bit of everything and continues to do a little bit of everything for this team.
Yeah, I mean, the guy that gives you nothing still is number 7. That dude gives you. Yeah. This is, if they're expecting something to change with him, they better just keep on hoping because I don't see anything, ball skills or anything else that tells me, he can't get his own shot. He's going to have to come off of screens. If he's going to end up being a defender, he's got to do a lot more than what he's doing too.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you would think you win a game like that you get all sorts of contributions from everybody up and down your lineup. Right? You win 87 to 67 against a top 25 team. Texas had a total of 4 points from its bench. So that is still an issue, and that's not going to change this year.
Oh, no, it's not.
Kendall Weaver had 4, which he did a lot of other things. 4 rebounds, 4 assists. I mean,
that's more like him. And then when he gets 14 points, those are games you should win. If he gets 14, you should probably win the game.
Right. And those are going to be few and far between. But yeah, Kendall Weaver had 4, but that was it. I mean, Lucina Traore, 18 minutes, didn't even take a shot, let alone score. And then Simeon Wilcher, the guy you're talking about, Buck, 15 minutes, 0 for 4 shooting, 0 points. So Texas won this game because, the big 4, as you call them, or as you should call them, Swain, Mark Pope, and Modest Vokatitis, they all just got it rolling at the same time.
Yes.
So, they're going to need more than those other guys, or from those other guys, I think, to make some things happen. But look, it was the best half of basketball Texas has played all season. They out everything Georgia, just completely outclassed them. And I don't want to say it avenges the football loss, but it's nice to see us beat Georgia in something. And look, it kind of felt like the football game, just roles reversed, where football game was close for a little bit, and then in the second half, Georgia just ran away and hid. And basketball game, close for a bit. Second half, Texas runs away and hides.
Yeah, I like just the way the movement of the ball was when guys didn't have the ball in their hand. They didn't just sit in corners and stand still and come off the screens. I mean, there were a lot of cutters in this game. I never saw them cut through the lane so much, looking for the ball when they cut, and guys actually getting them the ball.
When's the last time you've said that about a Texas basketball team?
I've just not seen the ball move like that offensively in forever.
Well, it's funny. Like, here's sort of a crazy stat. So right now, Texas has the 12th most efficient offense in the nation. 360-something teams. Texas is number 12 in offensive efficiency, according to Ken Pom. Year 1 of Sean Miller, by the way.
Yeah, that's true. You're right.
When Texas made the Elite 8 in 2023, they were 15th in offensive efficiency. So right now, I know there's still a bunch of games left to be played this season. And look, this is not an Elite 8 team that Texas has. But right now, offensively, Texas is more efficient this year than they were in an Elite 8, should have been Final Four season a couple of years ago. And the last time Texas has had an offense this efficient was 2008. Another Elite 8 team. That was like DJ Augustine, Damian James, AJ Abrams, Connor Ashton. Like, that's as long as it's been since Texas basketball has had an offense as efficient as the one that we are seeing in year 1 of the Sean Miller era.
Yeah, I liked the way the offense moved. I really did. And it looked like this wasn't something that – it looks like something that was growing. It's something that they really paid attention to, that we need to do this when we don't have the ball. You guys need to be moving. We can't just come off of high screens by our big guy and you come off and maybe take a shot, a little pick and roll. The guys were cutting through the lanes, and Georgia was having a hard time keeping up with guys. Some of those guys got some nice open shots right at the rim, which was nice, and they made their shots at the rim.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a full-on assing in the second half.
Now, I don't know, as you said, can you expect this every game? I think you can expect this kind of offense, but I just don't know if they can rebound with teams. You can't leave everybody to the boards. I don't know if they can rebound with some of these other teams that have, some big forwards, some power forward type of guys.
The rebounding's been okay this year. It's just the defense that's been the biggest issue. Again, I mean, Texas, actually, they went up to 11th in offensive efficiency. So I checked Saturday after the game because of everything else that happened around the country. They actually moved up a spot in terms of that. So they're 11th in offensive efficiency. That's the good, Buck. They're 99th in the country in defensive efficiency. That's the not so good. So that's their big issue right there, is they just don't do a good enough job of really anything defensively, keeping guys in front of them, forcing turnovers, contesting shots, playing without fouling. Obviously, the virus that Coach Miller talked about last week that went viral. There's so much room for improvement there. But again, we saw it in the second half on Saturday. So like we know they're capable of playing a good defensive half, at least. I don't know if I could say full game, but now it's that can you get closer with the defense? Because offensively, there's no doubt this is a tournament team. I mean, this is a second weekend offense right now, but defensively, this is an NIT team. So can they bring that group up to speed a little bit more?
Well, they're athletic enough. I mean, we saw that Saturday. I mean, they're running up and down with a team that loves to run. So athletically, they stayed in front of them well enough. And they offensively, athletically, they got the ball where they wanted to get it. So it's sure they could, but can they do that for two halves of a game? I don't know.
Big question. Big question. Here's Sean Miller after the game, the head coach of the Texas basketball team, kind of talking about what his team did and just how important of a second half that was for his squad.
I thought at halftime, it was a moment of truth for us in our season. Just putting it out there, like how the first half felt. We were disjointed. Thought Georgia was the better team. We weren't a smart group. Modest struggled mightily in the first half. And, you're down 37-30 at home, and, you've lost a few in a row. And this is the SEC. There's no easy opportunity in sight. You could really dig yourself into a big, big hole. So I was interested to see our response after halftime. No magic wand at halftime. We kind of talked about what we needed to do and wanted to get back on the court and get off to a good start in the second half, and we did that.
He said we weren't very smart in the first half.
Yeah. And Dalen Swain after the game, in his press conference basically said, like, Coach Miller challenged us. I mean, he's like, hey, we could fold it in, but this is a long season ahead, and, let's see what we're made of. And apparently Sean Miller gave that speech, like left the locker room for a few minutes, and the players all challenged each other like, hey, let's get out there. Like, let's find a way to go win this game. And they did. So, yeah, whatever Sean Miller actually said at halftime, bottle that up, use that again. Because you got a lot more games left to play. So make sure you, whatever you did to get that type of performance out of your team, make sure you can go back to that well.
I mean, that's just a nice film that you can watch over and over and watch yourself cutting to the hoop and guys off the ball moving and not standing in corners and not waiting for the next guy. I mean, the one-on-one battles, they were winning in the second half. But not only that, is even when they were winning there were still guys cutting to the hoop when a guy would have an advantage, just in case you want to dump it off. I'll be right here for you.
And it was kind of cool. Like, I don't think this was Sean Miller, quote unquote, running up the score. I think he was just really enjoying what he was seeing from his players. Like, Dalen Swain played 39 minutes in that game, which if you would have told me before tip-off he was going to play 39 out of 40, I would have said, yeah. But I wouldn't have said Texas is going to win by 20. Like, he had the chance to take Dalen Swain out with 3-4 minutes left. The game was over at that point. But he left most of those starters out there until the very end. I think he wanted them to, like, see what they were capable of doing.
Yeah, plus you want them to keep that feeling. You want them to feel that the way it was going.
Yeah, exactly. Like, he enjoyed it, I think, and he knew the fans were enjoying it too. But I think it's like, okay, guys, this is how we can play. When we're all together, when we're doing what you're talking about, Buck, moving around on offense, when we're moving our feet on defense, when we're getting out and running, we can beat a top 25 team by 20 points. Like, this is who we can be as a team. I'm not taking anybody out because we need to keep doing this.
Yeah, you need to keep that feeling going. Why don't lose it now? Don't have a guy sit on the bench and become a cheerleader. He needs to be out there still playing. It was fine.
What a feeling.
Plus, it was Georgia. Who cares?
Yeah. And Sean Miller said no magic wand. That was a pretty magical second half of basketball. And, Buck, I think we're back up to double-digit fans.
Yeah, I think you're there. I think you're about 25.
Whoa.
25, yeah.
I thought we lost a bunch after the
No, but
Kentucky and A&M games.
that showing right there will get you 25. Just you can still get them in a minibus. Don't worry about it. It's not great.
You're putting us in a short bus? What are you saying about
No,
us?
you can still get them in a little Volkswagen Mini. You can get 25 of you to go to these games. Get on the road and go to some of these away games.
We're not even in a short bus. We're in a station wagon still.
Minivan, Volkswagen van, the old Volkswagen van.
Oh,
Sliding door to the side, maybe a little sink in there.
Could you fit 25 people in there?
Not really.
I was gonna say we'd be
Not the group
sitting
that
on.
not the ones that follow you, not those big uns.
Oh, everyone who likes Texas basketball is fat now.
No, I'm just saying you got a few that could take up a few seats. So I don't think you're not 25, not in that. But you're going. You can get. You're starting to. You get another game like that. You're gonna go from 25 to 40 in a hurry.
Yeah, I like that. I hope you're right. Well, 2 road games for Texas this week. They're at Auburn on Wednesday and then at OU this Saturday. The problem is, Buck, neither of those teams are ranked. Texas, 3 ranked wins in 14 days. They've got 4 ranked wins this season, which is top 5 in the country.
And they got to play these sloughers.
They can't beat the unranked teams. They beat the good teams. They can't beat the good teams. And their next 6 games are all against unranked teams. So hypothetically, it's like, well, here's a chance for Texas to make up some ground and like solidify a spot in the tournament.
I
But
agree.
they have to prove that they can win on the road and also that they can beat teams outside of the top 25. As weird as that sounds.
That emphasis on your offense, and please just don't foul the shit out of everybody. You know what I'm saying?
No virus.
Don't foul the living shit out of teams. Bad teams on the road, especially bad teams. You know.
Let's see. Do we still have that cut up here? Where is that? Is this the?
I saw that all weekend. That was.
Here we
That
go.
was
Yeah, they played that during the broadcast on Saturday.
What our team, and this is a Texas problem, is we have a virus called fouling. And it has plagued us from the opening tip of the first game until tonight. It's not the officials. It's not Kentucky. We will foul the living shit out of you.
I mean, it's gold. And look, it
You
feels like every time.
you can tell that dude was in the Big East. He's starting to sound like Luke Harnasecca more and more every time he gives an interview.
I hope he has
starting
that
to sound
kind of
like old
success.
Lou.
Hope he has that kind of success here at Texas.
Wow.
Luke Harnasecca, one of the best college basketball coaches of all time.
All he
Hall
needs
of
is his
Famer.
sweater. All he needs is his sweater now. That'd be awesome.
Yeah. By the way, you'll get a kick out of this. One more piece of sound from the Texas basketball postgame press conference. This is Dalen Swain. We like metaphors, and Sean Miller's a big metaphor guy, right? The crossing of the street. I mean, that's the best one he's used all year. Calling fouling a virus is pretty damn good too. I mean, he's all over that. And this is one that I think will hit home with you. This is Dalen Swain. He was asked again in the postgame presser, like, what has Sean Miller been saying? What's he been doing? Like, how has he been motivating you guys to keep getting up off the mat after you go through these little losing skids? Here's Dalen Swain.
Coach Miller has a really good way with like analogies. He kind of shows us different perspectives of, like he showed us a horse race, and there's a lot of horses in one pack together towards like the first quarter mile of the race, and it's kind of just about maybe you won't start off in front, and all the horses together, nobody knows the names of any of them, but if you just keep going and keep running as fast as you can end up winning the race as long as you keep going. You can't let a fast start or a slow start affect you. Just keeping your head up and keep pushing. So it was a good way of motivating us. I think it worked for sure.
Yeah, I mean, don't lose sight of the pack. You may be behind that pack, but don't lose sight of them. They're right there. There's somebody in that pack is going to slow down. Some of them are going to get tired. That's when you got to be able to speed up. Just don't lose sight of the pack. And right now, this team is that's for them. It's not even losing sight of the pack. It's just doing some things that they needed to be doing from day one, like Sean Miller says about the fouling. These are some of the things, the basic fundamentals of offense that you should have been doing the first week of practice, cutting without the ball, not standing around watching somebody else. They look like they're just getting to some of the fundamentals, BK,
Yeah.
And that's okay.
Sure. A long season, right? And I mean, this is a sport. Like it pains me to say, as a guy who watches college basketball from game one every single year, But this is a sport that is totally defined by what happens in March.
Yes.
So as long as you're playing your best basketball in February and March, then nothing that you do in November, December, even January matters all that much.
Yeah, and are you making progress? Are you making real, true progress in year one? And you can see that in just what the players think of the coach and how they think of him. They're starting to understand that his metaphors and some of his lingo, there's really meaning to what he's saying. He's not just saying it to get a laugh.
Yeah. No, I like it. I mean, I like it a lot. I figured you as a horse racing guy and your cousin as a horse racing guy would get a kick out of that one. And it's crazy. I'm looking at the SEC standings right now. Texas is 4-3 against top 25 teams. There are only 3 teams in the conference that have winning records against the AP top 25. One of them is Georgia, who's 1-0 against ranked teams. That's it. The other one's Tennessee, who's 3-2. But Texas, 4 wins, 3 losses against the top 25. Meanwhile, tell me if this sounds familiar, Buck. Texas A&M is in first place in the SEC. They have not played a single top 25 team yet this year. That sound like football a little bit?
Sounds like all their schedules.
Yeah, like they beat up on a bunch of bad teams in SEC football, and finally when they started, playing ranked teams, Texas and Miami, they lost. And basketball, they're first place in the league right now, which give them some credit for that. But Texas has already played 7 top 25 teams, and A&M has played 0.
Wow.
Pretty insane. But there you go. Nice win for Texas men's basketball.
I like it.
And they will, again, be back at it on the road Wednesday night at Auburn before a trip to Norman on Saturday. All right, we will take your thoughts. The code to text line, 512-222-9328. The YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chats are rocking and rolling as well. Before we shift gears, we got some NFL to get into, some college football to talk about, some Longhorn football to talk about. But before any of that, how about our first round of sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, with my bad back, I was searching for the right support for years and years, and nothing gave me the comfort my back needed until I met the folks over at Relax the Back. Live pain-free. That's right, sold by me. Folks, Relax the Back embraces a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle based on 36 years, of proven expertise, and my back couldn't be happier. I'm sitting in my Relax the Back chair, and no, I did not move it. I sat in a big Totco for 2 straight days, did not move my chair. And so now I'm getting that relief that I really, really needed for the last 2 days by sitting in this wonderful desk chair right now. And this chair is fantastic. It really supports my lumbar and my hip area, which I need. And for those that have neck problems, thoracic problems, shoulder problems, please go to Relax the Back. They're 2 great stores, and find something that's going to fit you right, whether it's Tempur-Pedic mattresses, pillow sets, zero gravity recliners, office chairs, office desks. They have them all at Relax the Back. 2 great locations. One is at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center, right across the street from a Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Yes, indeed. Love Relax the Back. Also love our friends at Centex Tickets. If you are looking for tickets for any event coming to town, whether it's a game, whether it's a concert, whether it's a comedy show, a Broadway show, a play, whatever, our friends at Centex Tickets have you covered. I'm scrolling through their website right now. Tons of great shows coming to town. Gabriel Iglesias coming to town this week. We got, of course, Texas basketball tickets, Austin Spurs tickets, Texas Stars tickets. How about Mary Poppins, Buck?
Yes, indeed. Just a spoonful of sugar helps the medicine go down.
There you go. Coming to Concert Hall at Lake Travis Performing Arts Center later this week. Yeah, any event. Seriously, you want seats, you can get them at centextickets.com. And don't forget to use our promo code, Centex10. You type that in at checkout, you're going to get 10% off of any ticket purchase. Shop local. Shop our friends at centextickets.com.
I may have to go see Mary Poppins. I like Fiddler on the Roof. I got to go see a little Mary Poppins. But for Julie Andrews, is Julie Andrews still alive? I got to believe, I'm going to say yes. I think I would have known if Julie Andrews had passed away.
I don't even know who that is. Is that bad?
Oh, she was Mary Poppins.
Julie Andrews, according to Wikipedia, still alive. 90.
Yeah. Nice number.
Wow.
Nice number. Let's say hello to our friends over at Hat Creek Burger, because I did go there Friday for chili.
No way.
Yes, indeed. Fabulous chili. Fabulous chili. Now my favorite.
No fingers in there?
No fingers, no nothing. Just, I had to add they said, what would you like added? So, I guess most of the time when I went to the other place, that stuff was already in it. Like cheese was in it, a little bit of onion. So they asked you, and they give you the cup to put it in yourself. Dude, I ate the chili as I drove. I've got onions all over the place. I got the cheese between my legs. I mean, I had some cheese between my legs for sure. But yes, it was delicious. I mean, now I'm a Hat Creek Burger chili fan. Nice size, not a big, you just get a regular chili. I don't think they have a large. They just have a regular size chili. They don't play around. But with that chili, I also had a shake.
You had chili and a shake?
Yeah, what a mix.
Oh, thank God. Thank God the water stayed on this weekend.
Oh, my goodness. Chili and a shake. It was delicious. Hat Creek Burger, their food is fantastic. Now I'm a big fan of their chili, but, of course, I love the cheeseburger, double cheese, big hat, and I love the fries, and I love the milkshakes. So I did have a large milkshake with that chili. It wasn't a great mix, but it was good.
Sounds delicious, though.
It was absolutely fantastic. And folks, some of the Hat Creek Burger locations have breakfast, so I guarantee their waffles and their breakfast tacos are delicious too. And for mom and dad in the evenings, if you want to have a little cocktail, you can go ahead, get yourself a margarita at Hat Creek while the kids hang around the playscape. And there are over 25 Hat Creek locations throughout the state of Texas. Love that Hat Creek Burger.
Oh, yeah. Love Hat Creek Burger. Fantastic stuff. And yeah, their breakfast tacos are very good. I can attest to that. All right, good stuff there. Also, some love to our friends at McCall Custom Homes. Speaking of good stuff, speaking of bathrooms, if you want to renovate a bathroom, you can do it with McCall Custom Homes. If you want to remodel a kitchen, you can do it with McCall Custom Homes. If you want to add some life to your outdoor space, I know the thought of that right now doesn't sound fun, but it's Austin. It's Central Texas. It's going to warm up. You're going to want to be outside when it does. McCall Custom Homes can elevate your home here in 2026. All you have to do is reach out to them. They've been around for ever. I mean, it's a father-son team with more than 4 decades of experience. Custom home builders, they can start from scratch, but also custom home renovators as well. Top quality at affordable prices. They're offering free estimates to TSU listeners. They're not only licensed and insured, obviously, they're also A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. Tons of 5-star reviews online. They're the very best at what they do. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com, where you can reach out to our buddy Mike McCall directly, 512-633-9580.
Yeah, very fortunate. I had a couple places that I reach out to, when the weather comes, what should I do? And, of course, I told folks to call Travis. Travis got a few phone calls at Woods Comfort Systems. As I said, they've been doing it for close to 70 years. About winterizing, that late winterization, as some of you did, because some of you waited till like Saturday morning to make phone calls to him. He's like, that's all right. But he got it done, and then I asked Mike McCall, of course. Mike McCall gave me something that I didn't know about. He said, if you're going to run your water, like leave it dripping inside the house, the furthest away from where your hot water heater is, that's all you need. You don't have to do every sink. I've been, all my life, I've been doing every bathroom, just a little drip and letting it go. He says, no, dude. He says, you don't have to do it to every bathroom, just the one that's furthest away from where the hot water heater is of your house. Just drip that one. And just if you got double sinks, you only have to drip the one. You don't have to drip both of them. Dude, I've probably was losing gallons and gallons of water all my life of doing it. So now I know I only need to do one sink. And just, leave the cabinet to your kitchen sink where you have a lot of heat in your house. Just leave that open a little bit. You don't have to open it wide open. He said, just slightly have it ajar unless it just closes automatically. He said, that'll do it. It doesn't take, he said, homes are so well insulated right now that it's hard for your pipes at your house to freeze unless you don't do anything. You just go to bed and you got 5 straight days of freezing temperatures and you don't take a shower. You don't get the water moving. You don't use the toilet. You're just there. He said that can happen to you. He said, but the furthest away. So I learned that little lesson. And Travis said that he appreciated the phone calls and he's ready to help anybody, not only during the winter months, but in the summer months, what you can do to keep it cool in your house too. They appreciated that at Woods Comfort Systems.
WoodsComfortSystems.com. Yeah, no, I mean, I've told a lot of stories on this show about my apartment complex and the water problems we've had here. Right?
You can't afford to be letting the water. You can't afford to let the water run, huh?
Well, I'm hearing all those tips, and I'm like, no, you know what? That's not going to work for me. mean, I've got 3 sinks, right? I'm in a 2x2 apartment, so I've got the 2 bathrooms in the kitchen. And yeah, every cabinet's open, every faucet is dripping. We're not taking any chances because the pipes burst at my place when it's 80 degrees outside.
Yeah, that's true. It doesn't have to be 0.
So we're not taking any chances around here. That may be good advice for you homos out there, short for homeowners, by the way.
There you go.
Derogatory terms on this show. We don't do that.
We don't do that to anyone.
No, absolutely not. But dude, we're dripping. We're still dripping right now. Cabinets are open. We are dripping. And I turned it into a game where I try to I don't like wasting water, right? This whole concept scares me. I'm a 5-minute shower. Like I don't leave the water on when I'm brushing my teeth or shaving or anything like that. So I try to get like the least amount of drippage possible every time. It's like a game where I want like 1 drip every 45 seconds coming out of that.
Yeah.
I don't like the people who just like leave it basically like slightly running. I don't need that. Just a little drip in the drip.
It's slightly, just like you said, just a little drip of warm water. It'll be just fine.
That's it.
Keep it going. Plus, like I said, I had a heater in my little pump house that's out there. That baby's been going on. I haven't even gone out. My wife wouldn't even let me go out there to check it yesterday. She goes, "You can't walk down that little hill." She goes, "You will slide all the way to the fence." I'm like, I grew up in this. What is wrong with you? What are you talking about? Pennsylvania had between 15 and 20 inches of snow back there. I was talking to people. I got, I was texting with people there. It's like 15 and it's at least, I was hearing, we're more than 15 inches here. I'm like, oh, you got to be kidding me. I even thought of that, BK.
It's pretty funny because they still have school up there in those states.
Oh yeah. They'll be.
And we had like 0 snow in Central Texas. I mean, maybe some parts got some, but basically no snow. And
yeah, we don't want our drivers. We don't want our drivers that are, skilled drivers taking our kids in their little yellow bus sliding off the roads. Right? There's no need to.
Oh, for sure. No, this is not me complaining about that. I just think it's hilarious, like the difference in society down here versus up there.
Oh no, I would have been. I can't imagine. Even thinking my kids have been right out there at the bus stop in this waiting.
Yeah.
Get out there, that bus stop, get yourself to school. You're not hanging around. You've been hanging around here all weekend long.
Oh, man. Yes, indeed.
Sun's coming up, baby. Here it comes.
There we go. All right. Where to next, Buck? Should we talk about these NFL games?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Did I make the people some money?
You did. You were 1-1 on your picks, but your big pick was on the Seattle Seahawks. -2.5, and they barely got it for you.
Easy money.
4-point win. It's funny. Those teams, the Seahawks and the Rams, played 3 times this season. Yesterday was the biggest margin of defeat in all 3 of those games. You had a 1-point game, you had a 2-point game, and you had a 4-point game between Seattle and Los Angeles this year. I wish we could see them play 5 more times. In spectacular theater. Yeah, that game was incredible. Back and forth, so many highs, so many lows, some boneheaded mistakes by both teams. But ultimately, the Seattle Seahawks get the job done, and they win the NFC for the 4th time, going for their 2nd Super Bowl. Obviously, the biggest moment, 4th down and 4, just under 5 minutes to go. The Rams had put together a 14-play, 84-yard drive that took 7.5 minutes off the clock. And they were down by 4. I don't think they were trying to go super slow, but it was just a methodical, efficient march down the field. They get inside the 10-yard line. They're about to score and take the lead in the last few minutes. And then it's a 3rd and 4. Rams get a stop. They force an incompletion. And then 4th down and 4. Matt Stafford looking to the end zone. Seahawks stop it again, another incompletion. And I know the Rams had one final chance at the end, but the Seahawks got the ball back. They picked up a couple of first downs and basically put the game on ice. That was sensational, man. Just a thriller in every sense of the word.
Sam Darnold played well, too.
Oh, my God. I mean, both quarterbacks. Like, it was a total opposite. We'll obviously talk about the AFC Championship game in a moment, but the first game was all defense and just tough offense to watch. Obviously, the weather had a lot to do with that. But the second game, I mean, it was both quarterbacks. Now, Sam Darnold, 346 yards and 3 touchdowns. Matt Stafford, 374 yards and 3 touchdowns. No interceptions for either of them. Like, it was just a great display of quarterback play in that one.
Yeah, and wide receiver play was unbelievable too. I mean, guys are making unbelievable catches. You know.
I didn't know if you were stopping that sentence right there.
Oh no, yeah, that was it. That some of the catches were incredible.
Yeah, I mean, Jackson Smith and Jigba had a huge day, right? 10 catches, 153 yards, and a touchdown. Cooper Kupp, how about against his former team?
Yes.
Right? I don't think he has any animosity towards the LA Rams or anything like that. I mean, had a bunch of great years there, but
he's just got fantastic hands.
Yeah, I mean, it had to be a great feeling for him. Like, in that moment, it would have probably sucked to have watched his former team go on to the Super Bowl, and he left to go sign somewhere else. Instead, he gets the last laugh, 4 catches for him.
He has a Super Bowl ring with them, right?
He does. Yeah. He was
MVP, wasn't he?
No, yes.
I think he was the MVP the year they won.
Yeah, the year they beat the Bengals. I think you're right on that. I got to double check that. But, yeah, he was really good. Obviously, Puka and Devontae were doing their thing. Here, my beef with the Rams here, and I don't know if this is on McVay. I don't know if this is on Stafford. I don't know who we put the blame on here. But on those 2 plays, right? 3rd and 4 and 4th and 4 from the 6-yard line. It's basically 3rd and 4th in season for the Rams. You know who Matt Stafford threw to on those plays?
He threw to the tight end.
He threw to Kanata Mumpfield, who had 10 catches all year. That was the guy who got the ball on 3rd down. And then on the 4th down play, he went to Terrence Ferguson, who's like the 3rd string tight end who had 11 catches all year. So you have Puka Nacua, who's maybe the best receiver in the game. You got Devontae Adams, who's a Hall of Famer. You've got, your number 1 tight end with Colby Parkinson. You've got 2 running backs who are very good weapons out of the backfield. I mean, you've got all sorts of guys you could go to in that spot. And instead, you throw to Mumpfield and Ferguson, 2 guys that most people outside of Los Angeles have no idea even exist.
And nobody's even going to cover them, and they're not going to get the ball to them. And that one was well covered. That one to the tight end.
Yeah, no, both. It's not like, the guys dropped them. Like, it's just everybody was covered. And Stafford, instead of like, all right, who am I going to trust? These guys are covered. Who am I going to go to in this spot here? Do I go to
if they're covered, am I going to trust those guys or am I going to trust the other guys?
Exactly. And to me, it's like you got a first-team All-Pro wide receiver in Puka Nacua. You got a Hall of Famer, Devontae Adams. The guy's got a freaking Taco Bell in his house.
Yes.
Go to one of those 2. If you're going to go down with them.
Right.
I could not believe that. Again, I don't know if it was play call or just Stafford. And again, Seattle deserves a ton of credit. They stepped up when they needed to on defense after the Rams got a lot of what they wanted offensively. But I couldn't believe that season on the line, that's what you're doing.
Yeah.
Blew my mind. So, obviously, a huge moment in the game was the muffed punt. I mean, Seattle probably loses that game if not for that, right? Early in the second half, I mean, Seahawks get the ball first. They're up 4. They get 1 first down and then punt it, and then you get the muffed punt. Like, Rams are about to get the ball back, down by 4. Felt like they maybe found something offensively towards the end of that first half, and then the punter or the punt returner muffs it. The Seahawks get the ball inside the red zone. Very first play, they score a touchdown, and then LA was playing catch-up pretty much from that moment on.
Yeah, and then the taunting one was ridiculous. I mean, I may have sent that guy to the locker room.
Oh my God!
But he stayed in the game, and he was the guy covering the tight end on that one play.
You're right. No, both teams had like boneheaded moments, right? For the Rams, it was the muffed punt. But see, what was it? A 3rd and 13.
3rd and 12.
Yeah, 3rd and 12. The Seahawks are up, I think 9, maybe 10 at this point.
And they had momentum going. They looked like they were ready to just get me the ball back and we'll score again.
Yeah, they get a stop, right? 3rd and long, they get off the field, and then their DB, was it Witherspoon, I think.
No, it was the other guy.
It was Woolen. It was Tariq Woolen.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Tariq Woolen, Fort Worth, Texas's own, UTSA's own. He starts like talking trash to the bench.
Yeah, I'm like, you're not even talking to an individual. You're talking to all of these guys.
Right.
One of their coaches was right there. Why are you even talking?
He got like this close to one of their assistant coaches. I thought it was McVay at first. It wasn't. He just went right up to one of their assistants. And it's like, look, the refs were letting them chirp. I mean, these are division rivals. These guys don't like each other. They were letting all sorts of back and forth go. But you can't go up to an opposing coach on the sideline and get right into his face.
With every official right there. They're all right there on the sideline.
And obviously the Rams get that free first down. They ended up scoring a touchdown later that drive. And it's like, oh, my God. It felt like Seattle was about to put this game away. And then you have this happen. And now you give the Rams some new life. And here's Matthew Stafford. And that was, you're right. I mean, there were a couple of just boneheaded moments there.
Yeah, because I thought Seattle, if they were getting that ball back, we're going to get it and score again. They were on a roll right there. They're about to stretch out that lead, I thought. And that really put them back because those guys were arguing. They were after him on the sideline. You know, the rookie was in his face, like, what the hell are you doing?
Yeah, it was a bizarre moment. Yeah, it was 31-20 at that time. And Seahawks were about to get the ball back. And instead, Rams keep it. They get the touchdown.
Yes.
The Seahawks only had 2 drives in the fourth quarter. They didn't score a point. They punted on both of their drives. But again, because that Rams possession took so long and they ended up with nothing, and that was the difference in the football game. Like, if you're going to bleed out the clock like that, Rams, you got to find a way to score, and they couldn't do it.
You know what? And that, let me tell you, and everybody talks about the home field advantage. Man, it sounded loud over the TV. Like, I mean, it's hard to hear there.
It's real. No, it's real. I mean, they call themselves the 12s. They've got the A&M 12th man bit, which a little ridiculous, and that place is loud. That place is one of the toughest places to play in football. And yeah, I mean, I think that was the difference in the game. I think if that game is played in Los Angeles, the Rams probably win.
Sure.
But yeah, Seattle playing in front of that home crowd. I mean, Matt Stafford, they were doing silent count. Every time he was getting under center, he'd basically like slap his center's ass. They showed that on the broadcast, like on a little montage. Just Matthew Stafford, he couldn't hear him. The center's right in front of him. Matthew Stafford's right there, and they had to go silent count the entire game. So yeah, that's a legit crowd. And how about Sam Darnold, Buck? I mean, this guy was cast off by everybody. Former top 3 pick of the NFL draft. Goes to the Jets. The thing that he was most known for, I think 2 things. Number 1, he got mono and had to miss some games, and everybody was making fun of him for that. And number 2, the seeing ghost comment. Remember?
Oh, yeah.
I'm seeing ghost out there, and that went viral. And then that was like basically Sam Darnold's career for the first few years is he's a total bust, and he's seeing ghosts, and he's a joke, and he's never going to amount to anything in the league, and what a waste. And now
that dude is firing the ball now.
Playing for a Super Bowl. Yeah, he went blow for blow with the future Hall of Famer, Matthew Stafford. And he was the biggest reason why Seattle won that football game yesterday. Again, 346 yards and 3 touchdowns, 0 turnovers. He wasn't just bus driver. Like against San Francisco, he didn't have to do anything because everybody else was so good. But in this game, like they weren't running the ball all that well. 26 carries for 75 yards for Seattle. Obviously, the defense was giving up some points. Like Sam Darnold had to put that team on his back. I didn't know he was capable of doing that. Even this year when he played so well, I was like, man, if he has to go out and win a football game against an elite team, can he do it? I wasn't sure the answer was yes. It was a resounding yes.
Yeah, he's gonna have to do it again because I don't think they're going to be able to run the ball against New England. So they're going to have to throw the ball. They're going to have to move the ball down the field.
And think about it. I mean, Sam Darnold, that stacked 2018 draft class with Baker Mayfield, with Josh Allen, with Lamar Jackson.
Oh, yeah.
All also going in the first round. Throw Josh Rosen in there too, the chosen Rosen. Sam Darnold, the first of those guys to get to a Super Bowl. I don't think any of us saw that coming.
No.
Again, based on the way his career started. Before we get to that other game, Buck, here is Sam Darnold, his post-game Q&A with Tom Rinaldi after the NFC Championship victory.
What does the moment mean you're going to the Super Bowl? It's amazing. To be able to do it with these guys, though, in this locker room, with this coaching staff, that's why it means the world to me. How do you describe the journey it took to get here, Sam? Oh, I haven't really thought about that much, Tom, to be honest with you. But, no, it's just I take it one day at a time. That's it. One day at a time, every single day. And like I said, to be able to do it with these guys out here, this locker room, it's a special group, and I wouldn't want to do it with anyone else.
One check at a time.
One check at a time. Does this not hurt you at all?
That Sam Darnold's not playing for the Minnesota Vikings?
Yeah. He won 14 games for your team last year, and you guys let him walk, and now he's playing in the Super Bowl.
We have JJ. We're fine. He gets banged up a little bit, but we're okay.
When do the Vikings play next?
They play next fall. They'll play late summer, September. They'll have some preseason games that we'll think about.
Oh, so they're not going to be in the Super Bowl?
No, they're not going to be in the Super Bowl. And I thought Sam Darnold was fine last year. I was surprised they got rid of him.
Yeah, it was a weird situation.
I didn't want that to happen.
It was a weird situation for Minnesota, right? Because they literally spent not only a first-round pick, but a top 10 pick on J.J. McCarthy. And it's like, what do you do, And Sam Darnold was really bad in the playoff game last year that the Vikings lost.
Yes.
He was really bad. They had that Week 18 game against, who was it, San Francisco last year?
Is that the game he was seeing ghosts when he kept getting sacked?
Yeah, I mean, they had a Week 18 game where it's like, if they win, they would have been the 1 seed. And if it was against Detroit. It was against the Lions. And it's like the winner of this game is the 1 seed. The loser has to be the wild card. Sam Darnold was horrible in that game. So the Vikings had to go on the road for the playoffs. He was horrible in the playoff game. So for as good as he was in the regular season, he sucked in the 2 biggest moments. So that was, I guess, why Minnesota's like, we drafted this top 10 quarterback and Sam Darnold couldn't get it done in a big spot. So we don't think he's ever going to get it done in a big spot. So we'll see you later. And
yeah, I think they jumped off that dude's ship way too soon.
Yeah, they did. I mean, and they aren't alone. Like the Jets obviously traded him. The Panthers had him. They let him walk. The 49ers had him as a backup. They let him go. And then Minnesota last year, he wins 14 games, and they don't keep him around.
Yeah, Justin Jefferson is probably wishing he was on that team. I guarantee you that.
Oh, my God. Yeah, of course. I mean, I think there's a million players around the league who wish they were on that team right now. It's a total team for sure. They don't have any weaknesses, but and Sam Darnold. Sometimes all you need is somebody to believe in you. And the Seahawks believed, like, they traded Geno Smith. There were people thinking getting rid of Geno Smith was a bad move. Like, what are you doing, Seattle? You're getting rid of Geno for this guy?
Yes.
And, yeah, it ended up being the rightest decision.
Yeah, remember they paid Geno some big money too.
They did. And then they let him go. They sent him off to Vegas, and Vegas has the number 1 pick in the draft, and Seattle's playing for a title.
Yeah, and Vegas will be looking for a quarterback after they just got this dude. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, Mendoza's there. So congrats to Sam Darnold for sure. AFC Championship game, Buck. Again, the second game was very aesthetically pleasing if you're a fan of offense. The first game, the exact opposite. I mean, if you like defense and if you like those NFL films, winter tundra type of settings, you got that in Denver yesterday. Patriots 10, Broncos 7. Buck, there were 3 points in the second half of this football game. That was it.
Yeah, I hated to see that weather, but that's how football's been. You don't go to a neutral site and play those games or play it indoors at that time of year. It's just football. But sorry, you play football in the rain. You play everything except in the lightning. So it's just the way it is. And I hate that for fans. It was actually a beautiful day to start there in Denver. The sun was shining. It was still 25, 30 degrees, but it was nice. At the beginning of the game, I'm like, they're going to have a nice game. But, they needed a weatherer for sure because you need to get every point you can. And when Sean Payton's bypassing field goals for 4th down plays, not in that game.
Yeah.
Don't you back up quarterback. Get that guy every point he can get.
I know. And you knew even without the weather, it was going to be a defensive struggle between those two teams.
For sure.
And it felt like points were going to be at a premium, and everybody hates on Tony Romo, but Tony Romo said it in real time. It's like 4th down and 1. Denver takes a timeout, and Romo's like, man, they should take the points here. And I know he wasn't alone. Like, there were people at home like, dude, you got to kick it here. In this game, like, take 3, go up by 2 scores, ride your defense to a victory. And Sean Payton coached that game. All week long, he was saying there's going to be no drop-off from Bo Nix to Jarrett Stidham. Like, we love Stiddy. Stiddy's our guy. He's so good.
Yeah.
Y'all are about to learn how good this dude is. He coached that game like he had an all-pro at quarterback. And really, he had a guy who hadn't started in more than 2 years at quarterback, and it was a bad decision.
Points, man. Take those points.
Yeah, and he didn't. And obviously, with what the weather turned into, it was a freaking blizzard in the second half of that game, and nobody could do anything on offense. Obviously, neither kicker could make a kick in the second half.
I was really surprised at how they handled the ball. They didn't, no fumbles by the running backs. They didn't drop the ball. They dropped some passes, but, the the guys were getting hit. That was pretty good defense. Both of those teams have good defense, and guys were hitting hard, but they weren't coughing that bad boy up.
The only fumble actually happened before the snowstorm. It was Jarrett Stidham with one of the dumbest plays you'll ever see a quarterback make.
Oh, that two-handed, whatever he thought that was.
Right. I mean, he ran 15 yards back, and instead of throwing away, he tries a little chest pass that goes backwards, recovered for a fumble. It should have been a scoop and score. The refs blew the play dead because they thought it was incomplete. They effed that up. I wasn't rooting for the Patriots, but thankfully, in terms of getting it right, the Patriots did score a touchdown on the ensuing possession. But, dude, that is a play.
They're back in the Super Bowl.
Right. Yeah. I mean, 2 years after Belichick leaves, you're thinking, all right. I mean, they were 4-13 the last 2 years. And it's like, here we go. They're about to be horrible for like a decade. Hopefully it's 2, because they were so good for 2 decades. It's like, hopefully they're that bad for the next 20 years. And instead, 3 seasons later, they're back in the big game.
Yeah, and their guys like booty catching passes. Wait till they start really getting it rolling. When they get some other players in there, look out.
Well, I mean, that was.
But I like their defense. Their defensive line is stout now.
Yeah, it's a great defense. Obviously, C.J. Stroud found that out, and Stiddy found that out yesterday.
Sorry about that, Stiddy.
Yeah, I mean, a tough situation. There's a reason New England was favored. Denver did cover the line. I'm sure some of
y'all. What was that? Did I get the hooked on that?
It was 4.5, and it was a 3-point game. So,
yeah,
not really.
No.
But yeah, I mean, Denver, they did cover. Obviously, that doesn't make Broncos fans feel any better here on a Monday morning. But yeah, you lose your starting quarterback in the AFC Championship game, and you're playing in those elements. It's just, and by the way, Jarrett Stidham is from Stephenville, Texas. He played at Baylor and Auburn in college.
Yeah.
This is not a guy who has done this before. So I know he was drafted by the Patriots. No, this is not a guy who has been in anything close to this situation before. And again, I mean, Drake May, who may win the MVP this year, he had 86 yards passing. So it's not like he was great.
No.
But Jarrett Stidham just the turnover was the difference in the game, and he obviously couldn't make any massive plays.
Yeah, the weather truly was a factor. And Sean Payton should know better than that.
Yeah, did he not know?
I don't know. He had
that was coming. He's like, oh, well, it's sunny right now, so it's going to be. So I'll have a whole game to. Score
he should have talked to the weatherers,
Yeah, should have called.
That was that. You talking about changing 360 change? My goodness.
Yeah, no, it was. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that.
And as Romo said, this is nothing what you're seeing on TV compared to if you're down on the field.
Yeah.
New England's wearing those white unis. It's white all over. You're liable to throw right to one of those guys.
Right. Even on TV, it looked miserable.
Yes.
Right. And you couldn't see the yard markers or the hashes or the numbers on the field. And the only time, like outside of that, I mean, we saw it on the field goal attempts. Right. Both kickers tried to kick it in that second half, and none of the kicks were even close.
No, you can't get your plant foot down.
No, it was almost like it basically turned into like, hey, whoever could score the most before the snow starts is going to win this football game. And that was pretty much New England. So give them credit. I mean, you had 23 first downs in that game combined. You had 50 first downs in the NFC Championship. Like that. Obviously, just watching the game, you could tell a difference. But looking at the offensive numbers between those two games that we all got to see yesterday, I mean, it was night and day.
Yeah, New England's going to try to pressure Sam Darnold in the Super Bowl like nobody's business. They're going to be coming from every angle. They can't let him just sit back, even though they're pretty good in their secondary. They got too many weapons. I think the running back will be healed up and ready to go a little bit. He was pretty good. He didn't have big bucks, but he had some nice runs, some hard. That dude runs hard.
Yeah, Stevenson.
Yeah, both of their running backs kind of similar. They run hard.
Yeah. And by the way, shout out to Drake May. Speaking of running, like that play on that naked boot, the quarterback keeper. I don't know if that was a play call for McDaniels or if that was Drake May just seeing something on his own, but whatever it was. I mean, that was not that Denver probably was going to do anything if they got the ball back anyways, considering, they hadn't done anything since the first quarter on offense. But what a moment for him and Patriots fans everywhere, like to put it on ice like that. That was
he kept escaping on his dudes right up the guts too.
Yeah, it was a third down and 5. Everyone's thinking, all right, just going to run it up the middle and then punt it back to Denver, and Jared Stidham will probably throw another interception, but at least there's going to be some drama here. And instead, yeah, they fake it, and Drake May keeps it running left, and there's your ball game. Real quick, before we kind of turn our attention to the Super Bowl and give some early thoughts on Super Bowl 60, here's Drake May after the game, a little Q&A with Tracy Wolfson on CBS.
All right, Drake, well, congratulations. You told us yesterday, 10 years ago, you were in Santa Clara at a Super Bowl watching as a fan, and now you're going to get a chance to play in it. Can you describe this in just year 2 of your NFL career?
Man, Lord will, man. Thank the good Lord. What an atmosphere out here. Battle the elements. Love this team. How about the defense? Love each and every one of them, man. Pass their back, baby. We got to go win one.
You talk about these elements. How difficult was it out here, and how much did you have to rely on your defense there?
It wasn't ideal. Defense, they've been stepping up all playoffs. We're going to play better, and I'm just proud of this team, man. Don't have many words, so just thankful for this team. I love each and every one of them. I took everybody.
Speaking of your team, let's talk about Coach Mike Vrabel coming in, taking a team that won just 4 games last year to a Super Bowl. What can you say about him?
Yeah, from day one, he's been the same guy. Coach is hard. But at the same time, cares about us a lot. And we love Coach, love playing for him. We got some more work to do.
That's crazy, man. First year in, coming back to your old team that you were a
Insane.
player at, won Super Bowls, and now you're the head coach and you're taking them to the Super Bowl. That's awesome.
That's awesome. Yeah. And again, the Patriots won a total of 8 games the last 2 years. They were 4-13 and 4-13 before Vrabel gets there. And then, boy, we talked about Minnesota feeling down. What about Tennessee? And they fired Mike Vrabel.
Yeah, really.
That guy's one of the best coaches in the game, and they fired him for a coach that they've already fired since then.
Wow.
Yeah, so not great there for Tennessee. Great story. Obviously, Drake May in his second year in the league, and the Patriots are back in the Super Bowl, unfortunately for America. But I know we've got some Pats fans who tune in and some Boston sports fans who are daily listeners. So congrats to y'all on getting back there. All right, we'll give a few thoughts on this game in a moment. Obviously, we got 2 weeks to prepare, but the opening line is out for Seahawks Patriots. We'll discuss that. Also, college football, keeping the 12-team playoff. Good for Texas, bad for Texas, good for the sport, bad for the sport. We will debate. We'll sort of reset our announcement from early in the show. But before we move forward, Buck, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
Our friends over at Sue Patrick with the incredible selection of Longhorn apparel, collectibles, accessories, tons of Texas-themed items, gifts, books, also a wide variety of men's and women's clothing. And if you're looking for some of that winter gear, let me tell you, they have it, women's clothing and men's clothing. Some of the great winter sales that they have over at Sue Patrick's right now at 5222 Burnett Road. Love the leather jacket, BK, with the hood. Thinking of getting one of those. But winter's not going to be going around very much longer here. I'm going to say another 2 weeks of it, and then that's it. I'm not 2 weeks straight. I'm not saying we're going to go through the cold for 2 weeks straight, but I'm just saying there'll be another week or two where we get some winter weather. But Sue Patrick has got all the gear that you're looking for, all the lids, and all sizes too. As I said, men's and women's. 5222 Burnett Road. Orders of $59 online or more. Free curbside pickup and plenty of parking space. What you won't want to do now is go 2 or 3 blocks and slip and fall on your rumpus. You want to make sure you can walk right across the parking lot with plenty of space and get right there to Sue Patrick. Love Sue Patrick. For more information, go to SuePatrick.com.
Yes, indeed. Love Sue Patrick. Shout out to Jay and Shelby and Corbin and the gang up there. I love that store. We'll be there soon. And also some love to Audio Visual Consultations. Dude.
New Year's here. Hey, getting ready for golf. Golf's got this first. Hey, how about the golf first tournament coming up this weekend?
First tournament coming up this weekend.
Yeah, I think it's the Farmers coming up.
You didn't see Scotty Scheffler win the American Express yesterday? There's a tournament this weekend.
Was there really?
Yeah, Scotty won.
No, I didn't see
by 4
that.
shots because of course he did.
The American Express 2026? Or did you see videos from last year?
No, this was literally this weekend.
Oh, I did see some live golf stuff this weekend.
There you go. All right, you're paying attention to the real
tournaments
tour.
are being played.
You're paying attention to the real tour. That's nice. Yeah, Scotty Scheffler was 1 shot back going into yesterday. He shoots a 6 under 66, and he wins by 4 strokes.
Wow.
And that's 14 wins in Scotty Scheffler's last 35 starts on the PGA Tour.
Was that dude Tommy Fleetwood around this year? We had to mess with him this year.
Yeah, Tommy Fleetwood, I think, is still alive, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, he had enough last year. He got his first victory. He's done.
Yeah, I don't know if Tommy Fleetwood was participating in this tournament. He was not at the top of the leaderboard over the weekend, I can say that. But you're right. Yeah, I'm tired of that guy. But yeah, congrats to Scotty. So I was watching that. I was watching football. I was watching hockey, of course. Oh, dude, you got the Olympics coming up in a couple weeks.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, they start next Friday, I think. Obviously, the Super Bowl 1 week from Sunday. You better make the call to AV Consultations quick is the point here.
You're going to need that for World Cup, too.
Think about what's happening in February. You're right. World Cup this summer. Just February. Sometimes a slow sports month. You've got the Super Bowl. You've got the Winter Olympics starting.
Yes, ice skate, figure skating. You want to have a nice 85-incher to watch that figure skating for sure.
You might be taking an 85-incher while you're watching that. You've got Texas baseball and college baseball getting started. Obviously, hockey and basketball are still going on. You make your push for the NCAA.
Oh, you got the Rangers coming up. Oh, boy.
Major League Baseball in March. But yeah, look, point is, there's never a bad time to be a sports fan, which means there's never a bad time to make the call to audio-visual consultations. 512-255-8678. All the TVs, the surround sound, they do whole home lighting. They do surveillance cameras. They do heated floors for your bathroom. That's probably nice this morning. Kind of wish I had that. I don't think my apartment's going to let me get those installed. But AV Consultations, the best in the business. They've been hooking up Central Texas since 1988. They can do the same for you. Again, all you have to do is give them a call and let Tom McKay and his crew bring everything to you. 512-255-8678 or online, avconsultations.com.
We're going to see enough of New England Patriots past Super Bowls with Tom Brady now coming up for the next 2 weeks.
Well,
this is going to be never ending.
Well,
the
obviously,
poor guys that play on that team right now are probably going, damn.
We will obviously see, 2015 with the Malcolm Butler interception in the end zone.
Oh,
right. The worst play call in NFL history. Seahawks are at the 1 yard line. They've got Marshawn freaking Lynch. They hand it off. They're going to run into the end zone for the game-winning touchdown in the last minute, and they're going to win another Super Bowl.
And they wanted to trick them instead.
They throw it, and Russell Wilson gets picked off by Malcolm Butler with 20 seconds left. And Seattle blows a 10-point fourth quarter lead. Yeah, we're going to see that a lot this week.
Yeah.
That's the last time we've seen a matchup of these two teams in the playoffs, obviously. I mean, it was a sensational game with one of the wildest finishes any of us have ever seen. But yeah, we will definitely be seeing that, and we'll be seeing all sorts of Patriots Super Bowl highlights as well. So, by the way, the opening line is out. Have you seen this, Buck?
No. What do we get? What kind of hook do we have on the end of this thing?
I was going to let you guess. I was curious if you've seen it since you have not.
I'm thinking 3.5, 4.
Yeah, right there. Seahawks opened up as a 4-point favorite for Super Bowl 60. Oh, not feeling good about that.
No, I think Seattle will win by 10.
Okay, so then you are feeling good about that. You're not worried about 3.5 versus 4.
I'm not worried.
Yeah. Win about double digits.
But when it comes down to it and it's 2 minutes left in the game and somebody's taking a knee instead of running into the end zone, I'm not going to be excited.
Oh, man. Yeah, you wanted the Pats to run it up a little bit yesterday, huh?
Oh, my goodness.
Tired of those kneel downs. I will say, again, the Seahawks was your big play. You had 75,000 units on the Patriots. You lost that. But you had 200,000 units on Seattle. You got that one right. So you were up 200,000 units.
And going into the Super Bowl?
Going into the Super Bowl.
I will get you people 500,000 units.
I was going to say, don't be soft. You gotta wager at least 200K for the people here.
I got to leave the people with something. I'm going to be very smart.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to be a back-to-back year winner. I'm not going to do that. So I'm going to leave them a little something in the coffer, maybe for some new shoes, new golf shoes.
I thought you just said you were going to try to get them to 500,000, which means you're going to have 300,000 units in the big game.
I am. I'm going the distance. I feel pretty good about this.
You could also get the total too. It's not like you have to put it all on the side when we get there.
Yeah, I got a feeling that the total is going to be about 55 points.
No, it's at 46, way lower.
Wow.
Yeah, there you go. Could be good for the cousin and the over right there.
Wow, I kind of like that.
Yeah. So there's your opening line. Again, we'll be talking about that game throughout the week here on this show. But Super Bowl 60 is set.
Sweet.
Yeah, I think most of the country will be pulling for.
You think they're going to cover Jackson Smith and Jigba? You think that somebody will cover that guy?
Well, and Patriots have Christian Gonzalez, who's one of the best corners in the game. And I'm sure you give Mike Vrabel, who's a great defensive mind, a couple of weeks to come up with a game plan. He's going to have something ready for JSN. Obviously, the Seahawks have a bunch of different guys who can beat you. Not having Zach Charbonnet could hurt them.
He's good. He's good in protection. He's really good coming out of the backfield.
They could not run the ball yesterday. And again, Darnold was so good, but the Rams defense isn't as good as the Patriots defense.
No.
So I don't know if you can be one-dimensional against New England and expect to win. So, yeah, Kenneth Walker's going to have a really strong night, I think, in Santa Clara for that one. I don't know, man. I'm leaning Patriots early on. I won't lie to you.
Oh, come on. Don't do that.
I know. It pains me to say. I'm just programmed to think that, okay, the Patriots, it's a two-step checklist here. Step 1, the Patriots are in the Super Bowl. Step 2, are they playing an NFC East team? If the answer to the first question is yes, and the answer to the second question is no, I am programmed to believe New England is going to win. If they're playing the Giants or the Eagles, someone out of the NFC East, it'll never be the freaking Cowboys, then I think they are going to lose. But last I checked, the Seahawks are not on the East Coast. So
no,
I'm leaning with the Pats early. So there you go. Super Bowl 60 is set. All right, Buck. There's the NFL playoffs. College football playoff. We are sticking with 12 teams for at least one more year. This was announced on Friday after we got off the air. I know some of the other shows on TSU got to give their thoughts on it, but would love to get your thoughts. The conference commissioners could not come to an agreement on expansion, so we're sticking with 12, but it's not going to be the exact same format that we just saw.
Well, I hope it's not. Nobody liked that.
Well, let me tell you what the changes are, and you tell me if you like them, because I don't know if you're going to be as excited as you just were. Number 1, each Power 4 conference champion will get an automatic bid. So remember, Duke won the ACC this past year. They did not get an automatic bid. They were left out of the college football playoff, and instead, Dolly Madison got in.
That's right.
So I don't think anybody wanted to see either of those teams.
No,
again.
that's the thing. I didn't care. Either one of those guys could have stayed home.
So you still have a situation where some really, really bad conference champion can make the playoff. And again, Duke this year was like 8-4, and they would have gotten in under the regulations that we'll see next season. So that's one. Here's the one that I'm sure you love as a huge Notre Dame hater. Notre Dame is guaranteed an at-large bid if they are ranked in the top 12.
I don't understand. How do they do that? How do they pull that string with America?
They're the only team in the country. Not even the other independents, by the way. This is not like all independents get this gift. Not that any of the other ones would have a chance. But literally, this is not the independents are all lumped together and everyone just kind of knows it's Notre Dame. No, literally, this is a rule for Notre Dame. So this past year, again, they were ranked in the top 12 in the CFP rankings. They got left out in favor of Miami. Turns out the committee got that one right because Miami, was a minute away from winning the national title. But if that exact scenario plays out again, then the Irish will be in and Miami or anybody else will be out.
They will never, ever join a conference. They got it.
Why would you? I thought we were moving closer, or at least trying to move closer to making them join a conference. We're going to keep screwing you with all these rules that basically make it where you got no chance unless you join a league. And instead
we're going the other way.
That's the exact opposite. There's no incentive. Notre Dame, you guys do whatever the hell that you want. Keep your sweet little TV deal with NBC. And we're going to coddle to you. If you guys want to opt out of every bowl game you want, go right ahead. We're not going to stop you. If you want to opt out from scheduling any tough teams, go ahead. We're not going to stop you. You guys do whatever you want, and we're going to give you everything you want and more.
And now you've dropped USC. What else do you want?
So here is Notre Dame's schedule, by the way. They went 10-2 this year, and they didn't really beat anybody that good. I mean, they beat USC, but their two toughest games were Miami and Texas A&M, and they lost both of them.
Right.
And then they started whipping up on some really bad teams. Everyone's like, wow, they're good. They're beating Stanford by a lot of points. That's impressive. It's like, no. Every time they play good teams, they lose. Here is their schedule next year and the 2025 records next to them. They have Wisconsin week 1, 4-8 Wisconsin. Rice.
Oh, no, not Rice.
Yeah, they got Rice. And not even in Houston, too. That's a hostile environment.
Yeah, oh, yeah. That big old stadium there with 12,000 in it.
They hosted a Super Bowl. Oh, there's more than that. They hosted a Super Bowl there back in the day.
I know what it holds, but it'll only be 12,000 fans. I've been there. Been there and lost there.
11,999 of them will be Notre Dame fans if that's what it'll be. I mean, Michigan State, Purdue, North Carolina.
Wow.
Their two tough games are Miami and BYU. So they could lose those two games just like they did this past year. If they go 10-2, they'll probably be ranked in the top 12, which means they are guaranteed a spot in the playoff.
No wonder their coach doesn't want an NFL gig.
Yeah.
They're about to hand to him. He's like, what should I do that for?
He's got it made, dude. He has it made with this setup. My God. I mean, Syracuse, Boston College. Ew.
Hey, the Eagles will get him.
Yeah. In Notre Dame, in South Bend?
No, they won't get him there.
No. Oh, that's the difference. If it was a home game in
it'd be a
Chestnut
home
Hill.
game. What was their record last year, BC? 2-10?
Yeah, that's 2-10 under BOB.
Yeah, he's back for another year.
Y'all didn't fire that guy?
Nope.
How is that hack still coaching there?
They fired Hafley and let him go to Green Bay, and now he's a head coach.
No, he quit. They didn't fire him. He's like, BC sucks. I'm going to be a defensive coordinator somewhere else.
How about that? How about him leaving that job at BC and saying, I'll just go to the Green Bay Packers, be the DC, and now I'm a head coach 2 years later.
Turned out to be the right move for him.
It was the right move.
Yeah, now he's coaching the Miami Dolphins and Quinn Ewers down in South Beach. So, okay, you said you sounded excited about the 12-team playoff.
No,
now that I tell you those two rule changes.
I don't like that. I don't like them having – I thought that was going to be nullified by somebody saying that's just not right.
Problem is, remember, we talked about this a little bit when it came out, this MOU that was signed.
Yeah, where's the uprising about Notre Dame being able to do this?
They did it like under the table. It was like the college football playoff in Notre Dame without telling anybody. It's not like they asked Greg Sankey and Tony Petitti and all of these conference commissioners for their approval. They literally went behind closed doors and under the table said, hey, here's this. We're going to sign this deal to take care of y'all. And it got done, and there was nothing anybody else could do about it. Ridiculous.
Yeah, that's why we're having all these disagreements, because somebody's trying to not to move forward on getting more teams in, or less teams. They're pissed about the Notre Dame thing, so they're saying, forget it, we'll just have 12. We're not going to make any progress either way because of what you guys did behind our backs.
Right. Well, it might as well be an 11-team playoff because Notre Dame's been given an automatic berth every year.
Yeah, that's all it is. It's an 11-team plaoff. They're in. They're in for sure.
And, thank the Big Ten for this, right? Again, the reason why these sides couldn't come to an agreement is because every conference commissioner was cool with 16 teams. Every conference commissioner was in favor of that. But the Big Ten wanted assurances that in a couple of years, it would jump from 16 to 24. And because the SEC, namely, but I don't think the SEC was alone, they didn't agree to that. They're like, let's just see what 16 looks like. This might be enough. We don't need to already put something in place for more expansion. Haven't we done enough of this already?
Yeah. And by the way, Notre Dame is as close to a Big Ten school as anything that we're trying to do.
Right.
So if they ever do get into a conference, which they're not, it'll probably be the Big Ten. So they feel like they're giving them a home break right there. They're not giving them a home break. They're screwing everybody.
Yeah, that's what it is. I mean, it's literally a screw job for every other team in the country.
Right.
Because it is a rule for one team. Again, there's only one team that can benefit from this. The other 135 get shafted. Insanity.
Yeah, so I don't want to hear about, our little Cinderella, James Madison needs to play, and
Well-
Tulane needs to know. Forget those people now.
Well, you're still
Forget
going to
them.
have that. No, you're still going to have one G5 team at minimum. You could get two. Again, they changed the rules to where the Duke James Madison situation isn't going to happen again. So it's way less likely that you're going to get two, but you're still guaranteed
You're
a
going to get one.
G5 team. So that's not going to change. And we'll watch one of them lose by 30 points in round one.
Sure.
So I'm not going to beat the dead horse a whole lot, but no playoff expansion means Texas goes 9-3, even if their schedule is incredibly difficult. They are going to get left out.
Yeah, that's what's going to happen. A three-loss team is not you. Hey, got to beat Ohio State.
Those are the rules. Yeah, just lose 2 games. We're not going to look at the schedule, even though we're supposed to look at the schedule, because that's what it says in the rules for the committee. We're not going to look at who you played. You just can't lose thrice. No. Once or twice, fine. 3 times, you could be playing the 85 Bears 12 weeks in a row. It doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. So that's going to a 9-game conference slate and keeping Ohio State on the schedule and no playoff expansion. Yikes. It's not the easiest path for Texas and not the easiest path for other SEC teams too, because they also have 9 games on their conference schedule.
But the Big Ten wanted to hold out. They're holding out for 24 teams. Is that what they're doing?
That was it. Again, they wanted, they were cool with 16 for like a couple of years, but they're like, okay, 3 years down the road or 4 years down the road, you need to guarantee us that there's going to be 24. We'll only go to 16 if you guarantee us we'll be at 24 here in a few years. And Greg Sankey is like,
yeah, they want the Fighting Illini in there very, very much so, with 4 losses and 3 losses.
This is good for you, right? 24 teams would be great for. Like, can the Fighting Illini get in with 24? They might need like 48.
No, they can get in. They can get in with 20. Well, one of them, they're getting Northwestern in. They'll be happy about that. We got Northwestern in there.
Northwestern might need 96 to get in.
Well, we know Indiana's going to be there forever now.
Yeah, no, Indiana does not need. I mean, they can go back to 4 and Indiana will be just fine. They can go back to 2 and Indiana might be just fine. They would have been this year.
They're trying to save Michigan State now.
Yeah.
Don't they know what's in the water at that place?
It's pretty crazy that we just – nothing is getting done right now in college football. No one can agree on anything, which is why it is open season for players, for teams, for conferences. You have under-the-table deals signed with one school. Like, this is insane.
Dabo's mad because somebody's coming after her. Who cares, Dabo?
God. We're gonna get to that in tomorrow's show. It's pretty ridiculous what we're allowing to happen, and that's the mindset is no one cares. That's an issue to me. The fact that Clemson literally had a kid signed, enrolled, practicing, doing winter workouts, and then Ole Miss, their head coach kept calling him and said, "No, we want you to come here. What will it take?" And the kid transfers to Ole Miss.
About that.
Yeah, it's a mess. It's a total mess right now. So.
Yeah, that's not good.
There's college football in 2026.
The guy is literally getting ready for winter workouts.
He was already in class. He was already lifting with the team. They already gave him the playbook. Already there. He already transferred there and signed.
He's already changed gear. He already changed shorts and gear.
It's crazy. And then Ole Miss. And the head coach, too. It wasn't just like a random recruited guy. Literally, Pete Golding is texting the player during class. Like, what is it going to take to get you to come here? Wild. So, yeah, we'll talk about that. Dabo went on like a 15-minute rant. We're not going to play the whole freaking thing, but we'll chop it up and have that for tomorrow's show because there's so much other stuff from the weekend to get into. But, yeah, there's the sport here, 2026. All right, we will get to some Texas football news in a moment. Also some funny videos and clips, and also this Netflix thing on Saturday night. I'm curious if the Buck knows what free soloing is. But before we get...
Does that something to do with the Olympics?
Does not have something to do with the Olympics.
Hope Solo? No?
Not Hope Solo.
Oh, no. Okay. No, I don't.
This is not an Arby's ad.
I did explain to you folks that our friends at Woods Comfort Systems, they look forward to your phone calls, whether you need just to talk with them or you actually need service. The folks over there have been doing it close to 70 years in Central Texas, and whether it's heating, air conditioning, or plumbing. They also do plumbing. Now, I don't expect your air conditioning to pop on anytime soon because it is cold out there. But in a couple of weeks, don't be surprised all of a sudden it's 70 degrees around this joint. But make sure that you're still making sure that everything is working properly with your heating system, that all the ducts are clear there, and they will send their technicians out to you immediately. I saw a couple of those trucks out I told you last week. People got their last-minute stuff in, BK. They got it done on Thursday and Friday of last week. I was still out there messing around on Saturday morning, covering my plants. But folks at Woods Comfort System, they are there for you. They've been there for you for close to 7 years in Central Texas, and nobody does it better. And don't forget them when it comes to plumbing also.
Right.
Hopefully you don't have any cracked pipes.
Hopefully you don't have any cracked pipes. WoodsComfortSystems.com has you covered. All right. Also, love to the Hecht Law Firm. Speaking of having you covered, hey, if you get hurt in a car wreck this week, it could happen. Hope it doesn't happen, obviously. But if you get injured in a car accident, an 18-wheeler accident, if you get hurt on the job, a slip and fall, boss is making you come into work today and you slip and Hurricane Hecht, your go-to personal injury attorney here in Central Texas. Guy who's been a friend of mine for more than a decade. Guy who's been fighting for justice and big results here in Central Texas for more than a decade. He is going to fight to get you every dollar that you deserve. Look, if you get hurt, you're going through enough trying to get healthy and trying to get your life back on track. Don't fight the insurance companies alone. Call on Hurricane Hecht. And the best part, he does not charge unless he wins your case. That's right. No legal fees unless he wins your case. He's that confident in his abilities. He should be that confident in what he does because he is that good at what he does. 512-938-8929. You can find out more on his website at hechtlawfirm.com. That's HECHT lawfirm.com.
Sweet.
All right. Yeah, sad news, and still looking for more details on this, but there was a private plane that departed Houston, headed for Maine, and it crashed in Bangor, Maine. And
I know where that is. Bangor's
do I know where that is?
Yeah, I've been to Bangor, Maine plenty of times. Yes.
Yeah. And there's not a lot of details. I know we have some folks in the comments and on the text line asking about it, but a pretty scary crash. And apparently the plane is owned, at least it's been reported that it's owned by a Houston law firm, Arnold Itkin. And that law firm and the Itkin family, huge donors to the University of Texas. Like their name is literally on the scoreboard at DKR. There's like two family names. I can't even imagine how much they had to give to get the name on the scoreboard at the freaking football stadium. But like these are big Texas donors. And again, that's their early report is that they own the plane. No word on life or death or who was on board the aircraft, but scary situation. Thoughts and prayers to everybody affected by that. And I'm sure we'll get more intel as the day goes on. But yeah, that story broke overnight. And again, there's some belief that there's some tie to the University of Texas on that plane crash, even though it happened way up in Maine. So we'll keep you posted and hope that everybody's okay. But
yeah, I hope that's that would be one of mine deals of saying, I think I'll go take that trip, not in the wintertime. This freaking winter blast all over the country. Tough time to travel. I know folks had to do it, but man.
Yeah, awful. So again, if anything drops, I'm sure something throughout the day will drop. We'll let you know if we hear anything. And obviously y'all let us know too on this show if you do. All right, Buck. Back to Texas football here. Some bad news. Turns out no news was not good news for Texas. Last night, Bray Lynch, the Indiana right guard,
decided to stay there.
Announced that he was staying in Indiana.
Yeah, I got that phone call from somebody that knew the family on Friday saying that's not going to happen. He's not coming here.
Yeah, it didn't happen.
And it ain't about the money. They got enough money.
That's it, right? I mean, Indiana's got money now. They're spending it. And I mean, Bray Lynch just won a national championship at Indiana. His
family has enough money. He's not hurting for he's not wanting for anything.
Oh, that's what you meant by that.
Yeah, he's not wanting for anything. He doesn't need to have money to survive at school for the year. He's
right.
fine.
Well, the hope is it wasn't just going to be that. It's like you get to come back home and play your last year of college football at a university that's just a few miles away from where you grew up and where you went to high school. So that was obviously the hope from a Texas standpoint, is like, yeah, we got money. We could pay you whatever, but also like, okay, it's not just we're going to money whip you. It's like we can offer you something that nobody else can, and something that you haven't had the ability to do in your college career, which is playing in front of a bunch of friends and family without them having to go travel every weekend. But
can you give me a national championship though?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I was hopeful. We were all hopeful, but it always felt like a little bit of a pipe dream, right? Because they just won a national freaking title. It would have been one thing if like Indiana flamed out and lost in their first playoff game. And It's like, all right, maybe you got a shot there. But the guy's like a hero on campus, a starter on Indiana's first ever national championship team.
Why do you want to leave that for?
That guy's a legend forever. He decided he did not want to leave that. So I think Texas may be done on the offensive line. Now they may be trying to add another depth piece. I realize I'm talking out of both ends of my mouth by saying both of those things back to back. I don't think there's any more plug and play starters that are out there. They might be trying to add another depth piece. They did host a Georgia transfer, Jamal Merriweather, on Friday. He was a reserve on Georgia, played sparingly at times in his first 3 years with the Dogs, but he committed and signed with Miami over the weekend, so he is no longer an option. But just the fact that Texas hosted a depth guy on the offensive line tells me that, all right, if there's somebody out there who can fill that role, they're still going to be interested. But yeah, it's
once again, there's always February 4th. You're excited about that.
Damn, you're still remembering that.
Yeah, it didn't go away. It's still there, and you'll be excited next week. You'll be excited for February 4th.
1 week from Wednesday.
If
you don't know what the Buck is talking about, because it's irrelevant. Yeah. It's irrelevant now in college football in 2026.
National Signing Day, the National Signing Day.
National Signing Day 2 is next Wednesday. Formerly the only National Signing Day for college football. Yes. Now a completely irrelevant and afterthought day on the college football calendar. So Buck's hope is that Texas will find its answer on the offensive line on National Signing Day 2, 1 week from Wednesday.
Oh, they're going to find that before. They'll find Sluggo from somewhere that wants to come here.
There's, that's kind of all that's left is Sluggos. Like you just scroll through any transfer portal rankings, you got to scroll a long way before you find an offensive lineman who is yet to commit anywhere.
Yeah, it's like you said, guys are in school now. They're back. They've got to sign up for classes, whether they're going or not. They need to be at their places, right?
Right.
Maybe.
I think the deadline for Texas is the 28th. I think this Wednesday is like the last day that you're allowed to enroll as a student for the spring semester at the University of Texas.
What about if you're a football student, though?
Right. Yeah, I would think maybe some exceptions can be made, but my guess is the university and CDC is like, let's get this done by this date, please.
Yeah.
Like find a way to get it done by here, please.
Because you're on your own trying to get in here.
Right. So this is a headache for me. Stark's probably not the guy who has to do it. It's probably CDC.
Has made those phone calls probably.
Yeah. It's like, all right, hey, we need to add this player. He's really good. But, the portal's closed. The portal for Indiana and Miami closed on Saturday. Now, because of the 2 business days rule, we could see another name pop up in there throughout the course of today. But again, there's not going to be any like game-changing offensive lineman that's going to be available to Texas. So what they've got is what they've got, and they tried. It's not like they didn't try, but show me the baby. I don't care about the labor.
Yeah, you're kind of done with that. That's what needed to have been done in this offseason.
That was the number one area of need for Texas, and it has been since the middle of the season. We've known. It wasn't just like, okay, who's going to go to the NFL and who's going to transfer out of Texas. It's like, no, we knew after the Florida game that the offensive line needed some serious upgrades in the offseason. And they got one with Melvin Siani. That guy's a stud. Don't get me wrong. But we were hoping
that ain't enough. You needed to be making those phone calls when guys are in class.
And
Sorry about that, Dabo.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, maybe Sark's going to take some notes from what Pete Golding is doing at Ole Miss. Maybe need to. But yeah, they tried. The biggest issue was most of the offensive linemen that Texas went after, they just went back to their previous school. So Texas was offering more money for those Michigan kids than Michigan was offering.
Yes.
But they're like, I kind of like it here. I've got a bunch of friends here. I got girls here. I got a life here. I don't want to leave. Same thing with Bray Lynch at Indiana. It's not like he transferred somewhere else. It's like, I'm in a very good spot here. I don't want to leave this.
I'll be starting next year. I'll be going to the pros. I just got a national championship. What am I going to go there for?
So most of the offensive linemen that Texas was going after just decided to stick around where they were, and there's only so much you could do. But again, it's like, if we're watching this offensive line suck again this fall, we're not going to be like, oh, we forgive you, Sark and Kyle Flood. Like, no big deal. You tried, but you failed, but you tried. That's all that really matters.
We remember how hard you tried.
We're going to be like, this was this bad last year, and you guys didn't do anything to fix it.
That's exactly what we're going to be saying.
Seriously. So now you just hope that Sark and more so Kyle Flood. This is Kyle Flood's job as the offensive line coach.
Yeah, the development of guys that are already here. That's what you got to do. That's what you're stuck with.
That's it. Because you've got enough to work with. You're not going to have one of the best O-lines in the country, and you don't have a lot of depth. But you're starting 5. It's like it can be good enough. And again, you got a stud at left tackle. You got a stud at right tackle. I think Brandon Baker's very good. Connor Robertson is solid. He's a solid player. You know what you're getting from him.
I do.
So it's like 4 of the 5 offensive linemen. It's like, all right, we got enough here. Left guard.
Yeah, I've got to see, we got to really watch Brandon Baker too inside. If he's, out there in space where he was out there, on that island. Sometimes that ain't a bad thing. You get in there with your big feet as a guard now, and you're stumble bumming all over everybody and tripping all over, and guys are shooting gaps and you don't make a move, or you're running into your center and you're screwing up your center. We can't have the guard screw up the center, No.
Left guard was a joke last year for Texas. We saw how much of a problem that was and could be for an offense. So we don't want that happening again.
No.
And I think, your 2 guards will be Brandon Baker as one of them, right? Making that transition like you talked about from right tackle. We'll see if he's going to be right guard or they move him to left guard. Mm-hmm. And then I would guess Dylan Sikorsky, the Oregon State transfer, who started 6 games for a 2-10 Beavers team last year.
Yowzer.
Bowser?
You telling me there's nobody available at Rutgers at all?
At this point,
they're all decided to stay at Rutgers?
Come on, man. It's Piscataway.
Piscataway with his 22 inches of snow right now.
Yeah, I guess nobody at Rutgers there. So we'll obviously spend more time in the coming days and weeks, and I guess this week for TSU, talking about what's going to happen. By the way, where did the big Colorado left tackle end up? LSU.
Of course he did.
Yeah, LSU maybe brought in the greatest transfer portal class of all time. I know the transfer portal hasn't been around for very long, so it's not like there's a ton of competition there. But, Jordan Seaton and that Prince Will Umanmielen edge rusher that
my goodness
we were hoping Texas would get because he's another Central Texas kid who played his high school ball at Manor. Yeah, LSU got both of them, plus the top quarterback in the portal, plus a lot of everything else. So
it's the National Signing Day. We're still doing that.
Yeah,
of course we're doing that. Get your gear ready.
Get your gear ready. What does that mean? Like your Texas shirts?
Yeah, get your Texas shirts out for National Signing Day next week.
Or like a suit and tie. Like you got to wear your Sunday best on National Signing Day.
Nah, just your hat, your bike shorts, the whole works. Your jock.
Nasty.
Heck yeah, we're ready, man.
My God. All right, so there's your Texas football news. By the way, a Miami linebacker by the name of Raul Popo Aguirre hit the portal. Probably the biggest name player from either Miami or Indiana who went transferring over the weekend. Texas could be in the mix.
There you go.
I've been told. The Longhorns linebacker room is more than fine right now. My guess is they won't end up with Popo is his nickname.
Well, you got to get somebody to take number 24 spot in the special teams. So let's go.
He's back.
Oh, that's right. He came back.
Yeah, Warren Roberson's back.
Oh.
No, this guy would like be like he didn't start for Miami, but he played in all 16 games. He was like basically their first linebacker off the bench. And they were thinking he was going to start there with the guys that are losing to the league. So it was like a big Miami fans are pissed about this. This is not like random guy leaving. This is like guy who was
going to be a starter coming up, huh?
Yeah, starting linebacker in 2026 is like, I'm out. So because Texas has Rasheem Biles and Anthony Smith, I feel like there's another school out there that can guarantee him a starting spot and pay him a lot of money. So, apparently he's already committed to NC State. I didn't see that. Must have happened overnight. I'm trusting your mom's favorites on the YouTube comment line.
Well, he'll be back in the transfer portal after a year at NC State, so it doesn't matter.
So no need to.
Is he a young guy? Does he have 2 years?
I was there for 3 years, but I think he redshirted year one, so he's got a couple years of eligibility left. So yeah, he'll be at Texas next year. That's your call.
Oh yeah, of course.
Love that. All right, let's have some fun here for the last few.
What do you got, buddy?
Well, this is not that fun, I guess. Vince Young Steakhouse closed its doors on Saturday night. See that?
I did not.
Vince Young, too busy recording podcasts, I guess, these days, can no longer whip up steaks.
Not cooking anymore?
Not cooking anymore, I guess so. He pulled the plug on the whole deal. They opened in 2010, so they made it, a little more than 15 years. Their owners, Phil and Laura Brown, released a statement saying they're incredibly proud of what they built, and they cited, rising costs as the reason they had to shut it down.
People aren't eating enough steaks on the road.
That's a bad loss right there. One of the best happy hours in Austin, Texas.
I've been there twice.
Did you see Vince?
No, never saw Vince. No.
He likes to stay back in the kitchen. He usually doesn't show up. Yeah, he's not one of those guys. If you give your compliments to the chef, sometimes the chef will come out and be like,
he doesn't do the no. He's kind of shy. He wouldn't come out.
Yeah, no, he doesn't like the limelight. He never has. Never been a big spotlight guy.
No.
And he's just whipping up some steaks, and I guess he just couldn't handle it anymore.
And now that I'm eating all my steaks in the air fryer, so.
Yeah, you're the reason that Vince Young Steakhouse is no longer with us. The 2 times you went there in 15 years, shifting to the air fryer for your steaks has done them in.
Yeah, I'm supposed to take a picture of that when I get my new phone and show you what it looks like coming out of the air fryer so that you become a believer.
What's the deal with your phone? So your phone works, it's on, but you just can't make or take calls from it?
No, I can't. I mean, new iCloud terms and conditionings, use your iCloud phone. You must accept the term, a bunch of different stuff. I must have hit something, BK, yesterday that I shouldn't, and what I can do is I get text messages. I got them from Pennsylvania, but I can't call you. I can't call out because everything says call failed, redial or something. I just don't have enough, whatever it is, bandwidth or whatever the hell data.
No, I bet you screwed something up. You hit
I hit the wrong button.
Have you tried restarting your phone?
I did. I've shut it off. I've done everything.
You're not in airplane mode or anything like that?
No.
You sure it's not a Spectrum outage?
No Spectrum outage. No, because you and I wouldn't be on. I would have.
I meant for phones, I guess. But yeah,
no, I'm headed to Spectrum this morning. I am going in. Oh yeah, I know. Without an appointment.
You better make sure they're open before you go, because a lot of places are closed today. You don't want to be driving on these streets. You probably shouldn't be doing that anyways. You don't want to be driving to go to Spectrum and then no one's there. Then you're going to fall on your rectum when you try to walk in.
Yeah, I was supposed to have a urology appointment. They texted me and said, sorry, Urology Austin, we are closed tomorrow.
I think
not everybody's closed.
Not everybody's closed. I think, okay, hit agree on those terms and conditions on your phone.
Hit agree on those, okay.
If that's been on your screen the whole time, maybe that's why you've had an issue. Your phone's like trying to update.
Not now. View terms.
Yeah, just hit agree. No one actually reads those things.
What it says is finish setting up iPhone. And it says okay or not now. I mean, Apple Pay is ready to be set up in settings. I don't do all that stuff. I don't do FaceTime.
That means your phone updated and you just have to go through that. You can skip all those steps.
You just say not now.
Yeah, should not now.
Okay, I hit that.
What's next?
And the terms and conditionings. Finish setting up your iPhone. Airplane mode, it says Wi-Fi. Okay, I just hit the Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi is good.
Okay.
Move along now, right? I don't understand why it doesn't. And then it says cellular, Bluetooth, cellular, personal hotspot, battery, all that stuff. Everything's good.
Okay. Can you get to like your main home screen on your phone?
Yes, I can do that.
All right, I'm gonna call you right now and see what happens.
Call me right now. This is live, folks. This is not Memorex. This is live.
Straight to voicemail.
Yeah, what does that mean?
Your call has been forwarded to
I don't know.
I got a thing in the left-hand corner. I can get to my bank accounts and see all of that. What about settings? I go to settings. I just hit settings right now.
I don't know if your phone's the same as mine because you're rocking an iPhone 8. It's so old. I don't know what to tell you. Can you if you swipe down from the top right of your screen, just a little swipe down,
Okay.
does this pop up? Does this screen pop up? We'll get
No,
off
I
of
had to
this.
hit the thing at the bottom. For all that to happen, I have to hit the bottom for these little things to happen.
All right. I can't.
All right,
help
we'll
you
do it after the show.
here. Oh my God.
And
All
if I have to
right,
get on the road, if I have to get on the road and come see you, because if I go to Spectrum and it's open and I'm there for 3 hours, I'm walking anyway.
Yeah, I'll try to help you. If you meet me at 7-Eleven, we'll get it done. All right.
We'll
Real
have
quick.
a Slurpee. We'll have a Slurpee.
There you go. Perfect Slurpee weather out there. Get you an you can't have an Altstadt beer. I'll get me an Altstadt beer because I'm
There you
almost
go.
out after being frozen in this weekend. This was pretty funny. So obviously Central Texas, not the only area affected by the wintry weather. Matter of fact, we were less affected than a lot of areas around the country. We go to Oklahoma for this one. This is a little clip, Buck, of a local TV newscast, a weather report from a local TV. What do they call them? Meteorologists?
Weatherers. No, I'm the weatherer.
Okay. Weather guessers, weatherers, whatever we call them. And
Yes.
apparently she, all of these people have Facebook pages and Twitter accounts where they'll post about the weather. And sometimes they'll ask for audience interaction. And apparently this weather girl decided to ask the audience for some help, and things didn't go too well. Take a listen.
Oh boy.
We've seen so far. Now, some of this is radar estimates, and then just your reports that you've been sending in. Keep those coming. I made the mistake on Facebook. I asked for your measurements. I meant your snow measurements. Thank you for everybody sending in your measurements, but I do.
Yeah, so their measurements.
That was kind of quiet. Sorry about that. But yeah, she's like, I made a mistake asking for your measurements. I meant your snow measurements.
Oh my God.
Apparently. And she's like a pretty good looking woman, right? Young meteorologist.
And she's a comedian too. That's good.
And some guys online are being guys online.
Yes.
Instead of oh, no, I got 3 inches of snow. They're like, well, I got 4 or 5 inches that you could
Oh my God.
I don't know why you're asking about that, but if you're curious, you can. I'll play it one more time here. This was pretty good.
How much we've seen so far. Now, some of this is radar estimates, and then just your reports that you've been sending in. Keep those coming. I made the mistake on Facebook. I asked for your measurements. I meant your snow measurements. Thank you for everybody sending in your measurements, but I do prefer how much snow you have on the ground. 3 to 6 inches through the metro.
Nice. Just keep that leather skirt going.
Yeah.
Weatherer.
People were sending all kinds of, and it wasn't just inappropriate. It was 6'1", 200 pounds.
Oh yeah, of course.
5'10", 180.
She sounds like me asking a question.
This
Here,
woman's
there's,
like,
there's
God,
40
God.
different answers you could get.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so I mean, the comment section, one of them was, "I'm a good 3 inches in this weather, right about average, fellas." Someone says hard or soft.
Oh my God!
I got 9 inches here. I mean, it's yeah.
Man.
That's it. That's good.
Somebody
stuff.
says Spectrum closed.
Spectrum.
Jay says Spectrum closed, Buck.
Oh, Spectrum closed. I thought he said Spectrum blows, and I was like, yeah, no, I don't disagree with that one either. Thank you, Jay.
It's closed.
Spectrum blows. All right. So the Saturday night, Buck, of course, I'm not surprised that this didn't find you, but I feel like most people knew what was going on, or at least heard about this yesterday if they didn't know about it on Saturday. This guy, Alex Hunold, he is what we call a free soloist. You know what free soloing is?
Is it sort of like back in the Western, because I watch a lot of Westerns, like a free grazer, where you just bring your cattle out and just free graze out there in the range? No?
Not quite.
Okay.
Free soloing or free solo climbing is a form of rock climbing where a climber climbs up mountains, buildings, anything with no equipment, no
That's
ropes.
not an idiot. That's not an idiot.
It is. You could call all of them idiots too, but no ropes, no harnesses, no anything like that. It's literally like just the guy climbing or gal climbing by themselves. Saturday night, this guy, Alex Hunold, climbed Taipei 101, which is a 101-story building, 1,667 feet tall, bigger than the Empire State Building. He did this live on Netflix, and it was live streamed for everybody to see.
I can't have a heart attack watching somebody else die. That would be
Dude, my
too
girlfriend
much.
and I I thought she was going to pass out. Like, it was so nerve-wracking watching this dude literally scale this giant skyscraper with nothing. No harness.
No shoot, no parachute.
No parachute. No nothing. I mean, literally, this is a real picture of this guy, Buck. That little bucket in his back is like chalk that he can use to get better grip on the building. But this dude is literally by himself, t-shirt, pants, shoes. That's it. Climbing up this freaking 101-story skyscraper.
And they showed that live?
They showed it live. Look at this picture. Here's the dude standing on top of the freaking building. Apparently it was on like a 10-second delay. So if something happened, they could have just pulled the plug on the broadcast. But he freaking made it. All the way.
There's another one of your heroes, like that hot dog eating dude. It's your hero. Here's a new one.
And he took a selfie, of course. He had his phone in his freaking pocket.
Oh.
He gets look at this freaking selfie he takes, dude.
No, I can't even look off the balcony. I can barely look off my back porch without slipping and falling.
Oh my God. Like I'm not scared of heights. I'm scared of that.
Damn.
Even if I was like, I took an elevator up there and you gave me harnesses and ropes and everything. Like, and this guy did this with nothing. He just climbed out. He scaled the building.
Dude, if I'm at the window of the airplane, I don't even open up the window. I don't even want to look out.
Yeah. That
doesn't do anything for me. That's not exciting.
It was thrilling, exhilarating, but also maybe the most nerve-wracking thing on television I've ever seen. The guy has a wife. His wife was there. They were interviewing her the whole time. He's got a couple of kids. Like,
what?
This was a whole dude. And there were so many people there in Taipei watching. Obviously, people all over Netflix around the world were watching. Let's bring on the boys here. Let's see if Double R and Wags were tuned into this. Did y'all hear about this? See this?
Yeah, his wife was even inside the building, like on the 60th floor or whatever, and they did an interview with her there, and then he said hi to her while he was literally like just trolling her as he was going up the building. I was getting sick, nauseous just watching him do it. So
I didn't even mention that. This was daytime, right? He did this in the sun. It was daytime in Taipei. There are people in this building. They're like waving.
They're taking pictures of him. They're trying to be distracted. Yeah, it's
banging
crazy.
against the glass.
Seriously, wanting that guy to fall.
I don't think anyone was banging the glass, but there were literally people like pressed up against it, taking pictures, holding up signs, like, and he was waving at them, taking pictures.
Yeah, I would have got. I was getting sick just looking at that. Right now, Tom Cruise has something to beat.
Yeah, Mission Impossible. Yeah,
let's go.
His wife was checking the life insurance policy.
Oh, every time every inch he went up, probably.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
No, man. It was so growing up. We used to remember Buck when Evel Knievel would come on.
Oh, hell yeah.
Frank Gifford was there. And I mean, that was like this. I read somewhere that this dude, so like, when you're, healthy, your resting heart rate's like 60, 70, something like that. This dude's resting heart rate is like 30. So it's like he has no fear whatsoever.
They were interviewing him the entire time, guys. Like they're literally talking to him while he's scaling this skyscraper.
He doesn't have spectrum, so he was hooked up.
Yeah,
able to talk to people.
There was
on one of the penultimate last levels, he was actually sat there. He put his hands behind his back and he's like got something. They said he was aura farming or doing this whole trend now. It's called aura farming. He was basically showing off at the top of it. Anything could have happened. No safety rig, no harness.
Look at this. It's a real picture. This looks AI.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
That's
freaking crazy. And how much, maybe you guys, if you've seen this, don't guess. How much do you think this guy got paid?
I don't I don't know. I thought he was climbing for a cause or something.
Giant Netflix special. So many people are watching this. This thing was hyped up. They had a panel of hosts. They had a giant production crew. They had everything.
$200K.
50.
75.
All right. Well, I had a hunch this would happen. $500K is what he got paid.
Oh, wow.
And you guys are acting like that's a lot. Apparently, the producers of this got millions of dollars.
Yeah, that's not he did all the work.
The guy who did this got $500K. People are like, they almost feel bad for him.
You know
this
what?
This guy literally put his life on the line for all of our entertainment. Client did something no human has ever done before, and he only got $500K from it. Everyone's like, dude, you should sue somebody.
It sounds that math does math up, right? Because wherever we have gone, they have never taken care of the talent. The talent has only taken care of the talent, right? The people in sales, they usually get the money and the talent does all the work. And they say they line up all the stuff for the talent and the talent knocks it down. No, we know the real.
That guy needs to get a hurricane. Heck, that's who he needs to get.
That's what he needs.
Yeah.
No kid. He needs about 3 hurricanes.
Also, by the way, this was supposed to be on Friday. They delayed it a day because it rained a bunch.
Oh, yeah, that's all I need to hear. It was to get the weather delayed.
They also have had a bunch of earthquakes there recently. So not only is it it's just the building itself, there were earthquakes there earlier in the week and it was raining. So the building was a little slick.
And imagine you get about halfway up that thing and it starts shaking. And that dude's just
the wind double R.
Yeah. Yeah, I got windy up there too. Yeah, you're right, Wags. The higher up he got, his shirt was blowing all over the place, and it's I don't know how you practice that. I don't know how you prepare for that.
Nothing simulates that, right?
I don't know.
Nothing simulates the fear of
although the fear is what it is.
Right.
I mean, like I said, I get afraid on my back porch if I had to go down 3 steps. I go up here 18 steps every morning. There's my fear right there. Yeah, but I don't need to be against any.
You guys didn't feel nauseous watching him do that?
I couldn't. I didn't see it.
I didn't see it. I was driving from West Texas on Saturday night.
Tell me tell me about the weather. Rodney, you've been out already, haven't you? A few times.
Leaving Odessa was gnarly, is the way to put it. That was pretty rough. And then I got into some open space, and probably about halfway back on I-10, because it sent me the preferred route based on road conditions. There's some black ice. And then when I got to, of all places, back here on Saturday night, it's right around 7:29 there in Liberty Hill onto 183 AWAG, right here coming back to our way, 30 miles an hour. I mean, you are creeping and sliding, and you're just kind of, truth be told, I enjoy that.
You were going highway speeds for most of that trip?
Crazy.
Oh, yeah. 75 on I-10.
Drive it like they say. Drive it like you stole it. That's what they say. When you're in the snow, drive it like you stole it.
The key to ice driving is if you get going, just stay at that speed. It's like
let me hear somebody from Texas tell me about driving in the ice.
Start burping the throttle. When you start hitting the gas and the wheels spin, that's what kind of gets you all wobbly. But just stay at a pace and find where the traction is.
Yeah, I never stay in the lane. I go where everything's been already ran down.
Yeah, I've got to go to the stop here, up to the stop sign. That's what I'm worried about. I'm worried about my gate opening up. Will the gate open up after 2 days of this?
That's what was fun on Saturday morning. I went out and my truck, I couldn't open the back doors. I was trying to load stuff up. I couldn't open the tailgate. I had to go inside a building and let all that shit thaw before I could load anything. Everything was sealed shut.
God. Well, glad you
Yes.
made it back.
Yeah, no
And,
kidding. Man.
yes, Wags. I was pretty nervous watching that free solo display on Saturday. I felt good. He's not going to die. There's no way they wouldn't do this.
No, though, dude.
I know. I know. I just had the guy, and they would have cut the broad. They wouldn't have showed the guy.
100%.
As soon as he started slipping, it would have been like,
oh no, they would have had to let him. They got to show you the dude trying to fly at least.
Oh, see, that's what was cool about Evel Knievel. Remember, he would like crash and flip, and you'd see him all.
And his legs would go all different ways.
Dave
That's right.
Osborne. Was that not Dave Osborne?
Super Dave? Yeah,
Is that not the same dude, Super Dave?
No.
No. Evel Knievel was, I mean, that was like the first Daredevil. I mean, he jumped over the Caesar's fountain.
Well, I mean, didn't Super Dave wear the same shit that Evel Knievel wore?
I think so.
Okay, I thought it was the same. All right.
Who jumped the Grand Canyon? Was that Evel Knievel in a little rocket deal?
He tried and crashed, but then Robbie, Captain Robbie, his son did it and made it. But yeah, Evel fell in it. Evel fell in the Snake River Canyon.
Grand Canyon. I did not know about it.
He took off and the parachute was already out, Buck.
Oh,
he
yeah.
took off
That thing went airborne.
Straight down.
Oh, my gosh.
All right, boys. I'm attempting to go out. BK, you got to try to do my phone now that Spectrum is closed. That doesn't mean I can't get out there and be a part of society today.
Just be safe if you do that. I mean, you're going to have less traffic on the roads than you've had in a long time. So,
is your phone?
I was born in this.
Yeah. But hey, Buck, we say that, right? But there's no support around here. There's nothing for the roads. There's nothing. They're not geared up for the ice around here, man.
And neither are the other people that are driving. It's not me.
No, exactly. You're great. You're fine. It's other people.
Just go slow. Don't slam the brakes. Don't slam the brakes.
You know what, though? Like, negotiating turns were tough. They were pretty shitty yesterday. But, like, honestly, 620 was a bed of ice, and I was able to drive down. I had four-wheel drive, but I was able to drive up and down it. It kind of looked what Double R is talking about. Don't slam the brakes. Just kind of ease on them a little bit. But you're going to, like, even if you're going 5 to 10 miles per hour, you're going to wheel out a little bit on turns.
So ease on down the road. Don't come to the stop sign.
You pulling the whiz? You pulling the whiz on me? You pulling the whiz out on me? Ease on down the road.
Am I come to a dead stop, or do I just slowly go through the stops?
Gradually.
Do a nice abrupt stop. If there's no traffic there, don't pay attention to the lights. Just keep going. Ice dictates the road.
You know what's going to happen? There's going to be a damn squirrel that runs in front of the Bucks car, and he's going to try to slam on the brakes for that.
I don't do that for only old ladies and children. I don't squirrels, gophers.
You've told a story about a little duck crossing the street that you stopped for.
Well, but I have plenty of time for the duck crossing. The guy behind me was mad at me. He went around. Thank goodness the ducks and the ducklings were already in front of my car. That's the guy that I went over and pulled over at the side at the stop sign and started yelling and screaming, hoping he would get out of the car so I could pin him between his truck and my car.
Yeah, that was
for some ducks. Yeah, can't kill the ducks. All right, boys. Have a good one.
Have a great show, boys. See y'all tomorrow. Love you guys.
Yep.
There they go. Here we are. Welcome to another edition of Chaos Theory on Texas Sports Unfiltered. I'm Wags. That's Double R. Hit us up on our socials. I'm at Not the Fake Wags on Twitter /BrandX, and then on Instaface, I'm at the Wagner Wire. You can hit my partner in crime up on BrandX /Twitter at the Rodney R, and then on Instaface at the _ Rodney R. Smash that subscribe button if you have not done so already. And then hit us up on that code at text line, 512-222-9328. Again, lottery numbers, 512-222-9328. Let's see your tutus, buddy. What's up?
Man, awful bright outside, man. I've got great lighting in the house with all the white.
Hopefully the weather starts to turn and this thing starts to break a little bit, man. I got to tell you, I was a little nervous first year with a pool in the winter. You know what I mean? Didn't know how everything was going to work out, and been running the damn motor for about 3 days straight, man, just so it didn't have a freeze up and a clog up here, man. But yeah, good times, man, fun times, great weekend.
What's the water temperature in there, bro? What's the water temperature in there, by the way?
It's like 29 right now.
Woohoo!
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah, it's cold, man. It's frigid. It is frigid.
Just like them cold beers at the Twin Peaks.
Yeah, 29 degrees. That's right. 29 degrees. Twin Peaks. Yeah, great weekend of sports. Great basketball game. I don't know if you were able to watch any of the basketball game.
I listened to it. I was able to listen.
I'll be able to break it down, a little bit here. But man, it's and of course, you guys, we'd be remiss if we didn't talk about the news. Of course, you guys, know the announcement in the last week for Texas Sports Unfiltered. So for the last 3 years, you guys have been family, and thank you guys so much for being in our lives and allowing us to be in your lives. Can't thank Brad and Bucky for putting this together for our family and allowing us to kind of put on a show for y'all, man. Sponsors like Tom McKay, Jay Willems, Covert. I mean, you guys were fantastic. The love continues and the love will carry on. Thank you guys so much.
Yeah, man, it's been really cool. I mean, when the idea came together, when they reached out, and then when they put you and I together, I always wanted to do a show with you. I think we've talked about this, and this has grown really cool. I mean, I like what
it's been a fun 3 years. Had a good run, man. I don't know what you got. I mean, everybody keeps asking, what's next? What's next? Hell, man, we just found out on Friday, so we kind of doing some pivoting a little bit. I've been contacted by a few people here. Jordan and I might put something together. We're still putting some things in the works there too, but also got some projects coming up on maybe next week. I got a meeting coming up tomorrow night too, so we'll figure out a little bit more about that. So things are in the mix. I don't have a solid concrete answer for what we're going to do. I've thought about maybe going out independently and doing some of my own Wagner Wire stuff again, man. Trying to bring in some Maryland basketball and Maryland football talk, getting my East Coast crowd back together. So I don't know, a lot to think about, lots to kind of sort out and stuff here. Only had the weekend to kind of get through it, but we're planning on doing a great week of shows for you guys for, I guess, one last week, man. And then who knows where we're going to be after that, but we look forward to staying in touch with all of you guys. So thank you guys for the past 3 years. Appreciate it.
OnlyFans is probably all that I'll be moving on to. OnlyFans model, I think, is the immediate thing right now. So nobody's contacting me but OnlyFans. So that's what I'll be doing. Wags, you better come find me.
I will be your number one solicitor. I will be sitting there for your pair. Your number one client. Where you want to go first, though, partner? We had a lot in the news to talk about this weekend.
Updated with stuff. Let's go to Texas basketball, because that half, the second half. I saw a lot of people. I was watching chat boards. I mean, I was reading 24/7. In the first half, it's like, this team is horrible. I mean, this team is bad. And then it's like, here comes that second half. That was an amazing second half. I did go back and watch it once I got back. That's this team. That's no consistency. And then boom, there you go. Where is that all the time? I know it's hard to do that all the time, Wags, but I mean, Swain is there. Tremont Mark with 23. I mean, that's the kind of production that you need right there.
I mean, well, for me, also, we talk about it all the time, right? Like when the ball goes in, it's a lot different. Okay. Blue Kane not being able to get on point until probably the second half, helped a lot, but also that's a testament to the defense, right? Like I thought, coming out and holding one of the top scoring, the top scoring team in the nation. That's weird to say that, Georgia with basketball, but yeah, they're the number one offense in the nation, and you're able to shut them down to 67, and not just that, but beat them by 20 as well. So great night for the Longhorns, and like you mentioned, I think they were coming out in the second half shooting 75%. Everything was just falling. Swain and Mark. Swain and Mark, I think I've got my top five, my starting five that I like now, right? I wasn't sure on them, but I think I do. Now, Pope was effective, but not effective enough, okay? And Swain and Mark, when they're hitting and you can battle down low with Vakatitis, you're probably going to have, a winning recipe for basketball, okay? I think moving forward, my starting five for this group, and I'm probably gonna catch some flack, but I'll justify it. I think I'm gonna put Kendall Weaver starting at the point. I would like to have Mark at the 2, Swain at the 3, or it doesn't matter which one, 2 or 3. We're gonna run a 3-guard set. Heidi at power forward for my shooter. If I can maybe he's not really a power forward, just my other forward. So you're running 3 guards, 2 forwards, and then Vakatitis down low, right? To kind of be a little bit more of your size, okay? I'm going with Weaver over Pope, and their role specifically is to facilitate, Okay, be energy and facilitate. Pope can come off the bench and run with the twos because I think that he would absolutely destroy twos out there, even though he can get his own shot as well. But Kendall Weaver, I know that Pope and Weaver both struggle from the field most nights. Shooting, they struggle most nights from the field. However, they provide energy, and if you can get them in a distribution role where they're facilitating, you have them in a lock-in one, right, and then play to that role. I think that this would benefit, or I think the Longhorns would have more consistency moving forward, because that's what I've seen when those five have been on the floor at the same time. They can play small, they can run fast, and they can play half-court basketball as well, right? Weaver makes off-ball steals and just gets us into the transition all the time and gets us into the fast game, right? Hell, man. Mark can slow it down, Swain can slow it down and dissect, and then you can battle on getting them in the team fouls, get the opposition in the team fouls when you battle down low with Fakatitis. If you can stay disciplined and not make stupid fouls to get the other team on the line, this team can win every night. It really, that's not hyperbolic. That's not an embellishment. This team really can win every night if they play to that format.
This is where, like with Kendall Weaver, I think he's just, for what you're talking about right there, the spark, the energy, the kind of the element that he brings to the game. That's where I think he's so powerful off the bench, because this team isn't going to do this all the time. I mean, I think that's the main thing that we take out of this. But Weaver kind of is that plug. Why I think that he stays in the second rotation, to where he's not starting.
You don't feel like you get more productivity when Weaver's on over Pope?
Yeah, I think
I can tell you that we do.
Well, I just think he's more beneficial coming off the bench. I just think that he's to where you sub him in and he adds an element that changes the game.
No, I understand, but Weaver can't really get his own shot. He can drive to the basket and he plays downhill very well, right? But you add that element to the second wave with Jordan Pope. Jordan Pope can get his own shot, and some nights Jordan Pope is nails. Some nights Jordan Pope is 6 from 8 from the field. It's few and far between, but some nights he gives you that. I think he'll give you that a little bit more if he's platooning the twos. That's my insight there. Weaver, I think Weaver's he's a talent. Like, he's not a number one. He's not a starting one by any chance, but you put him with this group and allow him to run the floor. I think it gets more optimal opposition, or more optimal scoring for the Longhorns. They can play fast and they can play slow with him in there. So
yeah, well, and that's the other part too, to your point right there, is that they haven't tried that yet. So is that something? I think that Sean Miller is constantly challenging these guys, and I read that he told these guys, if you want to give up, give up. And I think that's he's hard loving on these guys.
Yeah,
and we're seeing these moments right here, because I saw a couple of people say after Saturday where it's like, okay, this could turn the season. I'm not going to go quite that far yet, but I think that tough love that he has on these guys, to where you start using different. Maybe you do start.
You're the emotional guy. We all know that. I'm going to go with the numbers here, amigo. And back to this right here, 58% from the field. That was total, right? It was detrimental in the first half, but I think they can, to what we were talking about. They came out like, I want to say, I don't have that number specified. Blech. I don't have that number specifically.
Yeah.
But in the second half, I'm pretty sure it was like 75%. They were coming out from shooting 75% or something like that, something astronomically from the field. The Longhorns were in the second half. So yeah, it absolutely does help. And that's what I say, like, when the ball goes in, it really doesn't matter what you're doing. It's cliche, but it's absolute truth of basketball.
And they, Texas outscores Georgia 57-30. And if you go and you look in the box score, the only thing that Georgia beat Texas in is bench points. And when you're down by 20 some odd points, what does that tell you? Where the bench is the only thing points in the paint, everything. Texas wins all of those battles, and it was just a perfect second half.
I think
where do you take that from here? I think
Kane struggling, right? I think Kane struggling and not being able to get going until like the second half. That obviously was a contribution. Also a testament to the defense, right? I thought the Longhorns played excellent team defense on Saturday. Wilkinson was able to get his for sure, right? But no one dropped off and delivered like a performance like Hubbard was able to do, a couple of weeks back, or Gillespie. It's really tough to put an actual gauge on this team. But Rodney, I'm confident. I'm going to stick with it. If you can roll that consistent basketball, and if you elect and move forward with this experiment, maybe roll Kendall Weaver out there as the starting one and just let him be the facilitator. I know it's a lot to ask from this dude, right? Because a point guard has to be able to get his shot, but I just see more fluidity and more optimal basketball with Weaver out there when I'm seeing Jordan Pope. Like sometimes I feel like Jordan Pope gets in the way. And if you guys been watching, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's the thing with this group. It's just so many ifs, and we all know that.
How it is, if my aunt had male parts, she'd be my uncle.
So, what next? I'd like to see 2 back-to-back games of this again, but we did. I mean, and that's the ebb and flow of this team to where we saw 2 really good back-to-back games, and then they kind of fell apart. But that's basketball. That's different from football. But yeah, that performance, I mean, having those 2 scorers and having those rotations and having that ball movement and shutting down Georgia, very impressive. Very impressive.
Yeah. They got another time. We'll see how they can answer against Auburn. Auburn's a team. I don't have a gauge for Auburn, right? Auburn's kind of like Texas. Some nights they play fantastic, and some nights they play like dog shit.
Well, they won a big one on Saturday.
Yeah. So that's again, like that's what I'm saying. Like I just don't have a pulse for Auburn, right? I can't kind of figure them out. They're almost like a Kentucky kind of too. Like they're just there. They're battling. They're not going to go away. Or they're like another analogy would be like they're at the net or the fly at the picnic, to where they just bother you and just be a pest. They're kind of like that. They're just going to be in your ear or just buzzing around you the entire year.
Yeah. So here's Sean Miller on the win.
I thought at halftime it was a moment of truth for us in our season. Just putting it out there, like how the first half felt. We were disjointed. Thought Georgia was the better team. We weren't a smart group. Modest struggled mightily in the first half. And, you're down 37-30 at home, and, you've lost a few in a row. And this is the SEC. There's no easy opportunity in sight. You could really dig yourself into a big, big hole. So I was interested to see our response after halftime. No magic wand at halftime. We kind of talked about what we needed to do and wanted to get back on the court and get off to a good start in the second half, and we did that.
Yeah, absolute explosion coming out, and almost like it was a brand new team or a new game, right? We talked about, they were able to kind of address their deficiencies inside, and as soon as they got out of the break, they went on an explosion. They went on a nice little run there, and then they started battling down low, and that's honestly where the tide kind of turned, right? Is when they started winning the inside the paint. Georgia just didn't have an answer for it, right? Even their guards couldn't get going because they couldn't do anything inside, man. They had to turn all their attention inside and play, interior defense, and they couldn't get anything going on the perimeter, man. Again, it's when everything that's going up, when you're throwing it behind your back and it's going in, people will struggle. The opposition's going to struggle. They made it very easy for the Longhorns last night, or on Saturday, rather.
So I was listening to the Georgia broadcast, is what I found on satellite driving back on Saturday, and listening to their broadcasters. It's like, man, we thought the Florida game was bad. This team is getting gutted. I mean, they were so down on their team. And then one guy's like, look, we play Tennessee next. If you get they said Tennessee is going to kick our ass. Literally,
Tennessee's they got better guards than Texas does, right?
Yeah, but yeah.
I can't even tell you that Texas has a true point guard. They don't, right? Like I was talking with Eric a couple of weeks ago, or I think it was a couple of weeks ago. Like this team's got point forwards, right? They don't have point guards. They have point forwards. Swain's fantastic, but again, if you box up, or if you put a target out on Swain there and just force everybody else to beat you, some nights that absolutely were, unless Mark's just having one of his God nights to where he can hit anything there. But it kind of like, in the second half, right? It didn't matter what Mark was throwing up. Things were just dropping, man. So
Yeah, 16 in the second half. Yeah,
and I can't even call Mark like the shooter, like the assassin or the streaky shooter, because it's too few and far between, right? It's not there consistently where, you know, Mark's going to come out and go 3 for 5 from the perimeter. It's just not there yet, or I haven't seen it. Unless they can scheme up some stuff, they play downhill a little bit more and have Weaver, you know, drive to the cup and, you know, have that much of a damn, you know, alert down low that they have to, you know, double down on Bacatitis, you know, then they can dish out and Swain or Mark is going to have open shots. So if that's the route they want to go, probably more consistency will follow that way. But again, downhill basketball just opens everything else up, man.
Yeah, absolutely. So very excited. Looking forward to what happens next, because that's really what we see with this team. It's night and day sometimes, and that was as bright as it gets. That was as bright as looking out my window right now at all the white ice with that second half. Great second half of basketball,
and taking care of free shots. Like when you get to the charity stripe, you got to be able to knock them down, man. It's different when you're. It's a lot. Again, it's polar opposites from being on the line and putting another team on the line 30 times and allowing them to kind of steal the game and win the game that way. So
and in that first half, going back to listening to the Georgia broadcast, they specifically said in the first half, they're like, this Texas team is doing exactly what Sean Miller accuses them of with the fouls early. They're like, this is Georgia, this is what you want Texas to do. They're doing exactly what they do. And then it, like Sean said there at the half, it was like, I mean, turning point of the season. That's a good way to put it. I don't think that's harsh if this continues. So we'll see if it continues. That's constant challenge. This guy with his guys. That's a good
21
thing.
From the perimeter, and of course Georgia not bad themselves. They just couldn't get going until it was too little, too late. All right. Before we go anywhere else, let's tell you about our friend over at Hecht Law Firm. It is Ryan Hurricane Hecht, your personal go-to injury attorney right here in our fair burg of Austin, Texas. A proud Texas Longhorn fighting for fellow Texans, and that is you. It's not just you. It's your local businesses, and local families. Austin-based, Texas proud. Ryan knows what you're going through, and he's going to fight like hell to make it right. Friend of the show, fighter for the people. Don't let insurance companies push you around. Let the hurricane blow the doors wide open off of that case. Just give him a call, 512-938-8929. Email Ryan at hechtlawfirm.com. That's Ryan at HECHT lawfirm.com. Tell him the crew from TSU such as
the Junkyard Dog. Friends, one of the coolest things in this 3 years that we have been doing here is all the great partners like Wags talked about. And, of course, one of those is Covert Bee Cave. If you're looking for that new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, hey, don't just listen to me. Go see my friends at Covert Bee Cave.
You see Covert everywhere. It's that personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
That's right. Covert Bee Cave. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Yesterday, once I was home, NFL football, Rolex 24. I watched Pony Excess, the 30 for 30. That was playing right before the AFC Championship game. But how did SMU get the death penalty for that, for crying out loud, with everything going on? Anyway, I was watching all this great programming on my Tom McKay system right here in the AV Consultation studio in Round Rock West. AV Consultation since 1988, taking care of you, whether it's the visual, whether it's the sound, inside, outside, all these cool bars that you go to. It's probably an AV Consultation studio or AV Consultation setup that's in that establishment. Quit paying to go there. Make your place. Super Bowl's coming up. You got time, for crying out loud. Make your place the place to be with AV.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations. We've been providing custom electronic systems for Central Texas for more than 36 years. And
old man, I think they all know who you are and what your company does. This is Camilla McKay. The old man believes in big fun and big ideas. He can make dreams come true, so why not dream big? I've been up in Boston, but I know the old man and all his friends and fellow radio heads have been spreading the holiday spirit here in Texas. Why should we stop there? Keep spreading the good feelings all over. Audiovisual Visual Consultations carries all major brands of televisions and stereo equipment at prices you can't find in stores. And you don't have to leave your house. Just like Santa, they deliver the gifts to you.
Yeah, I like that, kid. Throw a party, hang out with your friends, catch a concert.
That's all fun and good, but can we get back to the business? You can give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit our website at avconsultations.com for some cool electronics.
Oh, now you're forgetting something.
And as always, hug your kids. We only pretend to be annoyed. Watch some games with your friends and make love to whoever the hell you want.
Absolutely. avconsultations.com, 512-255-8678. McCall Custom Homes. You got that home renovation project? This is a good time. You're stuck at home. Look around at your space. Look around and say, man, is this thing a little dated? Do I want to do something different with my kitchen? Do I need to do something different in my primary bedroom, my living space? Sit there and think about that. And if you decide that you do want to do something, you need to contact my man, Mike McCall. 512-633-9580. Again, 512-633-9580. Be sure and mention Texas Sports Unfiltered. I'm assuming even if you call him after the fact next week and mention Texas Sports Unfiltered, that hopefully you'll get that free estimation, as my friend says. Give a little life to that space, that indoor space, that outdoor space. They will take care of you just like they've taken care of me and Bucky Godbolt and Central Texans for the last 4 decades. A father-son team doing it right. The best trades that you're going to find in the business. They treat your home as if it were theirs, because when they're in there working, it is theirs. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. Check out the gallery of projects right now. See what they're working on. If you follow Mike on social media, if you're friends with him, he's constantly posting the stuff that they are working on right now, and it is phenomenal, the transformations that they're doing. Again, McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com, 512-633-9580. Check out the gallery of projects. Get that text in. We build value into your home. It is McCall Custom Homes. And I got to tell you, one of the coolest things about this, like Wag said earlier, is that in this time, all the great friends that we've made, I just gotten home on Saturday and I get a text and it's Mike McCall. He's like, please tell me that you're not still stuck in that shit in Odessa. It's buddies, man, that we did some business together. We do this. And now he's a good friend. And that's cool stuff about all this. But yeah, check them out. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. So moving forward, we'll talk here momentarily when the Wags jumps back in. The Super Bowl is set. You had 2 championship games yesterday with stark differences where you had the defensive battle that I truly thought when Denver scored, it's like if the Denver defense can do what they can do their job. If you shut the Patriots out, maybe Denver gets to the Super Bowl. Talk about that one, and then we'll talk about yet another. I don't think we'll throw the Monday Epic label on it, but you had another hell of a battle between the Rams and the Seahawks to set up Super Bowl 60, which will be Seattle taking on New England here in a couple of weeks. So we'll get to that here in just a minute. But I do want to ask Wags here before he jumps back in. A couple of moves that happened throughout the weekend that we were all kind of watching a hold of. Number one, Wags, we talk about the Steelers coaching search and so forth and so on. I don't think Mike McCarthy is going to be with them for 20 years and 30 years like all of these other coaches have been. I think if they get 5 years out of Mike McCarthy, that's going to be a win.
Sorry,
little surprised with that move. I didn't think Mike McCarthy would be the way to go for them.
I'm sorry, I missed that. I had Red Bull coming up.
Oh, so the Mike McCarthy move for Pittsburgh, in your opinion,
that united because it feels so good.
Yeah, this is where Stu and I talked last week to where it's like the Cowboys. The Cowboys just got on this thing where it's like boom, 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 boom with coaches. I think the McCarthy thing, 3-4 years, and then you're going to be looking for another coach.
No, that's not how Pittsburgh does it.
But this dude ain't going to be around for 20 years.
He's going to retire as a Steeler. He's going to die as a Steeler
at 80. Yeah,
he will be 70 riding off, and that's how they do it. McCarthy is going to become the greatest coach we've ever known. All right, they're gonna break the trend. He and Rodgers are gonna bring home a Super Bowl. We all know it. Seven for Steelers, 7 heaven. Let's go.
They say that this was not to attract Rodgers back, but is this team that
does Rodgers not hate McCarthy or not hate? I guess hate's
I didn't think that they were on the best of terms.
I did not think that they were on good terms. So I thought, if to me, this kind of feels like it might deter, Rodgers from staying there or coming back.
It just shows to me that Pittsburgh is so desperate. I mean, the Rodgers move and now the McCarthy move.
Yeah, I'm a producer, Jake. Like, we all know it. Like, no way in hell that this is not a match made in heaven. What are they thinking about here? Clearly, they want Rodgers out of the building.
Are they this desperate to win a playoff game? Not make a run, to turn around like the Patriots have done. This to me is that they want to win a playoff game that bad that you're bringing in Mike McCarthy. I just think there are options.
Do you realistically see Pittsburgh with the roster that they have, McCarthy coming in, the turnover that they're going to have with that roster, the scrub down? Do you really see going up against? Now, I know that Baltimore is going through the same knee jerk too with their head coach, but do you honestly think that Baltimore will stumble? You know what? There's the door's still open. It's the AFC North, so the door's still open, right? It's not like the Browns have solidified anything. The Bengals, when their offense is on the field, it's great. When everybody's healthy, great, fantastic. But they still got to put up 35 just to survive. Right. So, I want to sit here and say that Pittsburgh has basically just allowed the AFC North to kind of step in front of them and kind of take over and lead that, right? But no, I can't. I want to sit here and dog on McCarthy and dog on the move, but honestly, it kind of doesn't even move the needle just because of how bleh the AFC North has become, right?
Yeah, to me, it's you're not moving forward, and that's the whole thing. And Pittsburgh doesn't. Nobody wants to bottom out realistically, but at some point you kind of have to. It seems like look at the Patriots.
This is a step in the right direction.
I totally agree.
Trying to bottom out, this is a move in the right direction.
And I'm not bitter Cowboy fan with the whole Mike McCarthy thing, but this very much is like the Cowboy move where the dude sits out for a year and goes in there and throws minnows at ownership, right. And Jerry Jones falls in love.
McCarthy, I just don't think anybody's big on this guy, right?
Well, he's
except big. McCarthy's big.
He's big. Remember he coaches with a Waffle House menu. Remember where he's on the sideline like this, and on the back it says pancakes. So that there's that. But anyway, and speaking of Pittsburgh, the other coaching move, your favorite coach, Arthur Smith, to Ohio State.
Thank you. Maryland people from Maryland are happy.
We got him now. We got him now, buddy. We got him now. I wish he'd have gone to Georgia.
Offensive coordinator for Ohio, and I don't get. And you know what? Maybe his schemes will be great in college. Okay, because it is sometimes it feels like pros aren't able to run it because it does require so much speed at times. And maybe he'll find a way to have top end speed against oppositions that can't compete against his schemes or whatever. I think it's great. I think Ohio State's going to stumble a little bit. Sure, great. Welcome it on. Let Maryland Terrapins let Indiana continue to dominate. That's where I think it's going to go.
Well, and the thing about it is, you get Julian Sand, you get Bo Jackson, and you get Jeremiah Smith.
Probably the best player in all of college football. Yeah. Sure. I don't think that's too hyperbolic, right? Like he's a sensation. He's probably going to go number one overall, I would think. Actually, no. It'll probably be Arch could have. I think Arch might have been 1 or 2 if he came out this year, maybe. I'm possibly drinking burnt orange Kool-Aid with that take. I think Arch will be number 1 next year. Smith probably 2, I would think, just based off of how dominant. And I don't know what Julian Sand's going to be able to do. So,
what I'll be curious to see with that move is when Matt Patricia came over to Ohio State to run the defense. We saw him do a lot of what he's done in the NFL that made that defense.
What did I miss? Where did Hartline go? What did I miss?
South Florida. He's at South Florida.
That's right. He did move.
So I'll be curious to see if Matt or if Arthur Smith does some of that, or integrates some of the NFL stuff in, like Matt Patricia did. And I wonder if Matt Patricia will be there because he's been thrown around.
The thing too, like Arthur Smith's big on his tight ends, right? So you can expect a lot of big tight end play. I mean, like Janu Smith, like anybody that owned Janu Smith over the past couple of seasons, whenever he was in Arthur Smith's offense, he always blossomed. So And Janu, I'm saying Janu Smith particularly because you can usually get him around like 10 or 11, the 10th or 11th round, unsung, right? So my point is he can take mid tight ends and, blossom them into high end tight ends or top tier tight ends. If that's the case, man, you want to dominate the Big Ten with a little, dual tight end play, and then, add that to Jeremiah Smith as well. Julian Sand could have one hell of an impressive year, man.
Yeah, I think so. I think that this could be a really good spot for him. Just kind of one of those cool your jet spots.
It's Arthur Smith, so the proof is in the pudding.
Let's see him, in the world of highly paid college amateur athletes and see how he does there. So I think it could be a good spot for him. But yeah, we'll check that out. Rob, I will touch on this.
I still think he's rolling on the coattails of Derrick Henry, man.
Yeah, there it is. I like the Christian Parker hire. I know we didn't touch on it a lot. I think that it's going to bring some of that Vic Fangio thing where a more aggressive modern day defense, I think, not kind of some of this outdated shit that we saw from Matt Eberflus.
The defense of modern day.
The defense of modern day. The defense of modern day. That's what it's going to be, because Lord knows if the Cowboys could get just some sort of defense, just a little bit of defense, I think that they can take a better step forward. Although I do believe the Giants are coming. The Giants are coming.
Giants are here, buddy. We're already here with Harbaugh, man. We've arrived, dude. No, I'm kidding. There was a lot of defense on display in the early game, or was it defense or was it inclement weather?
I think
because you want to talk about a tale of two halves in terms of weather. Like, it was dry as shit in Denver. It's from the start of it, and then by the third quarter, it was a winter wonderland, man. And just a question. Is it an advantage to the Patriots when they're wearing a whiteout? And did Vrabel know that this could possibly happen? So he elected to go with all white uniforms because of the whiteout. Hard to see. Maybe you lose a defender, right? But that could caveat to that could be detrimental to a quarterback to May, losing track of his receivers as well. But could maybe, thinking, we might be able to get one up on him if we come out there in icy whites, blending in with the ice. Stidham might throw us one. Stidham looked great, by the way. Well, first half, first drive, Stidham looked great. All right, let me walk that back. First half, Stidham looked fantastic. But then it looked like we were just going to get a display of defense, right? Just neither quarterback could figure it out. All the both defensive lines were getting after him, man, being able to dial it up, and a few mistakes on the back end from the secondary too to allow some big plays. Double R, your thoughts?
Yeah, no, and right quick on this, Jake. Yes, that is a great loss, and I'm proud of Jerry going shopping somewhere other than his own little warehouse there to find a coach. But I thought Stidham was good, and I do like, because we talked about on Friday that I was hoping that Peyton was going to come out. They did run the ball kind of to start out there, but he did eventually turn him loose, and that was what he said he wanted to do, is just kind of give him the autonomy to get out there and control the game, and I think that he was very confident in his quarterback, and it showed. But in the second half, when it got to be the defensive battle that it was, and you got to take the point.
You
got to.
Rob nails it. Regular season, sure, maybe you kind of go for it, but I kind of, call me nuts, I kind of knew he was going to go for it, just because like the Parcells in him, right? Yep. Like Parcells always had a thing, like you have to take a bold move and gain the odds in your favor. To secure a win. Like I'm not, quoting Parcells, but that's kind of like, I'm paraphrasing him, right? Like Parcells always, whether it be an onside kick or a special play, like Parcells always, had a gadget in the back pocket just to get you a one up, or just to make you put you in an advantageous moment, right? I feel like Peyton, based off the Parcells tree, he subscribes to that ideology, right? Bit him in the ass, and Peyton's got, onside kicks at halftime. Like, Peyton's known to take risks and stuff, but you absolutely have to take the points in this situation, man. You got to survive. And that's just it. You're at home. You have to survive. Maybe if you're on the road, you take the big risk and go for it. But you're at home. Let the let the atmosphere take over. Let the defense kind of take. You got the best defense in the league, man. Take the points and lay up.
Yeah. When you get in a battle like this, and especially when the elements get involved like that, and the elements are going to become a part of that, and that special teams are going to be imperative at some point, a special teams breakdown, anything, a turnover can radically change the game. You have to take points, I think, at any time. I mean, and it's one thing, and the game is close. I mean, if it's you're down 14, 17 points and you're trying to chase your way back in, then maybe you take a gamble, but you have to. But look, the Stidham thing, I thought that was an admirable job that he did yesterday. He seemed confident, and we'll see what happens with him. You think that dude might get paid off their performance?
The weather kind of affected him too, right?
Yeah.
I mean, what did he end up? Hold on. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, neither quarterback was effective. But Stidham, I mean, in that weather, 17 for 31, 133, and 1-1 ratio, right? 1 touchdown to 1 interception ratio. And you could honestly say, like, Drake made a few passes, but when you got Stevenson and Henderson in the background, hey, it's pretty simple, right? Limit your mistakes and just come out any which way you can with a victory, especially when the weather is as bad as it is and as atrocious as it was. So
and you mentioned
no turnovers. You don't put the ball in the opposition's hands, man.
You mentioned this on Friday, Wags. Let's say Denver. Let's say Bo Nix plays yesterday. Is the result different? I mean, I think that we could possibly be at a 10-7 game anyway.
Same, right? Like, and it's not on Stidham. Like, I don't think it was on Stidham. Like, that one interception. I don't know how hellacious of a throw it was, or if weather actually dictated the throw or not.
Yeah.
So again, but when you're thrown in the wind like that, you got to be able to rip it. You got to be able to cut through it. So, I thought Stidham played, to your word, admirably to allow Denver to stay in the game. But yeah, to producer Rob's point, May didn't have to do it with his arms. Smart football, do it with your legs, become a weapon, right? And that's basically what the recipe was intact for Vrabel and company there. I thought Patriots, great gameplay, or a great game plan going into it, and just minimizing your mistakes and kind of. I mean, I don't think that Vrabel expected, Peyton to surrender points to him. But, yeah, if the coach is going to give it to you, man, why not take it, man? Here we are, New England Patriots back in the Super Bowl against the familiar face. The Seattle Seahawks bested the Rams yesterday in the late game. Now, for a game that had, a lot of defense, or maybe it was just, the offense was hampered down because of inclement weather, right? Or tempered because of inclement weather. You had an offensive, firepower and explosion on display in the late game with Jackson Smith and Jigba and Puka Nacua, man. Great. I mean, de facto Super Bowl, I can't even call it that, just because we're going to get two different philosophical, teams coming at you, right? Just May's orchestrated to be able to dissect, each and every team that he's gone up against and be able to carve people up with the wheels. If Sam Darnold can stay clean and, not give the opposition one, it looks like Seattle can play with anybody, especially with that defense, man. And now with the assertion, of Kenneth Walker just being able to carve you up on the field too, Seattle's got something special, man.
That was one of the things going into the game, because it was, Walker hadn't rushed for over 20 carries this season, because it was kind of a two-headed thing.
Yeah, they've had that really good
Charbonneau
backfield with Charbonnet too. So
Charbonnet. So with him out, I was curious to see how that worked. He didn't put up 100 yards. I think he only had like 66 or 7 yards, but still carried the ball 22 times and just gritty running and
explosive plays from Walker too, right? And also like being able to get involved with the passing game too, like Darnold checking down to him.
And that was the one thing that I wondered, because when you had Charbonnet in the game, that's where he is so good, where you can kind of check down to him, and he did that part when he would come into the game. But Kenneth Walker did a great job, and this is going to be a I think that we're in for a defensive Super Bowl coming up right here, because these are two damn good defenses right here that are about to go at it. And quarterback play, who's going to be able to make the play? We can break the game down as we get. Well, I guess we won't break the game down as we get closer, but
right.
We'll break the game down this week.
When Darnold stays clean, he's I'm not. That's kind of football 101. When any quarterback doesn't give the opposition a chance to score, that you have a good recipe for win. All right. And Darnold looked great. Stafford looked great man. Too. They great quarterback play, great offense. And then I can't slide Witherspoon being able to come up and make a play. There was just fantastic football on Sunday, man. And it sucks, it sucks that you got to. I thought the Rams were my pick. I thought the Rams were going to win the Super Bowl this year. So that ticket, might as well rip that effing futures ticket up. Yeah. But yeah, Seattle, man. Seattle shocking the shit out of a lot of teams, dude. And Jackson Smith and Jigba, what a day, bro. Have yourself a day. My God. 10 receptions, man. 155 yards, right?
And Cooper Kupp.
153, excuse me. 153. Yeah, and Kupp being able to come through with some magic too, man.
Yeah. And the thing about it is, Darnold just looked so in control yesterday. He looked confident, and he's ready to answer all those questions. And I think he did emphatically. The fact that and look, I mean, the story's almost complete. And if you're a Vikings fan, you're watching that and you're like, we got JJ McCarthy now. No, it's a good story. I like the matchup. Look, I think that it's going to be an entertaining game. I think that you're going to have these guys are going to go at it on defense, but it goes back to with this high-powered Rams offense, Matt Stafford, all the weapons that he has. If you control the ball if you have a 6 minute and however second drive, you got to score some points.
Yeah, that's significant. Like you can't sit on the sideline for that, or no, you can't be leading the field and then come up empty on that too. So that's tough.
You can't get shut down on fourth down. And I think that was such an impactful moment right there, because that's when I started thinking, all right, here's the Rams. Here's the experience. Here's Stafford that's going to drive this and go in here and hit a home run and just beat the defense down. But you get nothing. You get nothing. And then stupid penalties and special teams. The Rams kind of fell apart there, but to Seattle's benefit.
Yeah, Seattle 7 for 13 on third down conversions versus the LA's 1 for 8.
Yeah. That's where going into this, that was the Rams offense was where I'm like, it's the better offense and they're going to take control. And I didn't think that they would get into third down and long. I didn't think that was going to happen often. And then to not convert, that's
well, I figured the Rams would struggle just because of how good the defense is for Seattle is, right? Like again, it's not the Legion of Boom by any means, but hell, it's a top defense in the league, bro. So, and I thought it was going to make give Matt Stafford fits at times, but I thought what we saw would be on full display. Being able to crack it and solve it with a little bit of Devontae Adams, and then of course, I thought the coverage was going to be pretty tight on Puka Nacua, but they were still able to kind of bust through and find some things with Nacua there. How about that catch that he made going into the end zone to kind of keep the Rams into the game there, man? It looked like he bobbled it. I didn't think that it was good when he first caught it, but I thought they were just kind of giving it to him to kind of keep this, a contest. But then, after, replay came in, one hell of a snag, one hell of a grab, man.
And I'm glad you mentioned that, because I'm excited in the fact that coming out of Championship Sunday with these games that were both close. I mean, I know that the style of the game was radically different in both of them. You had the defensive battle and then you had the other. I'm glad that we're not sitting here talking about one of these games being decided on one of these questionable calls, because that's all too often where it's like, well, that was the difference in the game was the officials.
I have nothing to complain about the officiating.
Yeah. Pretty happy with it. Pretty happy with it. So
pretty decent from both sides there.
Back in the Super Bowl. Damn. They were what were they gone?
Didn't take long. Couple of years, 2 years, right?
Couple years. I went to HEB yesterday and I had on my cowboy pullover, and I go walking up and one of the ladies walking in goes, "I love your pullover." And I said, "Well, yeah, too bad we're not playing today." And she goes, "It's been 30 years. Are you not used to this?" Like literally in the freezing cold tells me this walking into HEB.
Everybody else. Yeah, I saw Michael Dixon won best punter, the kicker, the best thing, or won MVP. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, in that bowl game.
Oh,
Bowl
yeah.
game. Remember that?
I thought, and I thought NFL awards were out, but I didn't see the award ceremony. What the hell, man? I don't even know who the MVP is, dude.
I think that's the day before the Super Bowl. I think is when they do that.
You're right.
Like on the NFL, whatever.
It's coming up, but yeah, man. I did see where Michael Dixon is the only Longhorn going to the Super Bowl. So
there you
go. It's kind of ironic, right? Humann, the one that always made fun of him, sitting there saying, "And we got this kicker, we got the punter, we got this punter." Never called him by his name, but dude, well, I mean, Puna was Puna Ford not on?
Oh yeah, Puna Ford was.
Puna Ford was on Seattle before, but now I think he's a Ram, right?
Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, Schooler.
Oh yeah, forgot Schooler. There you go.
There's a few when Denver got beat. That's like, well, hell, there goes half a dozen.
there goes Longhorn U. There goes the Denver Longhorns.
There goes the Denver Longhorns. Yeah,
Brian Murphy. Thank you, Brian Murphy. Yeah, Brian Murphy. My God, having one hell of a season too, man.
Yeah. Oh man,
you could argue that Murphy is a core nucleus for that damn front up there for Seattle's defensive front.
Yeah, absolutely.
You could argue that, man. He's pretty lethal, pretty nasty. Thick boy, that Mr. Murphy.
Yeah, absolutely.
What else we got, partner? Anything else?
I did want to ask you. I did want to ask you, Adam.
What did you want to ask me?
So when we were, I think we were going off the air on Friday, is kind of when the whole thing came out about the 12-team playoff thing, about staying at 12 in college football.
Oh yeah.
A couple of things with that. Of course, no expansion. The Power 4 conference champions will get an automatic bid. Like looking back, Duke would have gotten in. So that changes. And then I know this one's going to drive you up the wall. I'm sure you know this. If Notre Dame is in the top 12, they get in.
They get in, yeah.
Bullshit. That what do they have on people? It's like
they have God, bro. Don't you know they have God?
Is that what it is? Oh shit. Okay.
They have God, Newt Rockney chips, and all kinds of stuff. No, I mean, it's almost
Rudy. They got Rudy
advantage for not being in a conference, right? So if that's the case, if we're setting a precedent for every team to kind of disband and leave their conference, that way, if they just get into a numerical position 1 through 12, hey, they're automatically in, right? Is that the precedent you're setting there, committee? By allowing Notre Dame to get automatically in at 2 or at 12 or whatever? No, it's bullshit. I mean, I was kind of shocked that we didn't get 16. Right, I thought ultimately we would end up with 16 teams out of this. I think it's inevitable. If not this year, probably next year, right? Because somebody's always going to be complaining about, well, we got left out, and it's watch. I mean, case in point, Notre Dame will
17 will be pissed off when we go to that point. Yeah,
sure, but I mean, Notre Dame will get up here and steal, say a hypothetical scenario shows up or arrives to where Notre Dame is the 12th spot, and then it takes away a team that absolutely should have been in over Notre Dame, but they get an automatic bid because they're the 12th spot. So they're ranked 1 through 12.
And I'm sure that they were all pissed off that they got left out last year. I mean, with the whole thing with Notre Dame versus Miami, which last year it made total sense when it came to the Miami part. Yeah,
and I don't think I don't think Notre Dame's resume was that special or that loaded or beefed up in particular anyway. So
and ultimately it made sense. I mean, Miami got a fucking championship.
Right. Hindsight's 2020 for sure. Hindsight's 2020. They were in a national championship.
So and that's where I wonder at some point. Let's say Texas, for example, where I mean, do you secede? It's like, well, I'll go independent. You have a lot of power. You have a lot of prestige. You have a lot of whatever.
You have $2.1 billion in revenue that you bring in. Right. So I would say that you have plenty of power.
Absolutely. And that's where this thing is it's just a wreck. I mean, it's a train wreck. And I think that's a BS thing that specifically is a provision It's like, don't say it. I mean, if it's going to happen, don't say it. But, oh, by the way, Notre Dame gets in if they're in the top 12. I don't get it, man.
What else you got, partner? Anything tonight?
And this, what do we have tonight? Monday Night Football. Oh, there's no Monday Night Football. Damn. One more game, dude. One more game. Probably going to be a basketball night.
You're not going to watch any hockey?
Oh yeah, maybe a little hockey tonight. Haven't really checked stuff out.
Caps are off. I don't know if the Stars are off. Yeah, I think Stars are off too. So Caps and Stars are off. You got a chance to go watch some Bruins Rangers, old school rivalry there.
Yeah, could check that out. Kind of on a sad note, you know what today marks? On this day in 2020 was when we lost Kobe Bryant and his daughter Gianna and that entire crew. God,
that whole year was and that kind of was the falling domino, right? It started with Kobe dying and Gianna dying and hell, not just those two, but everybody in the helicopter. It started with them dying, and then kind of just rolled over into a cloud of COVID, right? Where everything just kind of stopped for a while, or they just put a halt on life. I think we've recovered. I think we've gotten back from COVID, but you still see little signs and just kind of trickle downs from the effect of what COVID had, right? Like, I mean, shit, look at me. Like, I don't like to leave the house. You know what I mean? Like, the past 3 years have been great. So,
and I will say that there are things. I mean, if you want to say that some good things came out of a bad situation. I mean, for example, what we're doing. I mean, I don't think anybody knew what Zoom was before 2020, before COVID hit. I mean, I wish I had stock in Zoom before all that, because I mean that became the mode of the
people
world.
knew what Zoom. Rodney, people were using Zoom for 10 years, bro.
But not to that extent.
Zoom put Skype out of business.
Yeah, well, I know, yeah, but not to that extent. That's where it's like, geez Louise. But I remember 2020. So I remember when that happened with Kobe, and then you had the Super Bowl, and then the Daytona 500 was kind of in there, and I was covering that pretty hard that year. I wasn't there, but I was in different stuff, and some insiders were telling me, they're like, "Have you heard that the country might close down?" And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And it was because of that. And then you had the NBA. Remember when the NBA just locked down? That's it. We're done. It's like, holy shit. Because what's his name was over there coughing in public and wiping himself all over the table and shit.
Oh, I know. I know what you're talking about. Gobert.
Rudy Gobert. Yeah, Rudy Gobert. Come on, man.
You watching? I mean, sports are a little low in sports. Sure, you can argue that. You got any shows that are kind of fired up on your queue here that you're going to be watching?
I really don't, Wags, because the whole thing is with the travel schedule. It's like I don't really want to get into anything because I may be gone for 3 or 4 days or a week or whatever.
Were you ever into Game of Thrones at all?
Never. I never.
You've never seen Game of Thrones.
Never seen not one.
Never read. You never read any of the books when you were younger.
I don't know how to read. No.
Gotcha. Okay.
Never, ever, Wags. I never have. See, that's the one thing in this 3 years that you haven't converted me to that.
This right here, funny. This is the reason why I got out of politics. Those of you guys don't know my background. I was in politics before this, right?
Wags was the mayor of Round Rock for a while.
Got a degree from the University of Texas in government. And actually, like, I was working on, yes, this is going to make people laugh, but I was helping with Gary Johnson and Bill Weld's campaign. And when the results came in Harambe got more votes than the people that I was helping, I was just like, man, fuck this. This is a joke. This is ridiculous.
I called the electoral process, my man.
I quit. I gave up. I gave directly up on politics and said, you know what, we're gonna focus on sports, and that's it. I'm done. I'm absolutely done.
Yeah.
But yeah. Oh my.
That's you get all these random.
That's funny. I don't know. Harambe. Yeah. Thank you for taking me down memory lane. I appreciate it.
You get all these random texts where it's like the political people, and they're like, do you want to be an activist for me? Do you want to go door knocking?
No.
Do you want to make phone calls? I'm like, I don't want to fucking do that for myself, much less you. That I don't believe.
I mean, I think I have I don't really align to any party, right? I believe in being a free thinker. That's what I believe in. Think for yourself. Don't be, aligned to a group. Don't let the herd decide for you. All right. Use your brain. Okay. That's kind of where I'm at. But I mean, I don't specifically call myself a libertarian by any means, but I ultimately I think I'm independent. That's where I go with that.
Yeah, I'm a free bird. I'm like Michael Hayes, Terry Gordy, and Buddy Roberts. I'm a free bird.
Be a free bird. What's on the flight pass today, free bird? What you got cooking up?
I guess I'm gonna look for a radio job. So my wife is like, "What are you gonna do?"
Everything's gonna be okay, man.
Yeah,
I promise.
my wife is like, "You got to keep doing this because I don't want you to be grumpy." I'm like, "I'm fine. Everything's fine. It's going to be fine." And she's like, "You got to find something to do." I'm like, "I've got a job. I'm going to be okay. I'm going to be okay."
Watch sports and you'll get a job. I guurantee it.
I'll just watch sports. That's
all right, buddy. I'll talk to you tomorrow, man.
Yep. How we doing here? Here's Jordan Scruggs. Welcome in, boys. Y'all have a good show.
What's up, brother?
I'm gonna go read the green sheet.
Hey, hold on 1 second.
Yep.
Let me use the bathroom real quick.
Oh my God. See.
How we doing?
How you doing, buddy? How's the weather up there? Y'all having a hell of a mess, aren't you?
Yeah. It hasn't been bad. There's snow on the ground, ice on the ground, but it's done coming down. Just going to be freezing for I think like 2 or 3 more days. But it's already starting to melt in the sun. So we'll be all right. Haven't lost any power or water. Everything's been good. Feel a little stupid for going to the grocery store like everyone else late in the last week, but hey, it is what it is. I'd rather be safe than sorry, and we were safe and not sorry, so can't complain. But
so yesterday, Jordan, I was telling Wag, so I drove back from Odessa on Saturday, and that was eventful at times or whatever. So I'm sitting here yesterday, and before the game start, I go out to the garage and I have 2 beers is all that are sitting in there. So I come back in and I tell my wife, I'm like, "You need anything? I'm going out for beer." She's like, "What?" She's like, "It's iced up. It's a mess." I'm like, and I hadn't had any. So I went and got it and came back and I said, "It's not that bad. It's kind of slushy, but just if you got to get out, be careful." But up there where you're at, I mean, I know that a lot of times that tends to be a lot worse than here, but glad to hear that's all good. Glad to hear that's all good.
Yeah, we've been staying home. Got a 1,000-piece puzzle done yesterday. And my girlfriend, she has a 2-door 4x4 Jeep.
Mm-hmm.
So we're doing just fine driving around. And there's like no one else out on the roads either. And I mean, as long as you like just go slow and brake, it's perfectly fine. But appreciate it, by the way, NTC B Johnson. Appreciate everyone tuning in, especially in this last week, the 5th to last episode of Texas Sports Unfiltered. So, and Jake Bayless, maybe one day, not quite there yet, but no, I don't know. I always like getting kind of snowed in or iced in, and you don't want like pipes to burst or to be without power for a while, but like I was prepped, I was ready, and I don't know. It's always fun. So a little switch up, and it's like, oh, power's out, can't work. Because the thing with my job, since I work from home, it's like, oh, ice on the road, school's canceled, work's canceled. Like, nope, I still gotta write about the Longhorns. So is what it is. Happy to have a job in this economy and have job security in this economy. But I don't know. So down there in Austin, it's just been a little bit of ice, but
ice. Yeah, it's mostly ice, and it's like on the elevated roadways, like 183, the tollways and all that, where you have bridges and all that. That's the stuff that gets a little out of control. But Wags and I were just talking about what you're alluding to right there, to where with COVID and all that, to where it drastically changed everything, to where it's like, oh shit, I still have to work. I can't get out and drive. I can't go to an office which I always hated, Jordan. God, man, jobs that I had where I had to like go to an office and people want to sit and make small talk and talk about stupid shit. So then it's like, I don't have to go to an office. I can sit here. I can do a video call, and I don't even have to be wearing anything. I may not be wearing anything right now in underwear. I may not have that on, but nobody knows. I just look like a guy in a racing t-shirt.
Yeah. Hey, full transparency. I've probably done like between 98 and 99% of these shows wearing pajama pants.
I thought you were going to say wearing nothing underneath.
No, that would be. Sometimes I got to stand up, but
yeah. Well, just you remember that one politician or whatever, or news person that was on, and they caught him. That dude was spanking Frank, and they're like, "Holy smoke!" They're like, "What?"
Starts tugging on it.
Spanking Frank.
That dude was spanking Frank, and they caught him on the like broadcast on Zoom.
Jeez,
don't do that.
Jeez, no. Luckily, I was still in high school, coming out of high school during COVID, so I didn't have this job. But talking to people who worked for 24/7 during COVID, they were like, yeah, we all thought we were going to lose our jobs because Paramount, CBS, they're laying people off, and don't want to get political or whatnot, but if you were a Paramount employee with insurance and benefits and you didn't get the vaccine, they would fire you. So several people got fired for that as well. But I wasn't with 24/7 yet. But like having to come up with content and meet a full quota whenever the entire world is shut down and kids aren't taking visits, and since like nothing was going on, there were times kids weren't even like getting calls from schools, even though they had offers. So it was a wild time to cover in recruiting, and I'm happy I missed that part. But yeah, we're here now, and it's cold again.
Cold again. All right, dudes. Y'all have a good show. I'll be listening in. I'll see y'all mañana.
There, dude. All right, man. Are we allowed to say his name? Are we allowed to?
Yeah. We'll talk about that in a sec. But I'm curious. In Austin and in Central Texas, are there is school in session today?
College is closed, so I would assume that ISDs are shut down. I haven't paid attention to any ISD though.
Yeah, my girlfriend is at a middle school that feeds into North Crowley ISD, and on Friday at like 6 p.m. they sent out that they canceled school for Monday before like any snow or ice had even come down.
I mean, any you know how it is around here, man. Any type of threat, they're shutting it down for a week. So
yeah, and then like on Saturday at like 2 p.m. they canceled school on Tuesday. So she's got a 4-day weekend after having a 5-day weekend last week because she was sick. So
you guys know this. I am known as the Texas Tease. You know this.
Yeah, we'll talk. We'll get. We can just get into that. I think we've talked enough.
No. Let's tease it a little bit. Let's tease it. Let it ride up the leg. Come on, man.
We're good. I don't want to do that. But all right.
You don't like foreplay. You just like get right to it, huh?
Yeah, but okay. So most of the Texas fan base has heard this name at some point, but Bray Lynch, the Indiana guard, is staying at Indiana. There's been rumored through, I should say, out like the Texas fan space that he was going to end up at Texas. I talked to folks in the agent world, some folks in Austin about this, and was told it was done about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. Things can change. Things changed, I guess, over time as Indiana was going to the national championship. And he's posted it several times. I saw yesterday. It was like the first, I guess, definitive post. Lynch, I'm talking about, put on his Instagram story like, hey, I'm staying in Indiana. It's final. And today was the final day. We were watching for potential portal entrants from players who are on the national championship teams. They have 5 business days to submit their name to compliance. So Monday is the last, or they had 5 days, sorry, not 5 business days. But today would have been the last day to see names populate in the portal. And we do not expect Bray Lynch's name to end up in the portal. So yeah, and it sucks for Texas. He would have been a starting left guard or right guard for Texas next year, and they would have had their guard problem fixed. And now they don't. And full transparency, I mean, I think this is another example, another glaring example of Texas's personnel and scouting operation being so dog shit compared to what it should be. Because at the end of the day, it is the university.
You shouldn't have these problems. If you're Texas, you should not have this problem.
It's the flagship school of the state of Texas, the best football state in America. It's one of the wealthiest, most organized programs from a financial perspective, and they continue to come up short on glaring needs that they enter off seasons knowing they have needs there. Now, last offseason, they misevaluated the room. They said, these guys are good. We don't need help. We're not going to spend money. And then this offseason, it's, oh, no, shit, we need help. We fucked this up. We have to fix this. And they haven't. And the main, and I've said this, the main reason I kind of held out hope and was giving them some slack, like, hey, give them some time, was one, because of the Brain Lynch stuff. But two, with what they entered this offseason with, the needs they had, the biggest one was always offensive line.
Oh, right.
They also needed a dynamic receiver. They needed linebackers. They needed a new defensive back, needed running backs, and they went and got those needs, and they did a really good job. And then for some of those positions, they got more than they really needed. Interior D lineman and taking 2 A-gappers when you only needed one being
right.
But so I saw the way
and I get it. You take what I understand. Take what's available. I like.
Yeah, I saw how they approached the other needs, and some they did more than they needed to, and in others they did exactly what they needed. And so I figured, hey, if they're doing this for smaller needs in offensive line, they're going to figure out the biggest one, and they haven't. So, is this on Kyle Flood? This specific portal cycle and the approach? I'm not saying that, but the reason we got here is because of Kyle Flood.
The reason why this position is here.
Exactly. Yeah. It's not his fault that Texas's offensive line blueprint or plan in the portal has failed. He's not the one that does that. It's Brandon Harris, the front office.
But he laid the foundation.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like, they don't have to go get these guys in the portal if he doesn't fuck up evaluating these guys out of high school. That's what it is. So we'll see. I already know that in some form or fashion, people at Texas are going to try to spin this into being like, oh, we're excited about the Coleman brothers competing for the left guard spot. Well, if you were excited, you wouldn't have told every single reporter in the market you're going all in to buy a new offensive line and, a difference-making portal class. So we'll see. Melvin Ciani, I think the tackles are going to upgrade. I think Trevor Gooseby will be better next year, especially because he's not playing with a fucked up shoulder. And also the hand injury he had. His hand was broken the first half of the season. And he played through all that and still could have been a first-round pick in April. He's coming back. He'll be healthy. He'll be better. I do think Melvin Ciani is an upgrade over Brandon Baker at right tackle.
Yeah, again, like we didn't really completely miss or they didn't fail completely on the line. They made some improvements, right? Like upgrade.
Yeah, but like it is a joke and absolutely.
It's also year 4. It's year 4 and they don't have this figured out.
Year 4 of Arch. It's year 6 of Steve Sarkisian, Kyle Flood.
Correct. Thank you. Yeah.
It is absolutely ridiculous that for Quinn Ewers, who was a statue in the pocket, offensive line was never the issue. For Arch Manning, the golden boy, and I know Quinn Ewers is also a golden boy. Don't get it twisted. So Arch Manning's, you knew it was coming with him. He sat on the bench for 2 years. It was supposed to be 1, but he did 2. Was going to have 2 years as a starter. You've known this was coming. This time was coming since he committed in June of 2022. And going into year 4, you still haven't given him an offensive line that touches anything close to what Quinn Ewers had. And he's also playing in a harder conference. So, and I mean, even you could say the same thing about the receiver group Arch Manning had last year compared to the ones that Quinn Ewers had his 3 years as a starter. It's the 4th out of those 4 years. So I don't know, man. It doesn't give a ton of hope for the offensive line, and it's because that need was so big, because the O-line was so bad for Texas. it makes you forget about how good the rest of the portal class is.
Yeah.
But I don't know, man. Things got to change. And going into
where do they change? Like you say that, right? We all say that, right? But like, what's the first pivot? Like, what's the first step in changing that from top down? Like from like the evaluation room, right?
Yeah. Steve Sarkisian needs to change the personnel scouting operation. Right now, nothing happens unless he approves it. But the thing is, because it's such a tight-lipped operation, we don't know if the reason they have screwed up this offensive line is because the player personnel staffers aren't building a deep enough and big enough list for targets, or if they are, and Sark and Flood are saying, no, these guys aren't good enough for Texas. We don't want. We can only recruit 3 of these guys, And it's one of those situations. We don't know because it's so tight-lipped. And
where
did
Sark develop this from? Because Saban wasn't like this with the media, right? To where he, kept everything so buttoned up that the media had no.
Saban was very much like that, but he won so much and didn't really have personnel problems. It was also easier to stack depth or talented depth
in that type of era without transfer,
because they were going to the Natty and had first rounders every year. So, yeah, but I mean, something has to change in the personnel department. Like, it's not just the portal and the way they screw things up either. They mess things up in high school too. And they do it way too often. Like, the best example of this right now, Tylen Henderson. He's a 2028 sophomore linebacker at Weiss, Pflugerville Weiss. That school is less than 20 minutes from Texas campus.
He doesn't even have an offer? Are you kidding me?
This kid has Bama, Ohio State, Miami, A&M, Tennessee, SMU, Texas Tech, like 2 other offers. And he tore his ACL in the playoffs, his final game of his sophomore year. And he's a linebacker. It's his first year playing linebacker. He was on varsity as a receiver last year.
His first year as a linebacker.
Yes. And he's a monster. His tape is awesome. And he doesn't even know what's happening. He's just
reacting. Yeah, he's just reacting.
But they had so many injuries at running back, they started having to hand the ball to him in the playoffs. And he won them 2 games off walk-off touchdowns. And it was like 1 carry for 77 yards. The next game, it was like 3 carries for 160, 2 touchdowns.
Well, what do they think that he's just going to fall in their lap because he's in Pflugerville?
He grew up a Texas fan. I do think that's part of the thinking, but also since he tore his ACL, it seems like kind of
a little reluctant.
But at the same time, Johnny Nansen went out to his high school a week ago or 2 weeks ago and said, "You're the number 2 linebacker on our 2028 board." Had him at the junior day, still haven't offered him. And maybe it's the ACL, maybe they want to see. Man, Tennessee showed up to Weiss to see Trey Moore. They had no idea who he was. And any staff that comes through there that doesn't know who Tylen Henderson is, their head coach is playing his film in front of these coaches. And Tennessee watching it, like, oh, we want to talk to him. He's like, oh, just letting you know, coach, he has an ACL tear. He won't be healthy for a while. And they're like, we don't care. And they offered him. Tennessee, an SEC school. And they're beating Texas to offering a kid that lives less than 20 minutes from campus and grew up a Texas fan. And their whole thing is we can't offer local kids unless we know we're 1,000% going to take them. Tylen Henderson is a no-brainer. I don't give a shit if he has a torn ACL. And you know that because you're telling him he's the number 2 backer on your 2028 board. But he's not good enough for an offer. Like, make it make sense.
Right. Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't. Like, I can't.
So
unless the whole thing is they're procrastinating and thinking that he's going to fall in their lap and earmarking shit elsewhere. So
yeah, like I think a problem with the current Texas staff, and this did not exist early on in the tenure, but now that they've built the program back up, at times it feels like they think the logo is going to recruit the kid, and that's it. Kids don't give 2 shits about logos anymore. It's which logos are paying the most money. Where can I play the earliest?
Was Taft the final year of that? Or hell, maybe even
Taft was a walk-on who took a walk-on spot.
I was going to say that's a special
over a scholarship at Rice, but yeah,
maybe Burke.
Well, yeah, that was like very, very early stages of NIL where kids out of high school, the lower end of the class, didn't even talk money till they were on campus, like enrolled on campus. And Texas offered Burke the day before signing day, and he was committed to Michigan. But But I don't know, man. Like the offensive line for Texas, it's not shaping up. It's not shaping up well at all. And let me look. I have like a Google.
It's not Blake Shapen, man.
No, hey, it's better than Blake Shapen at quarterback. Anything's better than Blake Shapen at quarterback. But all right, this is what I think the O-line will look like next year. Trevor Gooseby, left tackle. I don't know if Brandon Baker will play left or right. The main thing, though, I think, is if Dylan Sikorsky wins a starting job, he has to be the left guard and Baker the right guard, because you don't want two transfers sitting next to each other.
That's you gotta have somebody that's been in the program.
And JW Crunch brings up a good point. They do care about the money, yeah, but if you're Texas and you offer like 2 years after everyone else does, and then you talk to the kid less than everyone else does, and then you offer them the same amount of money and have a slower path to the playing field than everyone else does, where's the kid gonna go? Not Texas.
First offer.
And like they do an exceptional job at winning some of these big recruitments that are clearly NIL recruitments. Tyler Atkinson, Derek Cooper, Colin Simmons, Richard Wesley. They do a good job of those. But they just leave so much meat on the bone, man. And another great example, Carter Buck out of Lake Travis led 6A in sacks in the entire state of Texas. He's the all-time leader in tackles for loss and sacks in Lake Travis program history. And he's going to TCU. He's going to play a ton as a freshman. And he's a top 200 prospect for us. He's been a 3-star for a long time. He didn't get the bump to a 4-star until his senior year. But that kid is probably going to get drafted in the NFL one day.
God.
And if Texas offered him, he would have committed and played for free. And the thing I always think,
how do you not take advantage? That's some bullshit if you're not taking advantage of that, man.
Yeah. And like Georgia, like Athens is much different than Austin, but like there's a school called Lake Oconee, right? That's where Gunnar Stockton's from. It's a little town on a lake. Town has some money, and it's in the outskirts of Athens. It's about 30 minutes away. Very similar to Lake Travis.
School, right?
And if any kid came out of Lake Oconee, like Carter Buck did, Georgia would have offered him as a sophomore when he started and had a great sophomore year. And then they would have taken his commitment early and would have kept him. And he would have been loyal because he wanted nothing more than to be a Georgia Bulldog, and Carter Buck, same thing, to be a Longhorn. And the other kid, Ben Duncombe, he's a Texas legacy. He's going to Kentucky. So it's just like, and they do take these developmental upside guys that are cheap local guys. That's what Caden Schroer and Jet Walker are. But their selection and just the way they build out the roster, man, it is very head scratching at times. So yeah, but all right, projecting next year's O-line. The left tackle is going to be Gooseby, center Robertson, right tackle Siani. Brandon Baker will be one of the guards. The other starting guard is either going to be Dylan Sikorsky, Jordan Coleman, Devin Coleman, or Jackson Christian.
Oh, all right. Okay.
I wouldn't sleep on Jackson Christian.
So you think Christian's better than the Coleman brothers? Or is it too early to tell?
There's going to be more down-to-down consistency with Christian than there will be the Coleman brothers. I mean, Christian got to Texas with a higher floor. Devin Coleman can only play guard. He's not going to play center, and he's too small to play tackle, where Jordan Coleman can be a tackle or a guard, or like a jumbo guard. And then Jackson Christian is a center or guard. But with Jackson Christian and, God, I can't believe I'm blanking on his name, former Texas O-lineman that does a lot of stuff with Chip Brown. He gave him quotes basically just shitting on the Texas O-line like midway through the season. It was awesome. Forgetting his name, but he pretty much is like, the problem I see, none of these guys are like tough. None of them are gritty.
Yeah,
and none of them are mean or nasty or none of that. None of them. And he wasn't wrong. He was dead on with this year's group. But Jackson Christian is that. He's from Port Arthur, went to Port Neches Groves. Dad works in a refinery, mom in the post office, blue-collar kid from Southeast Texas. Yes, sir, no, sir. He had like 10 other offers he never posted in his recruitment. It was Dan Neal. Thank you. That was the former Texas offensive lineman. He had
Dan Neal. Oh, yeah, we should have known that. Fuck.
Yeah, I just forgot his name. But Christian had a bunch of out-of-state offers he never posted because he didn't want to leave Texas and knew he was going to UT or A&M, and eventually chose Texas over A&M. So I think a lot of people are going to fall in love with him, especially because he's just old school, man. I really like covering that kid. It was awesome. And he would never, ever, ever pick up the phone or respond to anything. If you get out there to P&G and see him, he's amazing. Absolutely amazing. And is one of those kids that, you tell them to jump, they ask how high.
Right. Run through a wall for you.
Yeah. Coachable, team first kid, all that. So I wouldn't be surprised if he wins out. I think if I was a betting man, I'd put odds on Sikorsky because he's actually started. It is in the rundown Pac-12, but still, because these other guys haven't played. So we will see. But unless Texas truly pulls a rabbit out of its ass by like getting a kid that enrolled somewhere else but didn't sign his paperwork, or unless they're going to pay a buyout or something, it's done. And the starting line is going to feature someone that no one in Austin wanted to start the season, but now they have to start them. So, yeah, what a job. 2 years in a row of the offensive line being worse than it ever should have. Sorry, I hate to be a Debbie Downer, but
no, I mean that's not. But it's reality though. Like that's what happens when you sit. You shit on the pot, or what is it? What's that old analogy? Shit or get off the pot.
Yeah, should have got off the pot. And like here's another example: Lane Kiffin.
I know.
Like Texas had less needs than LSU did this year, but they have more than Lane Kiffin ever had at Ole Miss. And each year he signed a better portal class than Texas.
That's
hit on all their needs
player right there.
And like the thing that is so infuriating, I think, for Texas fans, it's infuriating for me as someone who covers it, is Texas's problem isn't that they can't afford to get these O-linemen that they need, or they can't afford to get portal players they need. They have the money and they can afford it. Like that's how they end up with players like Cam Coleman. Right. But the organization doesn't give them a chance to spend the money. Whereas Lane Kiffin at LSU and Lane Kiffin at Ole Miss, when he can't get guys, 9 times out of 10, it was because Ole Miss didn't have the money to go that high. They had a lot of money to buy, a top 1, top 2, top 3 portal class each year. But to beat out Oregon for every single player, to beat out specific schools for every single player, like Oregon can, or Georgia, or even A&M, Texas, Ole Miss couldn't really do that. They had to really be calculated with the shots they took. So
yeah, now Lane's got a war chest now, man.
Yeah, and it's not at Texas. The problem isn't the money; it's the operation. So yeah, and the thing too, like if Texas is 9-3 and misses the playoffs, or even 10-2, even if they get in the playoffs and the O-line is stinky, Flood's done. And this probably isn't even on him because, like it's his fault that they got to the position they're in. It's not his fault this happened in the portal.
Right.
But he can probably get scapegoated. And a lot of Texas fans at that point are like, woo, either way or not, because they want him gone. They want something new, and I can't blame them. Like,
but ultimately,
Alabama made the college football playoffs, could not successfully run the ball. Their O-line was great in pass pro, but they couldn't run block. And Chris Kapilovic, or whatever his name is, got fired. The Bama line coach, they fired him this week.
Yeah.
So, sorry to keep putting salt in the wound. Another reason this is
that's all right, man. Man, it reminds us that we're still alive, dude. That's what pain does. We're still
Another
here.
reason that the way things have gone in the portal for our offensive line and just in general is so frustrating. Texas looked at Texas Tech, Texas A&M, and Oklahoma all in the playoffs. They were left out of the dance. And they have gone on to take some of the things they've done in the transfer portal. Personally, they don't want to be left out of the dance while Tech and A&M and OU are all dancing. They don't want that to happen again. And I said, if Texas doesn't get in and those teams do, there's going to be changes in the personnel operation and the operation in general, because the people that donate millions of dollars each year, that
they're not getting right.
You're
not getting a return.
Yeah. So they have done some of that, but the offensive line, the way that's panned out, that has not been taken personally. So I don't know. Things got to change. The thing too, I don't know when the next time Steve Sarkisian is going to be in a press conference, but I need to get Chip, Hank, or Eric to ask, like, hey, explain the personnel operation, would you? How does this work? Because Aaron Joe, your director of scouting for the 2025 season, left in November to be the GM at North Texas. Y'all haven't announced any hires for that.
Right. Nothing.
Have you even made a hire? Did you go through the entire transfer portal cycle without a director of scouting?
Right.
So I don't know, man. I don't know. All right,
that's a tough question to ask. I mean, can you imagine the answer that you're going to get from Sark? You're going to get some shit thrown back at you because he won't be prepared for that.
No, and well,
that's
coach speak. You know, it's internal. We're evaluating it, and
we're going to promote. We're ultimately going to promote from within. Yeah, huh?
Yeah. I also. This will never happen.
Absolutely needs to be asked. That's journalism 101.
Yeah, this would never, ever happen. But I would love for someone to walk in a press conference and be like, hey, Steve, so this year you went 9-3, or I guess 10-3. You missed the playoffs, won the Cheez-It Bowl. A lot of the problems this year are on the offensive line. But after the season ended, you fired the defensive coordinator.
Right.
And said, in timeouts, I had to be on the headsets. That took time away from our offense. So, Steve, can you please tell us where this line is drawn for Kyle Flood if this is where it is for Pete Kwiatkowski and he gets fired? How does Kyle Flood still have his job?
Right.
Would love someone to ask that. But I bet he'd be like, we're past that. PK got fired in December. We're not talking about that anymore. But yeah, no, that would be awesome. All right, I'm going to answer some of these questions. Is the plan with John Turntine to keep him on the outside long term? They kind of need him to work at offensive tackle. Another example of the offensive line, the room being built incorrectly. I don't think Kyle Flood knows how to build a board correctly in recruiting. I'm serious. Like, after Michael Vasusi, when you whiffed on him in the summer, it's like, don't worry. We'll pivot to Noah because we have no backup options. We'll just flip him. And then you couldn't flip him. And you also lost John Mills, who was a freshman All-American for Washington in the Big Ten. You lost him. And then this season, Ojo, that was the guy. Whiff on him. Who's the backup? Malachi Lee. Oh, wait, he committed before Ojo did, and you weren't recruiting him that hard because you thought you were getting Ojo.
Right. So that's why I thought something with Lynch was going down, especially when they didn't push for Seton. I was deduced, all right, there's got to be there has to be something in the works that none of us are hearing, right? Because or why wouldn't they be proactive or aggressive and go get somebody or go get that bag? Now, that was a big bag to haul in for Seton, but still, man, don't you want to shore up, your offensive line? At least if you get Seton, you can move Baker down. Or
yeah, I'll hit on Seton what happened in a sec there, but with Turntine, because of the lack of offensive tackles in the room, and Jonte Newman helps some with this. He can be a tackle or guard. I don't think Newman can play left tackle in the SEC though. He's probably a right or a guard, but with Turntine, he might be able to play left. And I say might because he's like currently 270 pounds. And he's 6'4". He's got 34 plus inch arms. That's the threshold you look for in NFL offensive tackles, at least in the first round of the draft. But with Turntine, there's going to be an adjustment period. He played 6A ball and at a high level. He only lost like 2 or 3 high school games in his career. And obviously won a state championship in North Crowley, but there's a big difference in 6A versus the SEC. And, you got to remember, freshmen aren't supposed to play early, especially on the O-line. But with Turntine, if he can't work at offensive tackle, they're going to have to portal in another like Jonte Newman type or take like 3 or 4 kids who can actually play tackle and aren't tackle guard tweeners. They end up only being able to play guard.
Tackles, like no shit tackles.
So They really want Turntine to work out on the outside. It'll really help them in the future if he can stick at left tackle or right, but left especially. But if it can't work, it's kind of a Brandon Baker situation where the hope is that he'll be a higher floor guard, even though he's never, ever, ever played guard.
Right.
So, yeah. And then as far as Jordan Seaton, so when he first went in the portal, Texas was very interested. In fact, I was told directly from someone in the NIL world, it wasn't his agent / uncle. I never talked to him. But when he was first in the portal, he talked to Texas, Oregon, LSU, Florida, I think Ohio State, and was like, hey, I'm looking for 2.5. And I heard LSU, Oregon, Texas were like, buddy, we'll pay you 3.5, like right away. So they were very much, I guess, all in, right? Everyone's favorite words. But at some point, whatever LSU's paying him, it's north of $4 million. And it might even be north of 5. But whenever those 3 or 4 schools said, we'll do 3.5, it went up to the 4s very quickly. And I think that was too high for Texas. Because the day after that happened,
we didn't have the reps?
Well, no, I just think they're like, hey, we're already paying like $3 or $4 million for Cam Coleman. Are we going to pay this much money for a guy who would probably be playing right tackle? Because Trevor Gooseby doesn't come back for year 4 to get his position moved. So Seaton, it's like is it worth that much money to pay him to play right tackle? It probably is because he is really good, but that's a big number. It really is. And so the day after it starts getting a little high and they're thinking, hey, Melvin Siani goes in the portal. Texas obviously tampered there. He went in with a no contact tag and was committed like 4 hours later. That's the most glaring example of tampering, especially because he signed like a rev share agreement with Wake Forest like 2 days before he went in the portal. And Melvin Siani,
I didn't know that.
Melvin Siani is the number 3 tackle in the portal out of Wake Forest. Seaton's number 1. And Seaton, I do think, is better than him and is definitely going to get drafted higher. But Siani is still a really good player. He's an instant starter at right tackle, and he was the number 3 tackle in the portal.
Right.
He's going to be an NFL draft pick. And they both have 2 years of eligibility. Seaton is obviously a 3-and-done player. He would have been a 1-year rental. Whereas Siani, he's kind of viewed he's viewed a bit differently, or he is viewed differently than Gooseby, but in the same sense where they're looked at as like high ceiling linemen, but they need some more development, more reps. So he might end up being a 2-year player at Texas. He has 2 years of eligibility. You have to remember, this kid is from Canada originally, didn't play football until his sophomore year of high school. So with Siani, that's kind of what happened. Texas evaluated both options. Said, hey,
you know if he's a soccer player by any chance?
I have no clue. I couldn't find what sports he grew up playing besides football from his sophomore year on. But
hockey? I mean, I'm assuming hockey.
Maybe. But Texas evaluated Siani and Seaton, said, hey, there's better value for Siani. They'd both be playing the same position. Yes, Seaton's better, but they're comparable. They're close enough. And you save probably $1.5 to $2 million by getting Siani instead of Seaton. So, and the thing with Seaton, too, that I don't think is being brought up enough by Texas fans that are angry they didn't just make a splash and pay up for him. Jordan Seaton, the way that whole thing played out with him and his uncle was a shit show. His recruitment was a shit show. He told 5 different schools he was committed to coming and then chose Colorado the final day of the signing period. And if you were Texas and you were to go down that road with him, knowing he's committing about a week after the portal window closes, if you don't get him, you have no backup options at that point. And you've put all your eggs into that basket.
One basket, right?
So if Texas didn't do what they did with Siani and kept pursuing Seaton and didn't land a backup option or have a backup option lined up, they probably would have been shit up creek without a paddle if Seaton chose elsewhere, because it's not like they could pivot and get someone else to go in the portal. It would have been closed by then. So I think they made the right move. Like, yeah, Seaton would have been better, and that's awesome. And it's not my money, so I really don't care in the cost difference. But you have to think about the cost difference because that's how Texas thinks.
Right.
And I do think they made the right call there. Now, the thing, though, that I'm asking, that everyone else is asking, the money you saved on getting Siani versus Seaton, where's that going?
Right.
I think that was supposed to be Bray Lynch, but he's getting paid from Indiana next year, not Texas. So,
and that's what I deduced, right? Like I was just like, okay, if Seaton's not coming, that means we locked somebody else up. So, and that news did not come. Now we're all sitting here with a bag of shit in her hand, waiting.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen at guard. One starter's Brandon Baker. Maybe they make him like have a fake competition like they did last year before Andre Kojo tore his ACL. But I do think Brandon Baker is definitely going to start at guard. And then the other one, Dylan Sikorsky, Jordan Coleman, Devin Coleman, or Jackson Christian. I highly doubt any of the true freshmen are going to be good enough or trusted enough. So we'll see. Maybe they call up old Kelvin and say, hey, buddy, you got 1 year left. You see what's been going on in college basketball?
Come on back.
Do the shit out of the NCAA, huh? Well, that'd be funny, though. Yeah, I wonder who would play guard in that situation because it ain't Kelvin. So Trevor's probably right, and Siani would be guard. But yeah, all right. So if y'all have any questions about the transfer portal, high school recruiting, or Texas football, the team itself, or college football, anything, just drop in the chat. We'll hit on them. We got about 10 minutes left in the hour. And then, yeah. All right, want to talk about Super Bowl. I tuned into like the first half of New England and Denver, and I was like, this is so boring. And
the second half wasn't much better.
Jarrett Stidham all week. And it's like, dude, you attempted not one but two forward passes by like chest passing a football. And one of them was a fumble. Bo Ron.
No, he didn't look bad coming out of the gate, right? But I think like towards the end of the game, like just the weather took over, and it was hellacious, just awful conditions, man. May couldn't get nothing done, neither could Stidham. I don't think either quarterback was effective. But the best thing is that May didn't give the opposition an opportunity, right? Stidham dialed it up and hit. I forget who he hit deep, but I know he found Sutton in the end zone. To kind of put to get the scoring off first. But yeah, it's just a very defensive oriented game. Also, corralled with the weather there or aided, I'd say, by inclement weather that would just very different sides from the first half to the second half, right? Just no snow on the field in the first half to torrential down, or just a winter wonderland in the second half, man.
Yeah. I don't know. So I'm curious what y'all think. Obviously, all these teams in the NFL are pushing to get dome stadiums. Part of that, they want the money from hosting the Super Bowl, but also they want to avoid the weather. But like, if you're New England or Denver, weather in Seattle didn't seem bad last night. But if you're New England or Denver and you play they played like the conference championship game is like their 19th or 20th game of the year, and they're all fine in good weather, and then you got to play in a blizzard to go to the Super Bowl, and the weather changes the game and dumbs it down and decides it that way. Kind of lame, but also it's like, hey,
that's
suit up and play.
That's
Spot
your
the
local
ball.
environment, though. Like that's your local conditions. That's your natural habitat. You should be used to that.
Yeah. But even
I'm a fan. Like I'm a fan of natural conditions. Like I just am. Like it sucks.
I hated nothing. That my two least favorite.
It neutralizes teams. I understand that. It gives you it gives you a shell of what you're supposed to get. I understand that, but man, what's more exciting than seeing sloppy ass football going down, bro? I don't know. I guess
lot of things.
I'm a defensive oriented minded ball player. So, I'm not a ball player anymore. But when I played ball, man, I'm on the defensive side of it. So,
yeah,
I like a nasty game. I like a mutter. Man.
Yeah,
all you prima donnas with your high scoring affairs and your parades and shit.
Yeah, I want to be inside in a dome. Like my two least favorite things playing sports growing up.
Being cold,
having to play football in the cold, like below freezing or below 50 degrees. It's hell.
Man, 50s,
dude,
perfect,
especially
dude.
Back then when I was young, I was playing lineman, and you're getting hit in the head every snap. God damn, it hurts.
50 degrees. I played linebacker. 50 degrees is perfect weather, man.
When you played baseball as a kid with the aluminum bats. You hit
You
a
didn't squeeze the bat
dinger and
tight
you're like,
enough.
oh.
You didn't squeeze the bat tight enough, man. Yeah, dude.
No matter what part of your hands are touching that bat, if you make contact with the ball, it's gonna fucking hurt. It's gonna hurt bad, especially with the metal bat,
aluminum bat. Yeah,
but I remember in 6th grade, our tackle football team were in the playoffs. In the first round, we got to go to Cedar Park and play Cedar Park in mid-December. It's legitimately like 17 degrees out, and they had this kid who ended up at Westwood for high school. His name was Nate something. I think he ended up going D2.
I remember that guy.
Yeah.
Nate something.
He had dreads. I remember we played them in the regular season, and we had heard about this kid because they were murdering everyone in our league. In Cedar Park, kicked the shit out of us because this kid was just cribbing everything. We called him RG3 because that's when RG3 was popping. The kid wore number 3. He had dreads. It made so much sense. And I remember we're like literally freezing our asses off in the playoffs to get – and none of us want to play them because we know we're about to get our ass kicked. And I remember our head coach. His name's Ron Kirby. Shout out Coach Kirby.
Hey, shout out. Hey, what's
like, hey, we're going to kill his ass today. It's cold. We're going to hit him. And, y'all, we can tackle him by his hair, pull his hair. It's going to make him – then make him tap out. We need him to tap out in this weather.
Jesus.
And we're all just like, yeah, coach.
Get him.
Ball gets kicked off. And we're running away from the play. We don't want to make any tackles. Yeah, Nate Anderson. That's his name. Nate Anderson, a.k.a. RG3. Yeah, I don't miss those days.
You were running away. Rodney, how do you know that?
That's his name. He went to Westwood. He was like a 3 or 4 year starter at Westwood with RJ Martinez.
RJ Martinez.
Yeah, they combined to win like 3 games in that district. Sorry. But yeah, Lake Travis would play RJ at Westwood during that time. And after the game, it's like, man, sorry, you don't got nothing else around you. RJ versus the world. But yeah, and as far as Seahawks Rams, I didn't watch much of that.
Oh man, that was a great game. That was a fun game to watch too. Just for what you didn't get of offense in New England and Denver, you got an explosion of offense in the Rams in Seattle, right? Jackson Smith and Jigba, I mean, 10 grabs for a $153 and I think he had a couple of tutties, right? Yeah, no, just one touchdown. But yeah, dude, Cooper Kupp being able to contribute too, and then Walker. But Walker not exactly carving him up too much on the ground, but being able to have some explosive plays on the ground too, and then getting involved in the pass game with the check down from Sam Darnold. When Darnold does not give the opposition, and of course that's football 101, right? When Darnold doesn't give the opposition any opportunities and doesn't throw the ball away, usually Seattle comes out victorious. They just do. They're a pretty dominant defense as well, man.
Wonder how these guys who might be hit or miss for the Super Bowl are feeling about that power plant they're gonna have to deal with in Santa Clara.
Oh yeah.
I wonder if the NFL gets enough heat for that. Did they like shut off the power plant during the game? Because like the stadium and all that other stuff has to have like multiple backup generators, right? I mean, how can we get this thing going? I'm curious. Is the NFL going to bend the knee to these power plant folks, these players? I don't know.
You're hurting the NFL players, man. You're hurting the stock.
Yeah. No, but man, for me, the Rams Seahawks game as a 49ers fan, like I wanted both teams to lose. And to be honest, like no matter who won the games yesterday, it was going to be a pretty lame Super Bowl matchup.
I don't know. I'm actually excited for the Super Bowl.
I don't know. The main thing I hate, college does it too. Why is there so much time between the semis and the finals? Yeah, I know. But like I'm not really I'll get excited. I'll watch all of it, but like I'm not really excited for the Super Bowl.
Got to build that anticipation, man. You got to build that marketing bag up.
Yeah.
Got to have a week of all sponsors, baby. Super Bowl row, baby. NFL radio.
Yeah. Okay. Oh no.
Where are we going to cover the Super Bowl this year?
Right here in Fort Worth, Texas. 76123.
What did you watch any Longhorn hoops?
I did not. Saw they beat Georgia.
Yeah.
Now, Sark, your turn, buddy.
I'll say beat down Georgia, man. Being able to hold Georgia to 67 points, the number one scoring team in the nation, dude. Pretty good defense. But of course, like the tail of the tape, or two halves, I should say, was really like they came out shooting 58% or 59% from the field overall. But dude, first half they really couldn't hit much, and then they were, getting into their same old foul trouble and stuff. And then it's like 75%. From the field in the second half, dude. Like Mark couldn't miss. Weaver was all over the place, creating, havoc and going back to that old Shaka Smart scenario with havoc there. He was great. He was great getting off ball steals and just creating tempo there. And then also getting, the bigs involved in the game, easy baskets, easy bunnies on the perimeter as well. I kind of said it, maybe getting dragged for it, right? But give me Weaver as my starting guard, my starting point guard, right? And then give me Swain, Mark, Heidi, and then Vakatitis as my starting five. Over Pope, right? And let Pope run with the twos. Let him platoon and patrol the twos.
Shout out Kendall Weaver. We
don't need Weaver to shoot. We just need him to facilitate and distribute.
Slap that ground. Hey, Weaver looks like he escaped from the prison of Kelvin Sampson's Houston basketball team, where they just balls to the wall. Like, do y'all remember Houston's run to the Final Four when people on Twitter were
Houston might be making a run to the Final Four this year too.
Well, yeah, but they're like, man, Houston's so tough. They just run suicides all day in practice. And then when they're done, stand across from each other and just take turns punching each other in the face. That's how they play. And it's like, and then after they pick up nuts and bolts from the nutrition stand and eat that for lunch. Like, that's how they play. And Weaver, sometimes it's like, man, did he transfer in from Houston or something? I don't know.
Yeah, he's he's slowly becoming my favorite player on the squad.
Yeah, right? He plays basketball like Warren Roberson plays football, minus the flags or the penalties. Like, he's going to be physical as hell and foul the shit out of you.
100%.
A better cop to Warren Roberson is Lucina Traore, the stupidest fouls possible. He's always in foul trouble. Every single time you look at the box score, it's like 8 minutes. Why do you only play 8 minutes?
Oh, 4 fouls. Got it. 4 fouls. Got it.
Yeah. That's what that's like. But
yes, Mark was on that team.
Got it. Yeah, hey, there's a good point. Real quick, I forgot to share this earlier, but thought this is pretty crazy. Both teams in the Super Bowl did not make the playoffs last year. And then the Seahawks GM, John Schneider, that's him right there. He's the first general manager in NFL history to reach multiple Super Bowls with the same organization while having a new head coach and no players from the previous Super Bowl team.
How about that? Almost like there's a trend there.
In case you're wondering, 2014 was the last time Seahawks were in the Super Bowl. That is when Pete Carroll famously decided to throw the ball on the 1 yard line, and Malcolm Butler took that personally, picked it off, and honestly wrote his name in cement for the rest of NFL history, I guess.
Rematch of that Super Bowl we're getting, huh?
Oh yeah. And then how about this? If the NFL is rigged, we all know that, but have we ever gotten a better example of this? Look, they put this graphic out September 4th. Each team represented with their star player walking towards Levi Stadium.
Oh, look at May up front.
Who's up front? Drake May.
That's not real. That's not real. That is. When was this?
The NFL account, September 4th.
Let's bring it back. Here's counterpoint to that. They're putting they're putting the weakest wide receiver or the weakest players up there, but there's some ballers up there, man. I was gonna say like the best players are up front, but I mean, come on, Purdy here, Mahomes, like the featured players, right? The marquee featured names are up front here, very close in the front ground, in the foreground, so that we can see them, right? In the background.
Hey, this is like damn near the draft order. You have Darnold and May, Titans, Jets with Sauce Gardner, who's now a Colt, Giants, Cardinals. You know what I'm saying?
I think it's just coincidental. There's a lot of combinations in here to make coincidences.
Yeah. Hey, we are hashtag watching, hashtag noticing.
We see you, NFL. We see you.
Did you see any of this?
I did not. Do you have it? Do you have any of it?
I don't have it. It'll take too long. But in case you missed it, Dabo Swinney, everyone's favorite coach, says no one.
Very entertaining. I would say he's probably the most entertaining now that Gundy's out.
You want my comp for Dabo now?
Yeah. What is it?
He's like a cooler, more wholesome, but still annoying male version of Kim Mulkey. Always complaining. Always complaining. Always saying this is wrong, this is wrong. Everyone's so fucking tired of them. And they've won a lot of games. They got some rings.
I'm disappointed with your take on Mulkey, man.
That's a pretty good comp, though, right?
That's a great comp, but Mulkey's the queen. Mulkey's great. Mulkey's our
disgusting.
Girl. Mulkey's our girl here. Or our grandma. Mulkey's our grandma.
My girl is
our great
whoever coaching the Arizona State Sun Devils basketball team, the women's basketball team.
Okay.
That's my girl. My coach ain't Kim Mulkey, I'll tell you that. But all right, so in case you missed it, Dabo Swinney went haywire in a press conference. There is a linebacker named Luke Farrelly. He was a redshirt freshman at Cal last year. He won, I believe it was either freshman of the year in the ACC or defensive freshman of the year. Really good player. I believe a top 10 linebacker in the portal. And he ended up choosing Clemson over several options. He took several visits. And, of course, white linebacker going to Clemson, right? And he enrolls in Clemson. He signs a financial agreement with Clemson. He starts to get paid from Clemson. And it's a one-year deal because he's kind of on a trajectory to leave for the NFL after next year. He'll be eligible for the draft then as well. And we actually don't know what the number is he originally signed to with Clemson, what they're going to pay him for that year. But he signed. He's enrolled, signed with all the financial stuff. He's going to class. He's moved in. He's got his car up there. And a week after he's been going to class, has been fully moved in, has been getting paid, Ole Miss reaches out to him. And it's Pete Golding, the head coach of Ole Miss, directly contacting him. Yes, tampering goes on, but when tampering happens, it is a player or a player talking to an agent, and the agent talks to a front office.
It's like third party or something.
Or vice versa. It's also legal where, let's say you're currently on the LSU roster, right? Wags is currently on the LSU roster. I'm your agent, and you want to go to Texas. Texas also wants you. It is illegal for Brandon Harris or Steve Sarkisian to call you. Right. But if they call me, the agent, and I add you to the phone or to the call as a three-way call, that is legal.
Right. That's the loop.
Which is stupid. So instead of doing any of that.
Yeah, it's a loophole, right? You didn't initially make contact. Oh, well, I have him. I'm representing him. Let me bring him on real quick.
Yeah. Instead of doing that like everyone does, Pete Golding straight up was calling and texting this guy. And he was telling Clemson, like, hey, Ole Miss is breaking the rules. Look, they're trying to get me. You should do something. And then eventually, Pete Golding wouldn't leave him alone. He's like, hey, we're not giving up, buddy. What's your buyout? I know you're getting paid. What's your buyout? He sends him the buyout. He sends him a photo of a contract that's a 1-year, $1 million rev share contract from Ole Miss and just sends that to the kid. And he's like not responding and showing all this to Clemson, filling them in. And then he's supposed to go by the Clemson facility and like they can't find him. They can't find him anywhere. And then the Clemson GM gets a call from the agent saying that Ole Miss just offered them another year on the deal, $2 million across 2 years. And they told Ole Miss, or the agent told Clemson, hey, we're going to go to Ole Miss unless y'all add another $1 million to y'all's deal and another year. And if you do that, we'll turn in all this stuff and you can take it all to the NCAA to screw over Ole Miss. We'll give you all the proof. And Clemson told them to shove it. And so he didn't show up to meetings he was supposed to show up to. They tracked him down in like the parking lot of his apartment, like the linebackers coach and the GM. And he was like, hey guys, I'm going to Ole Miss. I'm sorry. And then walked off in the car that Clemson just bought him. And
that's hilarious.
What's it called? The GM is like the whole time they're trying to get a hold of Golding. They can't. So they're trying to get a hold of the Ole Miss GM. And originally they couldn't. He calls him back and is like, hey, I'm sorry. We're trying to stop him. And Dabo says this quote, but Pete Golding just does what he does, which is a fire quote. If someone ever makes some dumbass TikTok edit with like slow motion, all this other stuff,
Put it on his shirt right now. Pete
the
Golding.
face drop needs to be Pete Golding just does what he does. Because hey, if you can't remember, Pete Golding, ESPN had a story on the Arch Manning recruitment in August about how crazy it got. And one of the things Pete Golding, for whatever reason, I mean, he is from Louisiana. That's probably why, but he was like Alabama's primary recruiter for Arch Manning once Steve Sarkisian left. And he went to, it was either at the school at Newman to see Arch or was on a Zoom call with him and his family. He was like, hey, buddy, I coach with Sark. I know him well. He's still got problems. You don't want to play for him. And the Newman coach, after that call ended, apparently called like Pete Golding on a private call and was like, hey, buddy, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, what are you doing? Don't do this. And he's like, sorry, man. Saban's on my ass. We got to get him.
Do it. I had to do it.
Like, Pete Golding will do whatever it takes to get the players. So him sending the photo of the contract, like, hey, buddy, what's your buyout? And then pulling this. Very curious to see what happens because this is the first example, first time a active head coach, any coach in any role, has gone in a press conference and not only accused – this isn't the first time a team has been accused of tampering, but it's the first time a team has been accused of tampering with timestamps, with proof, with names mentioned, and the first time someone has begged the NCAA after doing all that to do something.
Right.
So the NCAA, the magnifying glass is on them. Everyone's watching them. And Dabo apparently called the ACC commissioner. He talked to Sankey. We'll see. I doubt the SEC is going to do anything. If I was Sankey, I'd be like, yeah, we're on it. Good shit, Pete. Keep it up.
Right.
This is the Wild West. We got to be Cowboys. You know.
Hey, man. No, just that type of drama makes for a better atmosphere, right? Better theater, right?
Yeah. So, I don't know, man. It's pretty funny though. Yeah, Pete was acting like he was on Snapchat. But yeah, Jake Bayless said, do you think Sark will hang 80 on Ole Miss this October? No, I don't think so.
I think we'll struggle to get 30.
But I do think what would have been the funniest possible thing that could have happened this offseason, Lane Kiffin leaving for LSU. The Ole Miss fans are pissed. But they're like, oh, we got Pete Golding. And then Michigan hypothetically hires Kalen DeBoer, and then Bama hires Golding. And Ole Miss loses their head coach and then their newest head coach.
Right.
And in that situation, I don't know who they'd hire. Probably Rhett Lashley. He would take that job. He would have taken Auburn and Ole Miss this cycle, but wanted nothing to do with Arkansas. And once it was clear he wasn't getting Auburn or Ole Miss, he got an extension from leveraging the Arkansas job. But yeah, well, that's pretty much all I got for today. Anything else you want to hit on?
Nah, brother. What we focusing on tomorrow? Anything? I mean,
No idea.
It really sucks we didn't hit Bray Lynch. That's kind of what I thought was going to happen since Seton didn't land. Since they stopped, it seemed like they stopped pursuing Seton. I just thought, Bray Lynch was kind of,
Yeah, I'm bummed about it. I got pretty excited. I saw Bray Lynch play at least like 12 games in high school. Because this senior year, that Westlake team went to state. That's when they three-peated. They played 16 games a year. It must have gone to like 8 or 9 of them. Him, Cade Klubnik, Ethan Burke, Connor Robertson, all seniors on that team. Michael Taft would have just graduated. Colton Vosick was a junior. That's when he was blown up. TJ Shanahan, Keaton Kubeka were juniors. Same with Jaden Grayhouse. Great Westlake team. But with Lynch was one of those kids like I was closer with from that. I mean, I haven't talked to him since he went to Indiana, but we still follow each other on stuff. I still got his number. And, like, I wasn't going to hit him up until he was officially in the portal or announced it.
Right.
I'm like, hey, he'll probably give me some quotes. Catching up with him will be cool, but I'm not hitting him up now. So,
yeah,
sure. Rex, I don't think Bama would have hired Golding either, but in this hypothetical Monday, it would have been pretty funny. But yeah. Well, all right. We are going to get out of here. In case you missed it and haven't seen it on social media, heard it at the top of today's broadcast, Texas Sports Unfiltered. coming to an end this month. We only have 4 more shows. 4 more days of shows. And we'll end on Friday. It's been awesome being on here.
Been a great 3 years.
Last year and a half or 2 years now. 2 years in November. It's pretty nuts. It's been fun. Been 26 months of doing this. Originally got brought on with Jeff. Did the show with him for a while. Did the show with Will, with Nick, now with Nick, Eric, and Wags. Wish it could have worked, but hey, man, it's a business at the end of the day. BK has to do what's best for him and his folks. I get it. I'd be doing the same thing if I was on his shoes, but yeah, don't want to be too down though. We got 4 more shows. We're gonna have some fun. It's always been fun,
and you guys know the drill, man. We say bye for a little while. It's never goodbye. It's just we'll see you in a little bit. So
oh yeah,
that's the world of radio, man. Everything just always circles around. So
yeah, and don't know what's next. I mean, I'm still gonna be with Horns 24/7 Sports, but not sure what's next for doing podcasts or streams. Hank and I, we still have the State of Recruiting podcast, the recruiting podcast for Horns 24/7. Need to get that back rolling now that we're in the off season, but yeah, probably going to take a break, at least 2 or 3 months away from podcasting, streaming. But
hey, get your breath, man. Get your breath, recharge, and then we'll come up with a new idea or something.
Y'all want to find out what Wags does after he gets off the show? Shits his pants now. It is funny though.
I shit my pants while I'm on the show. What are you talking about?
Time we talk for like 1 or 2 minutes when the stream ends and we're not on air, and it's like, all right, man, I got to shit. Yeah,
usually that's so when I'm like telling Jordan the stretch of like, hey man, you got to stay on to like 30 minutes. I'm on the shitter right now, so you kind of gotta make this thing go a little bit longer. So
oh yeah, but yeah, hey, I'll hopefully I should have some more info. By Friday.
Yeah, we kind of just got the news on Friday, so we're still looking and kind of conjuring up some ideas. But yeah, I mean, again, this thing kind of just circles around. Nobody ever really goes away. We just kind of say, hey, we'll see you in a little bit.
Yeah, and I don't think I've ever actually talked about this, but we'll talk about it more later in the week. But
what are you gonna open up now? What are you opening up
now?
In
case you have ever seen this. Texas Football Life. I was one of 2 dudes that helped start this. So might be doing some podcast stuff on there though. We will see. We don't have anything on our YouTube channel besides like high school football highlights, but that might be where you hear us next. I don't know. Got some time to think about it, talk about it, and obviously going to take some time off as well. But yeah, hey, I'm down. If anyone's in Fort Worth wants to get a beer or DFW wants to meet up, we should do it.
I'm still gonna make Jordan uncomfortable somewhere somehow.
Yeah, that'll be no. What?
Wait, what is that?
I don't know nothing about that, Patrick. No. Hey, Texas Sports Unfiltered merch. I got some stuff. Maybe it'll be vintage, worth some resale in a few years. I don't know.
For sure.
I don't know. And NTCB Johnson, the book is going to be a while. Like the really good stuff in there is stuff that no one will ever want reported. So probably going to have to wait till a few of those kids / football players or coaches are done in football. We'll see. I don't know. That it's going to be a while in a book. Especially because, like, I've thought about that. It would have to be a very short book or like a magazine or something or a series of articles because by the time I'd ever write this thing, it's 10, 20 years down the road. And no one my age reads books anymore. Right. We all read stuff online. And because TikTok and these short form vertical videos have fried everyone's brain, no one has the attention span to read an actual book anymore. Like 30 years from now, when my generation is in their 50s, and they're taking vacations, and no one's reading on the beach. They're going to be watching like TikTok on a VR phone or some shit. Our society's cooked. But anyways, a book one day. So yeah. Jake, Patrick, I don't know. Y'all can hit me up. Y'all know my Twitter. It's up here in the left corner at jscruggs247. That's for anyone. Y'all can DM me, give me a shout. You ever need anything or have a question? My Instagram is also up there, same handle, jscruggs247. But yeah,
And for you fuckers in Austin too, I'll hit you up in Austin. You guys know I don't like to come out, but if you're in Austin, I'll come out and get a beer with you.
Oh yeah, yeah. Shoot us a DM on Twitter, whatnot, and we'll figure it out. But y'all have a good one. Up next, the Longhorn Republic podcast talks about Texas's portal cycle and what could be coming next. We're going to end the stream, but at 2 p.m., Chip Brown, Zay Collier will be back on it. YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, and everyone who tuned in today or tuned in over the last 3 years, we genuinely appreciate it. Thanks to each and every one of you. Wouldn't be able to have lasted this long without y'all. And y'all have a good one. Happy Monday. Stay warm, stay safe, and keep the power on.